Step up in the place, everybody take notice. Me not just any, them a see the coolest.
Chain every money long, mind rest and free. Woman up free.
Say them need me on them knees, every move me
Alright,
calculate.
that bad.
Every word me so precise.
Y'all go ahead and pull up. Y'all already know what it is. For the top shutter. See the pressure that me got her. Don't daughter. Don't daughter. Don't daughter. Basic shit. Y'all come on, tap in real quick one time. So this is a basic understanding right here. Hear me show integrity. You did me making shit derive. Alright. Y'all already know what it is. $9 top shot, top 595. I'm just coming and tap in with y'all one time. Y'all come in like the live. Appreciate y'all. What's good, Sky? Look, we just doing this simple stuff, man, because it'd be too complex for people. We just want to do the basics. This is for the can't unite in all these 1,500 different ideologies, philosophies, and identities people be trying to have and make up consistently. Ancestors already did this over 60 years ago. Just lock in with it. So last time we did this, I kind of let the conversation just go into whatever because I ain't been on here in a minute. This time I kind of want to stick to the antagonist, try to really get some people who don't understand or can't even push it back against this so we can try to come to a consensus of understanding on what's our race, ethnicity, nationality, and even the lineage, right? Because you have groups that's trying to commandeer our ethnicity with a lineage, right? Which don't even make any sense. But let's come on, try to make sense of it all. Y'all come on, hit the invite button. If y'all want to have a contentious perspective, if you think that our race is not black, which is the broad racial group based on African ancestry and also sub-Saharan on the geography. Excuse me, let me put these grapes up. And what's next? Ethnicity. If you don't know what ethnicity is, I also want to, this is really for the African American aspect of it, but we can have a broad conversation on this as well, because ethnicity is the shared culture experience. So when it comes to our ethnicity is kind of somewhat based on our lineage, with having that direct ancestral roots that's connected to West Central Sub-Saharan Africa. So a lot of people, they really just never read this. They never really had a full understanding and comprehension of it, but they caught the videos first and they heard the regurgitation first, and everything get regurgitated 50-11 times. By the time you get asked a question about it, you think you're correct. Whole time may not be the case. So what I like to do is, I really genuinely love to have the debates, but since people are scared as hell to debate me because they know that I'm like that and that's not their body, then let's just have a general conversation with it. But even then, in the debate, how you come to a understanding on who's correct, right, and what the facts are is proof. So when we're talking about having a conversation, we firstly got, the topic is about what you see on the background, right? It's about our ethnicity, nationality, race, and lineage. All right. So a lot of people, they really have contention with our ethnicity. Our ethnicity is African American. I had somebody say Barack Obama said he's African American. He actually did, but he's dead ass to the wrong, and we didn't check it. Right? He's of Kenyan ancestry, and his mother is I don't know what she is, probably like some Swiss or Dutch or something. Nonetheless, that you can't just portray to be somebody's ethnicity. Now, at the same account, you actually can do that, because when it comes to ethnicity in America, you what's called self-identify. Right? So I can actually self-identify as a different ethnic group, which I've even done it before. You know what I'm saying? But it doesn't mean that it is so. So when it comes to what actually is, it's important that we, like I say, go by the definition of how these words are defined linguistically, legally, really whatever form we're talking about. So when it comes to ethnicity, it's also like I said, self-identifier, but it's also how you are perceived by society, right? So in America, African Americans, they kind of get labeled for the most part. If you looking at a black person in America and he's not really like physically representing his country, or you probably don't hear any accent, or you don't know that his name probably is a different type of surname, you would probably assume that somebody's African American, right? Like I said, that's based off of the how you are perceived. But like I say, let's just go into it, because what I found out, I remember I did some research. This was probably like 10 months ago, so y'all can fact check it, cross reference it. But generally, black people, African American in this country, read at a fourth grade level. We have a fourth grade literacy rate. I think it's like fourth to eighth grade. Y'all can go cross reference that. I should have it on the post, so I can go dig for it if not. But yeah, this is the problem. And it's like, another thing, the problem is the tribalism. When you hear so many people say something, it's like you rather just go ahead and join the crowd to go along, just to get along, because you don't want to kick up any fuss. I'm not like that. These motherfuckers always hated on me from the beginning, so I was like, yeah, I was cool with being, an individual. A lot of people not like that. A lot of people scared to go against the grain, because as humans, we kind of want to socially bond with other people. But I'm not bonding with the fugazi. I'm not having friends with people just because. We got to align with what's right and what's true and what's factual. And that's, like I said, based on what we can prove. So ethnicity, like I said, that's the main one people have contention with. If y'all really want to have any questions with this, like I see this shit online all day, every day. I got somebody really I'm waiting on to come from Instagram that's barking in my comments. And I'm like, y'all, I don't do this shit. I don't do this text threading with niggas all day long. I don't even like to text my lady like that. Call me. I tell her every time we got into it the other day. Man, I told you about, she missed the show. I ended up inviting my mama to it. I said, man, I told you about that texting me stuff, man. Call me. We could talk about it. But you find out a lot of people are scared to have conversations. And this is subconsciously because they know that they'll get exposed, because, like I said, it's not a lot of people's body. Right? A lot of people don't know how to talk, let alone read. So put them two together when you got to do it in a conversation to have discourse. A lot of people just gonna crash out and get emotional, which is what we seeing a lot online. So that's why I kind of like wanted to come back, make my presence be known, so we can get back to the order of things, right? Have some conversations. So Elon Musk is an African American. No, he is not an African American. And like I said, the invite button is up there. So I will try to pay attention to the comments, because I know a lot of people are comment warriors and they don't really want to come up. But you can come up and talk to me about it. So let's just see if Elon Musk is an African American. Because like this is another one of those things that's been spread around. And I actually did this. It was actually Marco Rubio who started this rumor, and it started off as a joke. I got a post on it. That post is probably like around 3 to 6 months old. They have a news conference and the dude's like making a little joke. I could pull that up too. But let's just look it up, because this is another thing that gets regurgitated, because in the culture we have a lot of black people that are parrots. I don't know why we just rather repeat what other people say opposed to actually learning and knowing. But as I'm reading along, Elon Musk is a white South African born American citizen, making him technically an American, right, of African birth. That does not make you an African American. It says, but he is not generally considered African American, right, in the commonly understood cultural or ethnic context. Right, it says he was born in Pretoria, South Africa, 1971, moved to the U.S. later. So this is what I was talking about. Like the same thing. This same thing goes for Barack Obama. Barack Obama, he gets his blackness, racially black, from his father, who is Kenyan, right, which would make him Kenyan American if he had nationality. But I think the nigga was born in where was he born even? Was he born in Hawaii or something like that? Oh, we got to guess, y'all. We got to guess. Laura Stark, you was invited, but you just looking at the invitation. But like I said, a lot of people are scared to have discussions. So we appreciate Kyla for coming up. Okay. Well, now you got to wait because Kyla.
Yeah, because you was talking that American stuff right there with Obama and with Elon. I want to bring it back to the American right there. You said something about a citizen, meaning that he's American. And I'm here to say that's emphatically now cipher, God.
So if you get citizenship in America, that makes you an American, true or false?
Absolutely not, because you're not American by blood. Being American by blood, you have to come. Hold up before you stop.
No.
How do you not understand you have to come from the tribe to be American?
Now, do I got to mute you? because
If
I'm the
he
host.
is
I want to
not
listen. I
African,
don't want
what
to.
makes
I
you
don't
think
want
he's
to
American?
listen. I don't want to go on with the yapping.
Go
What
ahead,
I'm
go ahead,
going to
go ahead.
do,
Hey,
yeah,
just
what
bust
I'm
me in
going
the
to
head with the
do,
bullshit.
what
Bust me
I'm
all
going to
in the head with
do,
the bullshit so I can wipe it off.
what I'm going to do is confirm it. I'm not going to be talking out my ass like y'all want to do.
Bro, that was
I'm
out your
going. Hold
ass right
on. You
there.
want to talk over me so bad, don't you? I'm going to pull it up. If
Pull
you
what
get
up?
citizenship,
Pull what up?
if you get this question that's at hand right now is if you get citizenship in America, you are American. I said
No,
true or
no,
false. You
no,
said
no,
false, and
no.
this is
You
what
are
we
a
got to
United
do.
States
Listen, because
citizen.
we
You're
can
not
argue all
American.
day. We can argue all day. You can say you're right, and I can say I'm
Yo,
right.
this is not up for
I'm
debate.
going to pull it up, and what are you going to do? Are you going to pull it up or no?
All right, then pull it up then.
Are you going to pull it up or no?
I don't have to pull it up.
Exactly,
Because you're
because you
not
want to talk out
because
your
I put it like
ass.
this. The logic is this. If he's
No, it's
not
no logic.
African,
It's just a fact.
hold on. Now you're talking over me.
No, because
The logic is this. If he's not
This is what
African,
I'm saying.
what
We're
makes
not
you
going
think
to
he's
do that.
American?
We're not going to do
Yeah,
that.
we're not going to do
We
this,
are going
bro.
to pull the
You can pull it up
information
all you
up.
want, whatever Klansman, boule,
No.
little information
Y'all,
you
what
get
the
from the
fuck is wrong
CIA.
with
But the
the
thing is,
app,
if
yo?
he's not African, what makes you
Okay.
think he's
If
American?
a person gets
Yeah, bro, the
citizenship
bullshit, bro. You can't hit me with that
in
bullshit, son.
America,
He's not from the
are
American
they
tribes. He's not
American?
American. He's a United States citizen. If he's
He's
not
not.
African, he's not
He's
from
not
All
the
right,
native to
African
let's just
America.
tribes,
read. Let's
and
just
he's
read
not
because I know we can
African.
all yap
What
all
makes
day
you think
long.
he's
So let's
American?
read.
No, we're
If
not
a
reading that
person,
bullshit. Matter of fact, before you go any
you just
further,
no
who
no.
wrote it?
Before I go, I'm
Who
the host.
wrote
Let
it?
me host. If a
Before you go
person
any
gets
further, who wrote it?
citizenship in America,
No, bro.
are
Well,
they
we're not going
American?
through
You
it.
want to
Matter of
talk
fact,
over
I'm
the
dropping.
facts.
You're not
And
going
like
to
I
hit me
say,
in the
this is
head with
what
this
happens
bullshit.
when you have niggas with no fathers in the household. They just get emotional and want to crash out. Let's have some order. Y'all niggas not used to structure and discipline. And that's how I know that you don't have no father every time. Like I said, I don't want to do all that chatting back and forth. We can do that all day long. If a person gets citizenship in America, are they American? Yes. If a person acquires U.S. citizenship, whether by birth or through naturalization process, they are legally and officially an American. That's case closed. That's how you figure out who win. Now I win. Now you got to run. And this is what they always like to do. They always like to deflect to saying something is a Klansman, European, whatever. Like that does not matter. If you're speaking English, that means likely these are the people who coined these phrases. All right. So before I get to African, I got Lord Stark up here. Appreciate you for coming up. You said something in the comments. You said that Elon Musk is an African American. I pulled that up too. And genuinely, I'll show y'all the comments. Is Elon Musk an African American? Elon Musk is a white South African born American citizen because he has citizenship in America, right? But he's born in Africa, making him technically an American of African birth. But he is not generally considered African American. Now, this is when, if you're a gentleman and a scholar, you concede. What do we have here, Lord Stark? What do you say?
This is why we FBAs don't use that term no more, because even Elon came out himself on, I think it was Twitter or X, and he said technically he's an African American. Like that term can be undermined, and people can just
So,
jump in and out of that term. That's why we don't use that term
what
no more.
about what I just said and read? You just gonna like
No,
omit all of that, right?
I'm just saying that's why we don't use that term.
Pull up your video.
I ain't by my computer right now.
FBA is not pushing back on anybody's ethnicity. You know that? FBA
FBA is
claims
stopping the cosplaying.
FBA. No, they not. FBA is claiming a lineage, and they don't even know what a lineage is, because a lineage is genuinely your family.
That goes back to the beginning of this country. We're not talking about no damn Africa or Caribbean nations. We're talking about America.
That's what a lineage is, though.
Why did you say? Why are you bringing up Africa and Caribbean?
Because people want to say you
we're
all
not
are
talking
from
about
Africa.
people. It's just me and you up here right now. You're saying that Elon Musk said he was African American. I asked you to pull it up. You had to do it.
You can Google it right now. He posted it on
So
X.
you can't. So you don't have a way to look up information in front of you right now.
Hold on. I don't want this to like kick me out the chat, because I gotta log out of this and go on my Google or something.
You don't have to log out
I'm
of
not by a
this.
computer.
You don't have to log out of this.
Yeah, I'm not by a computer. Hold on.
And like I said, I can show you where this shit was a joke taken out of context. And I will show that. Here we go, right here. Hold on, this night.
That's what people not understanding what lineage is. Like you posted right there. Your lineage can't start with America. The lineage has to go before America, because y'all didn't just spawn on Earth when America was created.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they just want to really what it is, and he said it himself. By firstly being the one to bring up Africa and the Caribbeans, all they really want to do is be xenophobic to these countries. That's
No, a lot
it.
of us go back to native tribes here.
No,
Oh,
we
here we
don't,
go.
sir. Now
Here
you
Yes,
we
a
go.
lot. How
hold
you
on
gonna tell somebody that their genealogy is
because
wrong if they
I'm
go
not
back
gonna
to a
lie. You
native
want to
tribe?
know? You want to know how I can
How
tell
you
you?
gonna say they paperwork wrong?
You asked me that question. So this is the reason why I can tell you because firstly, you're talking about genealogy, right? The earliest genealogy goes back to the family. Damn, I forget their name. It's a black family, but they go by they actually have an African surname. This is the oldest genealogy in America. But nonetheless, that won't prove that you're native because genealogy is documented by Europeans. That's like pre-colonial. I mean, that's post-colonial times.
It's
So
blacks on the dolls rolls. They are
once again, listen to what I'm saying because
recognized natives.
you're not listening to what I'm saying. If y'all saying that y'all attached to Native Americans, right, which we are 1%, generally 1%, and only 2% have more than 5%. When we talk about African American, I hope you're listening to me because I know it's a lot of information. But nonetheless,
It's just babble.
this is
We
literally
hear this from
facts.
the white
Hold on, bro.
I
This
supremacists
is
got
too.
2%.
literally facts. This is literally facts what I'm saying.
This is what white supremacists say.
No, this is white supremacists don't say this.
Yes, they do.
Okay. So you made a claim. So I made a claim. You just said it's babble. You made a claim. Pull it up.
I said majority of FBAs when they do their genealogy, they go back to Cherokee, Choctaw, Creek Indians, Seminoles. Like they find that shit in their paperwork. How are they wrong?
The damn
Okay. So
lie.
listen to what I'm saying. What I'm telling
Y'all
you
y'all
is,
don't see y'all ain't been keeping
yeah, I
up.
got you. I heard everything you said, and I've heard it 20 times over. This is what I'm telling you. When it comes to African Americans' genetic admixtures, on average, we have approximately 1% Native American admixture. And only 2% of us have more than 5% Native American admixture. You said this is white supremacist babble. I asked you to substantiate it. You're not going to do that because you're the one who's actually babbling.
No,
Now ask me to
I'm telling you what
No, I
people's
don't
telling me that they
listen.
what
We
they
don't
find.
tell. We don't tell. That's some snitch shit.
I don't have people
We
genealogy
provide facts,
paperwork.
sir. Can you provide facts on what you're saying?
I'm telling you what people find in their genealogy.
Okay, so once again, when it comes to genealogy, that is only one method of confirming your genetic makeup, right?
Yeah, not
You
all of
still
us
have
came
what's
from
called
Africa. Not all of us came on a slave boat from Africa. There were black people already
so
here
if you're
too.
not no. Okay, so let's do it like this. Now let's just focus on one thing at a time because I know we got these people who have ADHD. So hold on. Not all of us came from a slave boat from Africa.
Yeah,
Hold
I'm
on, hold
not
on,
a
hold on, hold on,
guest
hold
in
on.
my
Not yet.
homeland. This
Hold
is
on.
my
You said,
homeland.
hold on. You said, but you were talking about black people, right? So this is how we got to do it because I
Yeah,
know that.
black Americans.
All right. So this is the first misconception that we have, right? Like I said, a lot of people, unbeknownst to them, subconsciously, they're guilty of regurgitating and parroting misinformation. So what I like to do is break this down thoroughly. So we just gonna stay on this subject, so we're not going everywhere all across the place. So not all of us came from slave boats from Africa, and you talk about black people. Would you please? You got your internet up?
Yep, right now.
Okay, do me a favor. Look
I'm
up.
on my phone though.
That's fine. We'll wait while you go on tea time. Because I can do it too, but you're not gonna trust me, so I want you to read it with your own eyes. Look up.
What you want me to look up?
Look up how are black Americans defined? And I'm gonna do it with you. And let me know when you if you there, I'm gonna just read it right here with you. Black Americans are defined as United States citizens or residents. Check this out. This is the good part right here. With ancestry from any of the black racial groups of Africa. That's the first sentence.
Yeah, I seen that, and I know what that's about too.
That's about black, meaning African ancestry and descent.
That's for us to disown our ancestral right to this homeland.
Sir, this is in Merriam-Webster. And like I say, that's fine. What you saying is fine too. But this is what I
They
would
want us
need.
to be guests on this
I got you.
land.
I got you. So what you would have to do is prove that in some kind of way. Do you have proof of that claim?
I
Or
already,
are you guilty of what I said,
no,
regurgitating and parroting misinformation?
I already told you when
You
we do
telling
our
me, but I'm asking you
genealogy,
to
we go to
prove it,
native
sir.
tribes.
I'm asking you to prove it, sir.
Our
So
family goes back to native tribes.
did you hear what I said though? I
Yeah,
admitted to that.
but I'm not buying none of my genealogy paperwork. That shit at my crib.
No,
I
that's
got all
fine.
my
That's fine.
paperwork. I know where I come from. I'm not from no damn Africa.
Look, but if you're black, black literally means that you have ancestry from any of the black racial groups of Africa.
Yes, and I'm gonna be honest. Technically, we're not black. That's what the Spanish called us when they came over here.
Oh shit! Here we go.
We were
Technically,
reclassified, if you know
okay.
that.
So like I said, bro, I just want to stay on topic. This is the claim. Like I'll get your next claim too. Technically, we're not black, right? I got you. We'll do
We
that
were
next.
called the copper-colored Indians first.
Oh,
We
okay.
we went
Bet,
from
bet.
Indian to color to Negro to black to African American.
Copper.
We've been
You were called, hold on.
reclassified.
You were called a copper-colored Negroes.
Copper-colored Indians.
Okay. So I got you on that. So now we got 3 different subjects that we got to leave.
The De Soto's invasion
Okay,
from
hold on,
Spain in
hold on.
1543 in Louisiana.
Once again, I talk about this attention deficit disorder. In order to come to a consensus, to an understanding on one thing, we have to take it one thing at a time. The first thing that you said is not all of us come off a slave boat from Africa. But you're talking about black Americans. And we're talking about black people. I'm going to end it real quick. When we talk about black people, that literally means that you come from Africa by definition.
Well, I told you where that term came from, the Spanish.
Okay, so it actually did. So when you talk about the Negroes and how Negro means black in Spanish and Portuguese, and we want to actually call this. Check this out. But you go to another English word. You leave the Spanish and Portuguese and go to another English word, which is referring to Europeans. So that means a European person firstly called you this word, the copper-colored word. Do you know who that European is? Because I definitely do.
Who was it?
It was Frederick Blumenbach.
Okay, but my point is, when they came to the West after the
No, hold on.
Reconquista
Check it
in
out.
Spain, they called us all black. Any melanated person they seen, they said that's black.
Okay, and listen, black. These words was used before copper-colored. Negro was used in the 1400s. Copper color wasn't used until the late 1700s.
Yeah, long story short, we not from Africa. Look up the term Negroes. Look up the term
That was a
Negroes
hell
de
of a
Terra.
pivot.
Negroes
Look up
de
the
Terra.
term Negroes de
I already
Terra,
know
the
about
blacks
Negroes de
of
Terra,
the
sir.
blacks of the land.
Sir, you know how I know about Negroes de Terra? Is because wherever y'all are getting y'all talking points from, y'all are all repeating the same thing. So when I looked up Negroes de Terra, it's talking about people in a servile instance. It's not talking about people as a racial category. It's talking about them as an adjective. And it's also talking about people in Brazil. And if we've been in America this whole time, we shouldn't be conflating this conversation with South America. We talking about North America. So let's try to stay on point. We
We
are from
are
Africa. Check
black.
this out. Hold on. Let me just ask you this question, because this is really how I counter that narrative. Right? Fuck what they called us and all that shit. If we are not from Africa, how do we get to this continent?
And that's what I'm
With
saying.
proof.
Are you still talking about the word black that we use like today? Are you talking about that word?
No, I'm not talking about the word no more. But the people that we identify now as black people, how do you get here if you don't come from African ancestry? With proof, though.
I mean, people say all life started in Africa. It probably did, but we haven't been there in hundreds and thousands of years. We're not continental Africans no more.
Okay, well,
We're not.
thousands. I got you.
We're
right
not
here.
continental Africans. Why would I claim a
Hold
country
on.
I've never been to?
I got you. You said hundreds of thousands of years.
I said hundreds to thousands of years.
Okay, we have definitely not been over here thousands of years. So if you said hundreds, I would concede to that. If you said about like 400, I would concede to that, because prior to those 400 years, we was in Africa. But if you saying thousands of years, this is where the lies get to start, and this is why I say I need some type of proof. But you don't have any type of proof
Yeah,
to
look,
confirm.
people talk about Lucia woman all the time. There was famous explorers when they came to the West. They said they seen black
You
people.
know
We
everything that you
had
talk about.
Vasaro.
You know everything that you talk about. I done already did like videos on this shit 25 times.
Okay,
But when it
what
comes to
about all the
Lucia,
explorers?
hold on. Let's go with Lucia because you wanted to bring Lucia up.
And there was explorers. There's
Hold
Alexander
on. Let's
von
one
Luke
thing
now.
at
There's
a
people who
time.
wrote books.
ADHD is real. One thing at a time.
Cause I got scholarship on this. I know I'm not
No,
from Africa.
scholarship is backed by actual evidence. You're not bringing no evidence.
I'm not, cause I'm not by my computer like you are. You sitting up typing stuff. I'm not doing that right now.
I
I'm
know.
just
Yeah,
telling
but
you
you
I got
have
stuff
this.
all your
what I
talk on
know.
Hold on. Say
computer in
less.
your
Say less.
hand.
Say less because you saying I'm typing this. I'm finna
I hear
now.
you typing.
No, I know you're right. I'm typing this so you can see it. But now I'm finna go to my catalog and show you all the evidence. Now we finna have a whole Lucia study so you can come to a conclusion. But like I said, stay on one topic at a time because you done shift the goalposts so many times. We in a whole different
No,
stadium.
because I just know so many people who
But
made
let's just
claims of
listen.
saying
Let's just
black
stay on
people.
Lucia. You made Lucia claims. Let's pull up Lucia. Let's pull up the Lucia because you talking about scholarship. Now I'm finna actually show you
The
what that looks
Olmec
like.
statues.
No, one thing at a time, bro. Do you know what that means?
Yeah, real
I'm
talk,
just
bro.
telling you, I got scholarship
Hey,
No,
sorry,
you
on
bro. You
don't,
got
bro.
to chill out,
You
bro.
just naming off
You're
different
not bringing
things.
anything, and you have a computer in your hand. You literally have a computer in your
I got
hand, bro. You can
scholarship.
go
All
and
right, here we
find
go. We're
any
gonna do
source
Lucia.
and present it.
January. I gotta go all the way to January to go there with you. So this is Lucia. DNA reveals Lucia was Amerindian, like the indigenous people now. I got more.
People try to debunk it all the
Now here we
time,
go.
but
Now people try to
they do.
debunk it. All right, here we go
People
again.
came out later and said, actually, no, that wasn't a black
I
woman.
got
Like people try to
scholarship.
come back
You
and
don't have
rebut and
scholarship. This is what it
debunk it.
seems like. So here we go
No,
again.
I'm telling you the
You're
scholarship.
telling me, I'm showing you. You see the difference? This is scholarship.
That's
Genetic.
fake news.
See, now it's fake, but now can you substantiate it being fake? No, you can't.
It's
You
fake.
just gotta
That's
tell
white
me.
supremacist news.
See, that's what y'all always do. But here we go, right here. Genetic analysis. It's so funny because y'all wouldn't know about this if it wasn't for white people. You don't have an FBA going to find out anything about
That's
Lucia.
white supremacist news. You can be a foreigner in your homeland if you want to,
All
but
right,
I'm
here we
not.
go again. Yeah, I say that's all we get with these people. I just gotta confirm that like they will never change.
Because we
And this,
know who we are.
I love black people so much. I might just turn to a coon, man.
We
Cause
know
y'all
who
gonna
we
make me
are.
hate y'all. Listen to this. Genetic analysis showed Lucia to be an Amerindian, like the Tupi, the Quechua, and the Cherokee. That doesn't mean they're all the same, but from a global perspective, they all derive from a single migration wave that arrived in the Americas no more than 16,000 years ago. But that's what I'm saying. When we go to scholarship, I actually present scholarship. Now it's white supremacists. These aren't even white people doing this shit. White people all the way in North America. Let's go again, because I got scholarship. You want to tell me things?
Because people came out with that after they already said that she had Negroid features when they reconstructed
Do
it.
you
Like,
know? Do you
I
know
don't
who?
believe that stuff.
Do you know the man who constructed her? Because
I
I do.
don't I
See,
don't
you don't
believe
know
this
shit.
new stuff coming out.
Do you know the man who constructed her face?
I don't believe there's new stuff coming out.
No, the man who constructed her face. We're not talking about new shit. We're talking about the one who said that she had Negroid features. Do you know who that even is? If you have scholarship.
Continue with your point.
So that's the way that's the way that black people say, nah, I don't know. We don't ever say my bad, I apologize, you right.
Because we
We just
know
try to
that they
carry
came out
on.
with fake news
No,
afterwards.
we're
Like,
not talking
continue
about I'm
with
not
your
talking
point.
about what you talking about. I'm talking about, do you know the dude who came out with the construction that you're talking about? You're talking about something a white man came up with in the first place. But when I bring up, say, when he reconsidered his position, now is white supremacist. You see how biased you are?
It's not biased. This is just one subject. I gave you explorers. I
No,
gave
well,
you
no,
books.
listen, we can
I
go on
gave you
any
multiple
listen,
sources.
we can go on any subject you want to, but you firstly said Lucia. So we're on Lucia. You said you have scholarship. You
Because
don't have
that's already
scholarship.
been
I have
confirmed with
this saved in
Negroid
my phone.
features.
I have this saved, and this is the third time I had this saved in my phone. I had this saved in my phone. This is the
What you're
most recent
doing is
one.
what white supremacists do to try to make us
Bro,
guess
can
here.
you verify that claim? Can you verify that white supremacists are doing this? Or are you just putting the blame on these people?
Yeah, see, yeah, you got white supremacist views.
Can you verify that I have white supremacist views? Or are you just saying this to try to retract from actually having to prove a point? and you run like the other motherfuckers do. This is why I didn't want to pull shit up because I know you can't handle the truth. All right, hold on. Let me see. Let's get to. I think she
My
staying
man,
with here.
Don, you fried his motherfucking ass. He
Did
took
I do?
off.
Did I find family? Yo,
Yeah,
ass
he
crazy.
got cooked.
He was just repeating
There's
Tariq
too much
Nasheed
jumping
talking
all over the
points.
place.
That's what I'm saying. We
He
got
was
to
You
like,
stay.
good?
And just for further references, y'all, let's stay. And you can bring that guest up, Carlos, if you see him here. And just for further references, if y'all bring up a talking point, let's just handle that one talking point at a time. We don't have to do all this red herrings. Let me see if I can pull my initial backdrop back up because he got me all on lose you.
That's why we have DNA. We got the DNA.
Yo,
I was telling these people earlier.
one dandada.
We
There's one dandada in this room, and I am the dandada. No
Oh,
American can be a dandada. A Jamaican a dandada, not American. You understand?
you want to do
So me,
that? You
well,
want to do that with me? The
I am the
etymologist.
dandada. Me are the dandada. Me, the
Okay,
original Jamaican dandada.
we'll
love it.
we'll
You
figure that
understand?
out. We'll figure this out too. We'll figure that out too. But I'm sorry, I want to go in order. So we had she Stan. Appreciate you coming up. I'm just trying to get to the people who have contentious perspectives real quick. We can talk since you came up while I probably had a different backdrop up on one of the lose your presentations or something else. We can talk about that, or we can get back to this original thing. And this is, like I say, this is on race, ethnicity, nationality, and lineage. Just coming to a consensus, just really educating people on what this is in case they was miseducated. And just try to see if people can come to the light, or if they just gonna get emotional and crash out. Because I don't know. I think I'm being fairly. Um, but yeah, when you come off tea time, you can address this. Meantime, a Jamaican can be the Don Dada. So the facts are Don, my name, actually comes from Adonis. Right? Do you know that? Do you know that that's where Don comes from? Even the same Don that the Italians use. Do you know that's where it comes from? Adonis or Adonai in Greek. If you don't know that, then you likely should probably STFU.
Me are the dandada, the Teflon Dan. You understand?
Yeah, I understand where you get it from, but do you understand the origins to make this claim?
No, I was just strolling, but I appreciate the knowledge.
Yeah, I'm gonna load you up, son. All
That's
right.
what's
So while she's on tea time, let's get to
Pause.
Omar. Oh, Africa. I feel like you're not really contentious on here, but you can definitely tap in on the conversation. I can kind of
Nah, man,
gauge.
I'm a drop, but I'm gonna just say I appreciate you. We definitely need to delineate. African Americans need to delineate from FBA because Brother Malcolm X said that you cannot hate the root and love the branches. So these people that keep saying they're not from Africa so bad, trying to pretend to be Indians, that's going to be cancerous. And a lot of them are black H-cost deniers. And what I mean by that is they deny the transatlantic slave trade. But yeah, I'll land with that, man. Thank you.
Appreciate you.
low key though, I start. This is when I really start to notice a lot of people are saying shit out of pain. I'll give you an example, right? So, what's his name? You know who Soul Food is, right?
I don't. It's a
Dang, you know.
person.
Yeah, SOLE Food.
I don't know.
Well, yeah, he's
I
one
know
of
who
them
that is.
pseudo. Yeah, one of them pseudo niggas, and he's telling me about some black Europeans. Yeah, the original Europeans are black, and this, that, and the third, and like that's why my when I did my DNA test, my haplogroup was Europe, and I realized what that meant.
Poppy tried to do that yesterday. What's his name? Poppy something with the weird profile with the
Poppy so
it
Creole.
looked like yeah, something like that.
Yeah, he's scared of
I had
me.
him up there. He was like, why we had the topic was why black people can't be racist. And he goes, well, black people can't be racist because black people were the first Macedonians.
No,
What the
wow.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, no, you're right. It's a lot of pain. It's a lot of pain to come from, but like denying the history, that's really like doing your ancestors a disservice. All the shit that they actually endured the physical pain. They actually had to see some of this shit, and we got the trickle down effects, and we acting worse than they did. So I don't know. Like I said, we just have conversations about it. I feel like that's the best thing. But when it comes to a lot of these conversations, as you can see, a lot of these people run from the panels. For what reason? We're literally hundreds of miles away from each other likely, and we running from conversation. All it's gonna do is create more disunity within the black race. And I'm trying to get us to unite. And we can't unite and say somebody want to say that they native, they're Macedonian, they're more all these other ideologies and shit, FBAs even. So let's just talk about it. T. Umar, appreciate you for staying on mute while we got that out. Do you have any contention with what you heard so far? Anything on this backdrop? The race, ethnicity, nationality of Black African Americans?
Nah, I was really going. What was his name? Stark. I just wanted to know what would count as legitimate information because I'm not new to this topic or these panels either. And it always comes down to, well, any information that I don't like or goes against what I've been told is fake news, is the white man's science, is the what do they consider to be a credible source? Is it literally just word of mouth? Word of mouth is the only credible source, and only the words that we like are credible sources. Like, how does I would like to have that conversation, but to the point, if it's not a room where they can gang up, they can gang like dog pile, then they tuck tail and haul ass like every single time. Drop straight from the conversation. Not even I'll holler at y'all later. Nothing. Just vanish. Vamoose. And they don't lose the conviction or the confidence when doing so. They just go to another panel and amp right back up to 1,000. Like I would. This is, to me, this is cult like, and this is not to diminish or admonish FBA, but someone has to pull the extremists aside and say, "Hey, you're ruining the believability or the perspective of who we are with all of this foolishness. Like we're gonna end up being just like the guys on the corner who don't nobody listen to because they just think we crazy."
Yep.
I would like to take it. I would like to take it serious. I know that they are serious, but I'm like, legitimacy. You're delegitimizing yourselves, and I say the same thing to all groups. I was raised Christian. The first time I had to have this conversation was with a group of Christians. Like, hey, the way y'all judge people, the way y'all talk to people, the way y'all act towards people, y'all delegitimizing the concept of Christianity. Like, y'all are being counterproductive. The only difference between that and these folks is we don't care. We want to delineate. Like, to what extent? If it, to what extent and what political or even physical power will you have if you shrink yourself down to only the people who close their eyes and ears and accept whatever you tell them? Like, how much power will you have? But we can never have that conversation. So good job on the scholarship. I give you that.
Appreciate you. And yeah, that's a good question. And it's so much prefacing that has to go on when we talking to these people that I often forget to bring them all up. But yeah, that's one of the main ones because as soon as they talk about information and scholarship, obviously they're referencing Europeans like I was talking about. He wanted to say we're copper colored. Well, you're not copper colored because Frederick Blumenbach said that the indigenous native peoples over here were the copper colored people. And he described them the same way that all of them first colonizers and conquistadors did. And it wasn't the phenotypes of us, or commonly known as black people now. And they're actually distinct from it. So yeah, like that's one thing we should also preface with is like, what is legitimate information? What can we both say that, okay, we can go here and this is a fact? Because unfortunately, when we're talking about history, like especially like the first 3 centuries of this country, we're not writing none of this shit down. We don't have our first published authors as far as black people until the 1700s. And that was quick. I'm not hating on it. As soon as we got over here, we started reading and writing. But at the same time, you had them over here from the 1500s, 1600s. So if we want to talk about these primary sources that will actually substantiate these claims, you're going to have to go to these Europeans. And oftentimes they did have some prejudices. So I don't get it. Y'all please come up. Let's have this conversation. Let's have somebody who can talk about it, because like he said, it is giving cult-like behavior. It is giving tribalism. And the thing about that is, like, it's so emotionally driven that these people don't have any logic, which means they're not going to have any patience to actually have like any decorum in discourse. They're going to we can disagree all day long. All I'm going to do is go to the facts and prove you wrong. Once I prove you wrong, you're going to start crying, getting mad, want to give ad hominems, want to talk over me, want to crash out, want to just, and like I say, that's deconstructive to what I'm trying to do. If I'm trying to get us to unite, and ultimately, you said it right, bro. That's what it is. It's cold. Like, so yeah, if anybody would like to come up on here and have a conversation, please do that. Any of your chiefs, your captains, your leaders, your master teachers, send this to them, because all my content has ever, always and forever been is debate about it. Let's have a conversation. We don't got to talk about each other mothers. Let's bring up the information, bring up the facts. If you don't have a computer in front of you, go on T Time screenshot. But like I said, I deleted 2,500 screenshots, and these people still ain't caught up. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it.
I've been said it, bro. I've been saying it for months and months. The information's out there, right? We destroyed all their talking points, time and time again. Like I said, this is religious. You know, like as I said, as the quote, I think we're in a religious phase, because at this point, it's nothing but faith tying you to this, because you have no information.
Yeah, that's crazy. It's just crazy how, like, the same talking points, like, y'all ain't got no new talking points. Ain't no, like, what he said, we done demolished all of them. Y'all still talking about lose you. Have you not heard by now? You know, you think I'm a new boo because I ain't been around in a second. Like, no, none of it has ever flied. Pyramids, mounds, whatever y'all want to say. Come with something new and fresh. Genealogy again. Like I said, I concede to the 1% indigenous admixtures that we have. But it's just like they was down there when they was talking about the Garifuna and the Kalinago, and these people talking about they indigenous. You have 25% indigenous DNA, approximately 75 to 85% African DNA. If you want to call the people indigenous, you might as well call African Americans white, because that's the same, about approximately the same admixture of European DNA that black people have. But you're not doing that. So let's stop trying to stretch. Let's stop trying to reach for something. And even in y'all argument, I get y'all argument. You don't have no claims to this land. The indigenous people, you know, from my understanding, they probably thought that they was winning. You know, making these treaties with these people and talking about, oh yeah, we got the land now. You signed this paper. These people didn't look at land like that, like something to own. Like, yeah, it was probably like territories and shit like this from disputing tribes, but it wasn't like nothing you can own by paperwork and deed. Y'all have been so well colonized that that's your mindset now. Like, y'all think a deed, what's them shit they be calling treaties? You think all this shit is gonna give you some type of land, and it's not. The only thing that's gonna get us anywhere, this is my understanding. The only way it's gonna get us anywhere is if, as a people who's been colonized, black people and indigenous people, is if we unite in some type of understanding and we push against colonization. Because these European people, they uniting in being white and in their privilege. We up here fighting amongst ourselves in fake identities. That's why we getting hauled out right now continuously, and forever will be until we get over the bullshit and say, let's ride. Crazy. And we still don't have nobody in the queue. Please, somebody send this out to somebody, some pseudo, because if they ain't got me blocked, then they need to understand this shit.
You gotta change the background. You gotta make something more provocative. Is
Okay, let me see.
is such and such a hate group? Then they'll flood in,
I
and
got that one.
they only do the thing when they can group up. Like, it's an individual back and forth is not likely to happen. They
I
need
got that one.
they need the unilateral use of mod powers and host powers. Otherwise, they don't really. It's too shaky for them. So that's just personal experience, man. They're not gonna shoot the fair one with nobody.
I got that one. Let me see here. Maybe this one. I used to use this one right here, but see, this one is really focused on the FBA and the Solon. I still get to have my talking points with them, because you know, the Pretendian rhetoric comes in, and the Moorish rhetoric comes in there, and all the different euphemisms for what people want to have as a, like I said, I don't know. They're really not saying that they're ethnicity. If I was to ask FBA what's their ethnicity, they probably would say Black American. The good part about that is, if you ever look up African American, the definition of an African American is a Black American. If you ever was to look that up, but yeah, I don't know why we don't like looking things up. Let me put this one on here because the font is a little bit bigger on this one. I got the Solon on here too. There's still some Solons out there in the world, I know.
They definitely still out there.
So yeah, this was a FBA. Is it a race, ethnic groups? It's kind of similar to the one I just had on. Is it a race, ethnic group, nationality, lineage, or a hate group? Let's talk about it, y'all. We got too many sharks on here. I would definitely be scared to come up on here, but it's good to
And
see
that
y'all
Yeah,
come through.
I'm gonna hop down, bro. What's up, KP? What's up, Carolyn?
Wait, what's up,
Uh,
fam? I got a quick question because I might have to hop down too because I got a meeting. But I like to ask before I do it. Can I block the translucent troglodyte in the comments?
Oh, the one spamming bull nonsense. Yeah, yeah. You know you
Okay,
don't
bet.
gotta ask that. Yeah, if they, especially if you
Okay.
send them an invite and they not trying to come up here and talk about it and
I
get.
mean, oh, if you want, hold up. Let me see if the colonizer will come up. I doubt it because she's talking a lot of oh, I can't. Elizabeth, you have to the count of 5 to request up before you are going to colonizer hell. 1,
Your favorite Irish, British, Portuguese, American.
2,
yeah, the ultimate colonizer.
3.
Go ahead and bounce that. She ain't coming up. I said the
All
invite a
right.
minute
Oh,
ago.
she called me a spick. Yeah, bye, you trailer trash trick. How about that one? Okay, bye.
Yeah, and unfortunately, you didn't just get blocked from the live. You get blocked from the Don Dada page. Yeah, and that's so crazy to me. Like, you're gonna send me 50, 60, 70 people over here. Why that? Why that type of shit? Send me the FBAs, the Solons, the people of African descent, because I mean, I could argue with them all day and win and feel better. Like people of European descent, but a lot of people try to ask me that, like, why they name my pedagogy. But at the end of the day, I'm trying to, like I say, get us to unite as a peoples, and it's we gonna only do that by talking about our disagreements. And yeah, we scared to do that. It is like very much religion in that way, because you talk to religious folk about it, they gonna put their hands over their ears, close their eyes, and blah, 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 blah. And I don't know what the hell that is. What's the word for that? But that's what we got going on.
You can call it dissidence, or you can. It's they almost, and I say this, and I'm gonna try and say it in a politically correct manner. Like they remind me of the what we call the small hats. You can't even ask questions. Asking questions is an immediate invitation for it to escalate into disrespect. Can you explain yourself? The fuck I need to explain, and then it just tumbles from there. And it will, if they have the unilateral power, meaning if they have mob powers in the room, it'll never recover from there. You cannot ask questions. You cannot point out counterclaims. You cannot bring counter evidence. There is no such thing as dissent. It is just, are you here to acquiesce to what we're saying? If not, then we're gonna turn it into a humiliation ritual. That's it. No middle ground.
It's crazy, man. It's crazy how that actually works, though, in this world, and gathers a following. That's amazing. So yeah, I actually can't mute anybody right now. I don't know if I need an update on my app. Like in the same aspect, I can't follow you, T. Omar. I was trying to follow you. I can only accept invites, so this is the perfect time to come up.
Yeah, I followed you. I followed you.
All right, I'll make sure. Let me see. Okay, I got you back there. All right, so yeah, like I say, conversation rules the nation. We don't have to argue. Let's see where the mature adults are who can articulate their position. Because I love that. All right, we got Saint, first Saint, something I can't read the martyr. I don't know. Appreciate you for
Yeah, it
coming up.
says First Martyr Stephen.
Appreciate you for
That's
coming
my
up,
name.
first martyr Stephen.
Yes, sir. Thank you for having me.
All right, what would
I
you
just
like to
want to give a
discuss?
shout out to Carolina. Hola, Caro, ¿cómo estás?
Bien, ¿y tú?
Bien, bien. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry, bro.
I said, pretty in Paris. I said, if you look up the definition for African American, it will be defined as a Black American. Yeah, they are pretty much synonymous and interchangeable. The only distinction is a lot of people think Black American is more specific. I think it's actually more vague. And it's so crazy because the argument that they have, I think that argument could be better made for Black Americans, because Black is a racial group, American is a nationality, and any Black person can be an American, which would make them fairly a Black American. All right, but African American is exclusive ethnicity, which is based on shared cultural experiences, and yeah, a Black American isn't. Like I say in the definition, I could pull it up, but I don't want to have to go back and find this backdrop that I got right here again.
Yeah, and to answer the question about like whether white American would be an ethnicity, it would not, because they don't have a specific history as black people do in America that has like created like an amalgamation. Like their ethnicities are going to be specific to where their ancestors came from, so like Italian American, Irish American, etc. Their assimilation is a choice that they do to uphold whiteness, so that's why I would not consider that an ethnic group to say white
Yeah,
American.
Yeah.
no, I agree. There's no ethnicity within their color. I mean, it's just white. That color encompasses people from Scandinavia, like you said, Europe, and all over the place. But there's no ethnic group that encompasses just white people. They can't do that. And I would agree with you with the term Black American, because not every black person that is in America comes directly from Africa. I mean, there's tons of migration of black people from other countries and other parts of the world. I mean, I get the whole thing that in the background everybody descends from Africa, if you want to look at it at that point. But if you want to be more accurate, like I said, there's migration of black people coming from other parts of the world. Coming from the Caribbean, the West Indies. I mean, just all over the world. So I think the term Black American is more accurate. I would agree with you.
Yeah,
All right.
TJ, mute your mic up real quick, brother. Yeah, 1 second. First, appreciate. Yeah, 43 people in the room. Let's get these likes up. Can we get up to at least 30, 40K by now? Nobody's tapping the screen. Appreciate it.
Yes,
Yeah, I
and
appreciate
grab your
that.
daily heart me if you haven't done so already. My bad. Mello putting me to shame with the mod. Share and repost and gift the panelists if you like what is being stated. Most importantly, gift the host. But yes, please tap the screen.
Thank you, moderators. Appreciate that. All right, TJ, appreciate you coming up. I feel like I chopped it up with you before, but I'm not sure. Either way, it's fresh out the press. What you wanted to talk about? I'll kind of be a little bit broad the conversation. If you want to address the backdrop, anything you heard so far, perfect. But yeah, what's your position? Oh, you left. God damn. Yeah, but yeah, share the live, repost it live. Reposting live is real easy because that way you ain't got to share it to nobody specific. But if you repost it, people in your algorithm and your FYP that's familiar with this kind of conversation, and they'll come up and probably run across the live. I just really want to have conversations with the intellects of the FBAs and the Solons and I don't want to call them pretendians because it'd be kind of offensive, but I don't really know what else to call you. So, what else they got out there? I do all of the pseudo shit as well. So we can kind of stick on this just to be a little specific on the subject. But yeah, y'all always do this when I crank up. And like I might get one or two of y'all come through, then y'all cry, crash, and leave, and then no more. And like I said, I can't mute you right now, so this is the perfect time to come up.
But that's an indication. That's an indication of something. Like the stage is set. It's just it's not set exclusively in their favor. It's not set where they can just force the narrative. Like some things I notice, and this expands outside of just this topic. Some things require force to exist. And if there isn't a significant amount of force behind it, it will cease to exist. You could kind of say that about people without melanation. You're not a melanated person. The planet is eventually like left unchecked. You're gonna cease to exist. Like that's just what's gonna happen. You have to use actual force to sustain yourself on this plane of existence. I'm trying not to be pseudo about that, but if I'm not mistaken, based on how recessive and dominant genes work, like without force, you just cease to exist. So this narrative, this ideology requires a certain level of force, and they don't feel like they have the ability to wield force in here. So it's gonna be you're not gonna. You got to get some bad actors. You got to get some folks to come up here and pretend to be that, and you got to fight with them to make it look like, you know what I mean? They're gonna be able to get that off.
I'll tell you what, I do y'all something. The first one to come up on here, I'll give you moderation powers. Yeah, I never did that one, but I think that's fair because I actually had my powers in one of the oppositions live before. For a duration, I'm not gonna say it's gonna last forever. If you come up right now, I'll give you my powers. I'm just trying, like I say, I'm just trying to be fair because I don't have nothing to hide when it comes to presenting this information. So I think that's as fair as I can get. I can be with it. You feels like somebody who has a good talking point from the counter argument. Then yeah, send them over here. Also, I found that I can do an auto invite acceptance. So as soon as you hit invite or request up, you immediately will be pulled up. It won't be no stall, no delay in there. So I don't know. Like I said, I just try to let y'all know that I ain't got nothing, no shame, nothing to hide. And that's why I say I hope that conveys to y'all that I'm genuine, that I'm sincere, that I'm pure when it comes to having these conversations. I don't have to have any control or try to run the live a certain type of way. And I even divulge that I can't even mute you. It just don't get no more fair than that. Like I say, when you come to talking to these other people, you're going to be able to see and hear the bias. And the only thing after that is just like what resonates with you. Either you kind of flawed innately, or you can kind of see like, man, this dude is really trying to come to an agreement, come to a consensus, have a conversation that we can come to an understanding on. What's good, OH? Yeah, and like I say, yeah, it's up from there. You got somebody that you feel like, and it's crazy because the main ones that I've heard of, like I've done this to all of them. To all of them, the larger creators. Like I say, I'm not familiar with the soul food dude, but it is a few people that I go look into in hindsight and see that I'm kind of what they call pre-blocked from these people. And like I say, I don't know why, bro. I try to be nice. And like I said, we can't have these conversations in echo chambers, and we all agree on pretty much the same things for the most part. Then it really don't make no sense. But I think these people want that. They don't want me to be fueled with like having people that I can make content with, because they kind of know how it go down. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I told my homegirl, I tell y'all I'm the most ignorant. I'm not trying to act like I know it all. That's why you hear that clicking and clacking, because I need to confirm it. There's no sense in me trying to act like I'm Einstein or Neil deGrasse Tyson for y'all. I'm trying to come to the consensus on what's true, accurate, and a fact, and that's based on the proof. I think it should just be conversation. And like I said, we can do all the topics. It ain't just got to be FBA so line and the pretendians. We could talk about the Moors. We could talk about the Hoteps. We could talk about the Israelite conversation. But we gotta talk about it. And then you don't even have to have a contentious perspective. Just come ask the question at this point. If you have any queries about all of this shit, because I know it's thriving online. I know it's amplified on here. I know you see it. Let's talk about it. Because I'm just a critical thinker trying to come to an understanding. Can we do that, y'all? Keep on tapping the live, keep on reposting the live, share the live. Let's see if we.
Hey, I got something for you too, Don. Too, I gotta send it to you, bro. I got Young Pharaoh versus Nature Boy. I don't know if you've seen them.
Oh, that's old, then.
Yeah, it's old. It's still hilarious though. Like did you ever see that though? Did you ever see it?
I actually randomly just recently saw a clip of it. I think Pharaoh was kind of killing him, huh?
Yeah, Pharaoh was definitely destroying him on that on his side. This was like the most kind of like coherent. I think I've seen young Pharaoh talking to him and kind of have a little bit of purpose. I was like, this is a little weird, but it's funny.
Yeah, I like when young Pharaoh said, he said, I feel like I gotta take you down because you using my talking points. And that's what I would have hoped that a lot of these pseudos would have done, is they would have come to the light. And not saying that Pharaoh came to the light whatsoever, but just saying like hopefully they come to the light and be like, man, I done misled a lot of people. Like, now the burden is on me. Like I know Cujo say that. He said, "Yeah, I used to push this stuff, so I feel responsible to like try to correct some of it. Like I wish they would do that, but they just not that real. Like just imagine, like when I say I send y'all the pseudo hell or pseudo purgatory, y'all know that for the rest of your life, however lucky you blessed to live, like you will likely be dead ass in the wrong. Because besides me, my peers, everybody that I met on here, I don't see nobody trying to save y'all. I really don't. Everybody else done gave up on you, or not even don't know enough to even educate y'all. So they doing that restriction shit, y'all. So now y'all definitely got to repost the live because now they trying to restrict the live.
What you get restricted for?
Whatever they be talking about, they want you to show. They want you to show something on the
Static
screen. I guess.
image.
Yeah, static image. Yeah.
Oh, you're not supposed to. Oh, so when people, so the back, like, and I don't go live. Like, if I do go live, I'm streaming, I'm playing a video game or something. So, like a static post like this right here, they'll flag that.
Yeah, I don't know if they want me to switch it up or just
Oh,
show something
that's
in the background.
crazy.
Yeah, it's wild.
That fixes it. You just got to do it
This
like
is
every
it.
few minutes. Just
Oh
slide
man,
it
this
up and
thing.
You
down.
are you using
Yeah,
how
that's
you
it. That
doing
one right
this?
there. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Just move that every just I move it around like every couple of minutes if I remember, and that usually avoids me from a static image.
Okay. Well, hopefully they do
I
it, but
ain't even
yeah,
know that.
yeah, they do it. They do whatever they got to do. Yeah, like I say, I just don't know what to do. Even when I make the videos when I stitch people, it was only like out of all the stitches I did, y'all. I'm talking about that was all my content for a long time, majority of my content at least. Y'all know I didn't even know that then people can get notifications on that shit, which I knew they did because their name was tagged in there, but they'll never respond. It was only to the one girl responding. She was actually a Sulani girl. She was talking about the FBAs, and I was like, Sulan and FBA, they like, the brother station. And she like, oh shit, I do know that now. I kind of boom boom could see. I was like, cool. I was like, but before that, I don't know what's wrong with that, man. Like
My
not.
concern, my concern is like they hyping folks up to either get literally slaughtered or politically slaughtered. Like
Yeah.
I'm doing math problems in my mind, and I was born. I'm from North Carolina. I've been in North Carolina my entire life. My grandparents, their grandparents, we're all from North Carolina. I I don't know if there's enough of us for this type of like gassed up motion that they think we have. Like we are not capable of forcing anything. At best, we can try to do something with this political system, or we're going to have to reach out to other groups, including the diaspora, including Africans, including Caribbeans, including. We gonna need help, bro. Like I don't. Does anyone believe that we, just as we are, the minority that we are specifically in this country, do we have enough power, either politically or literally tangible power to force something to happen? That's one of the scariest things to me. They hyping people up, I feel like, to get hurt. That's what's scary to me.
Somebody tried to test in waters. I tell you, I had that auto acceptance on. It's not a game, y'all. But you could definitely come back up if you want to have a conversation. Um, like I say, man, I'm not trying to expose anybody's ignorance. We just truly trying to have a discussion. Like I told y'all, I said I don't always got to be uh was it like an antagonist. We really just talk about it. But no, I think we would. I think we can have some type of power. I don't even really like talking about the political part, but yeah, it may be so even politically, but it's only if we hypothetically ever unite. And I just don't have any foresight on that. I once was optimistic in it, but not anymore. I think we will forever be getting hulled out and hold in this country. So, but even then, maybe with if we unite and if we was to actually use our soft power and our influence, I think we can make some type of motion. But yeah, I think it's really just my thing is in short, is just to try to get us to unite so that we can force the issue on some type of reparation, and then ultimately my goal after that would be just to lead these motherfuckers over here to get melanoma. Cause it ain't hitting on nothing over here. I feel like they will forever be kind of like on the mindset that they are, where they kind of want this country to be theirs, and anybody over here they kind of want to be second class citizen or in some type of servitile position. And that's just from my studies and my research. I'm really trying not to be biased. It's just like,
You
yeah,
can't ignore what's screaming at you. You
yeah,
can't ignore what's painted all over the wall.
yeah. It's like that's what they
Hey,
want.
apparently you could use GIFs on TikTok Live
What?
as a background.
Yeah, are you using Live Studio or are you on your phone?
I'm on my phone. I can use
Okay, yeah, I
Live
would say
Studio
Live
though.
Studio will let you just throw a video up and just let it loop, and it let you run for forever. But okay, I don't. If
What?
it's on your phone, it might not let you do that.
Hold on, let me see here.
If you got a PC, man, download Live Studio. You can do all sorts of stuff on Live Studio.
I think I got. I think I already got it. Hold on.
App on the phone too, but I don't think it worked the same.
I think I got it. Hold on, let me look at my history. Pull this up. Yeah, it's just like I said, that's unfortunate. But even when it comes to that, it's like they got so much propaganda pushing that it's like, damn. And it's just for me, it was so obvious that I was like, okay, we're gonna all eventually see it and do something about it. But I guess it's just so gradual that people don't really see it coming or see it right in front of their face, and they end up getting finessed by it. Let me see here, TikTok Studio.
They get finessed because a person will come up and they'll rebrand all of those terrible things, propaganda, misinformation, ahistorical information. They'll rebrand it and use that person's identity as the key figure. That person's identity becomes king or king god in this misinformation and ahistorical information. And then they just accept it. They accept the propaganda then.
And these
Just
people,
make it palatable for their identity and they'll just roll over.
and these people, they don't even really, because I remember all of the names that I can, at least I'm familiar with. The Dan Calloway, what you call it? He been over here a lot lately. The Namataga Ali, the dude who did the Amaru Ali dude. He's been over here. He's been trying to make a lot more content recently. He's the kind of one that Amaru Dallas fell behind, but he got a lot of followers. Who else? Like I say the Dan Callaways, the Top Cats got his own little. He called it a university. Of course, Tariq Nasheed. Yeah, you just got these charismatic people that like people want to fall behind. I guess they feel like they got something admirable qualities that they want to look up to. And so yeah, that's the reason I used to always think about that. Like they'll never do that to me because that's the first thing I tell them is that in order for us to be successful, we need to be autonomous. So excuse the word I'm finna use, but say like chiefs, right? You know how they say it's too many chiefs and not enough Indians. It's actually not. It's actually all Indians, and it's probably like 4 or 5 chiefs. But my thing would be we need to all be chiefs. As men, you want to be a chief of your own family, which is really what it just means. Chief comes from the Latin word kaput, means to be the head, right? So we all supposed to be the head of our own shit. If we was all the head of our own like little situation, it would be better and easier, simpler for us to come together when we all bossed up. But we all want to follow behind somebody else that we look like they got something going, and then we become fans, and then don't want to do any work. And we scared from social anxiety. We lazy, and I don't know where the laziness comes from. They peeled it. They approved it, y'all. Okay, we back in the algorithm, y'all. Let me make sure. And yeah, and then these people who
Tap
are
that screen, y'all. Y'all ain't doing the things, man. Tap the screen, share it out.
repost it, man. Like I said, I get a couple of them in here initially, but I don't know. I don't know if it's Black First. What's good, brother? I think they get a
Brother,
little
what up,
scared, man. Chilling. I think they get a little scared, man. Like I said, they scared. Um, and I understand, man. I remember. I'm gonna tell y'all when I was scared one time. I remember the first time we had went to one of these parties, and they was deep. And then like my OG, he say you better sleep at least one person. I said, damn, I'm not lying, bro. I'm in 8th grade, and I was kind of hanging out with the older group. He said, man, you got to get out there. I'm talking about this is like on some Braveheart shit. I'm looking at these other niggas. It's like 100 niggas, and we got to get out here. We brawl in the middle of the street. I'm like, God, I was, I'm gonna lie, I felt my heart. I think that's what be going on with y'all. But this is the thing. We are on the internet. It's no physical damage being done. I know you might get your ego hurt, and the little faux confidence that you got may get shattered. But this is the thing. You'll be better afterwards. Just like, medicine. When it tastes bad, you'll feel better afterwards. Ain't gonna take long. But yeah, that's the thing with me. I always tell people to be autonomous, to do your own research. And yeah, just like Buddy who came up on here, we hear the same regurgitated ass talking points because they lazy. They rather watch a video than actually cross reference and read it. Why are we like this, y'all?
Yep. Yep. And I just had like a real life conversation with my brother and my aunt's husband. And what I came to realize, bro, it's always the haves against the have-nots, the smart against the ignorant. But the thing about the ignorant though is that there are billions of ignorant people out here. And having this conversation with my brother and my my aunt's husband made me realize how ignorant a lot of black men are, specifically because that's my crowd. That's who I'm around every day. And when you try to have these conversations with them, like you said, only thing they're gonna do is regurgitate what they've heard. They haven't done any research, and then they always want to evoke white tea supremacy, the white man, this and that. You know what I'm saying? It always goes to that versus understanding that the white man is the most villainous person on the planet and the most egotistical maniac that anybody could ever encounter, and yet they write everything down because they so braggadocious about everything. So yeah, we understand that there have been some lies perpetuated, but at the same time, there's a lot more truths than there are lies. But for these ignorant folk, that's what they like to pivot to, white T sword, white man wrote the book, white man did this, white man did that. But what about you being an intelligent, critically thinking black, and then you go out to debunk it, qualified, or quantify it? They just don't want to do that, man. Like you say, they lazy, and it's the easiest thing for them to deny, versus have some information that they can really stand on. And I mean, I'm telling you, bro, that's why I don't really go up on panels no more. Now, every time, the other day, I couldn't resist a couple of panels of young people talking. I just went up there straight blasting. I ain't even go up there and really teach. I just wanted to call them a bunch of names, just to mess with that faux ego that you made mention of. You know what I'm saying? I really wanted to attack their ego to let them know that, you sound stupid and you're making the rest of us look bad out here. That's the type of thing I am.
Yeah, nah, facts. I be wanting to do it, but I don't know why. I don't know why I'm getting a little bit better, bro. Or it's maybe just because I don't have the energy. I kind of understand like what Cujo was saying. He said, man, y'all can do that. But yeah, I'm kind of losing the not even really the energy. It's just I really understand. Like, I mean, it could probably help me get a little of my row out, but it ain't gonna do nothing for these people. But like Buddy to come up, this is the thing too. When y'all come up here, y'all not really slow like that because y'all smart enough not to come up to these panels, and I will commend y'all for that. I will commend you for that, for having that bit of intellect to know better than to come up here, because as soon as you do, all of that coping shit is really over. I'm not gonna lie, because what did Buddy tried to run? Buddy tried to run the name like 6 different things. If you get up in these boxes, I'm gonna hold you, like I said, to your first talking point. Then we're gonna do like bro said, we gonna find out what's legitimate for you all. But that's why I say he couldn't even do that, because when he wanted to talk about Lucia, you don't even know who constructed the face. So if we actually go to Richard Neves and we go to his talking point, he actually retracted his position. And then it was pseudo to begin with. We talk about Negroid features. But even if you want to talk about Negroid features, these are supposed to be features that attach you to Africa. Africa hits the root of the word Negro. But we later find out that this is based off of geographical locations that is corresponding to the latitude of the equator, and everyone along that line has similar phenotypes. But when it comes to ancestry and genetic makeup, they're not the same. But if it's hard for you to understand, we can really break that down. But y'all don't want to do that. Y'all just don't want your ancestors to be the ones that endured chattel slavery, Jim Crow, Reconstruction, all the bullshit that we went through to get to where we is now. But I don't understand why if you don't like to read, it's a reason for that. It's the reason for that. It's because you used to get your ancestors, you probably got some type of epigenetic trauma in you lingering from your ancestors, knowing that you get 55 lashes from reading. And now here we are, allergic to scholarship. He talking about I got scholarship. Oh, goddamn. That was funny.
They're hyper desperate to detach themselves from Africa. I stumbled upon a page on time. I don't even remember who was leading it. And for the 45 minutes of my initial visit, it was just I think the topic was, it wasn't, if FBA is meant to yada yada yada, why is there so much internal conflict? And the whole conversation was about Africans. One dude stopped it. And I followed. He followed me, and then after listening to him speak there, I followed him as well. He stopped. He was like, "Yo, y'all, why have I been in here for an hour and the whole conversation been about Africans when the prompt says why is there internal conflict?" Boy, they jumped on him, got him up out of there. I left. I ended up scrolling back past the same panel like an hour later, and I jumped up and I was like, I echoed the same thing, like, y'all, I left 2 hours. I've been in here collectively for almost 3 hours, and the whole conversation has been about Africa. But the prompt is asking, how do you solve your own internal conflict? There seems to be a very, very heightened desperation for separation from Africa. Like, they do not want to be African under any circumstances whatsoever. And that makes me feel like the propaganda about Africa has worked. CIA on autopilot type shit. You know what I mean? Like, it convinced everybody that you do not want to be from Africa, despite all of the evidence that says that you most likely are.
I think that was best what well said. They'll claim every other bloodline, every other ethnicity, every little 0.5%. There will be 0.5 Filipino and claim that before they claim African.
point 0.018% Filipino is crazy word.
You know. What up, Don? Ain't seen
What's
you in a
good,
minute.
man?
Live, man. We missed you, man.
Man, I miss y'all too, man. I ain't gonna lie. That's why I had to come back. I said, man, I ain't gonna lie. I was coping with the real world, but I was really coping with a lot of debauchery.
Ain't no wrong with it.
So I said, man, let me tap in with our people, man, because I ain't gonna lie. I'm just a person of substance, and I was actually did meet somebody of substance out there. And it was really refreshing. But yeah, I was telling them, I'm saying, man, I ain't gonna lie, man. These people all over the country, I got to tap in with just to find some mutuals, you know. But y'all definitely miss y'all. It's good talking to y'all. I'm looking at this dude. I don't know if y'all ever heard of the Clarence Earl Thomas. I posted his book one time. He got that book called "We Can't Go Home Again," and he talked about it too. I was really trying to find a passage in here where he talks about it. I think is this it? Where he talk about him? Yeah, I'm sorry. It got the limited preview version on archive. I was trying to see what he talked, but he talked about that how their immediate deflection is to talk about your agents. Then he said he even say right here he talks about homophobia, which they do that a lot. But yeah, even with Buddy who came up on here earlier, he did the same thing. It's like, bro, we're not talking about the Caribbeans and Africa. You want to immediately try to talk about somebody. Does that make? I think they try to make them feel better. The same thing will happen. Oh, did you see the? Did you see the Charleston White? We know the truth, Mello.
Yeah, what the hell was that about?
Well, what Charleston talking about? Where is Charleston in all of this? What's his stance on this?
He's not an African. He's way more handsome than an African. I don't have no African features. His mama's a Cherokee. His daddy mama's a Cherokee. His high cheekbones. High cheekbone.
Stop it.
Yeah, Charleston was going. He was like taking a little too far though. He was like, "Yeah, I come from slave breeding camps. That's where I come from." Like, what are you getting? Like, he was just tripping after a while though.
Yeah, he's just a weirdo anyway. I mean, but again, and I like that word debauchery. I mean, this is just a person who indulges in it all day, every day. But like he said, he's an actor. He's a comedian, and shouldn't be taken seriously. But yet, he's platformed on all social media platforms. And doesn't care about his influence that he has on these people that are already left out here dangling. They don't have anybody really to look up to, and that's the shameful thing. And I just want to say this: I'm riding with my people here, and I just looked up on one of our billboards and see that Detroit, for the 75th year, is about to have an African festival in July. We've been doing this shit. We've been African forever up here. So it's just crazy that these people neglect this African ancestry on the internet. But again, Hart Plaza gonna be off the hook for 4 days straight. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday in July. And this is wild. We've been doing this shit forever. We also have our African American Festival, and it's titled that. It has not changed to FBA. Imagine that, the FB Foundational Black American Festival. That's wild.
Nah, it don't even thrive online. Let me see who has the it factor. Not none of these people. I mean, the it factor is critical thinking skills. And I think when you believe in something, you automatically relinquish your critical thinking skills because of what it means to believe. You actually have to have faith or trust or confidence in what somebody else says. Critical thinkers, they don't stop at that. They don't stop at, oh, I take your word for it, your hearsay, and that's good enough for me. Oh, I've heard 100 people say the same thing. That's good enough for me. You have to actually be willing and able to cross reference, to do your own due diligence. And I think that's what the it factor is. You know, the will to put your emotional bias, your information bias, your cognitive dissonance to the side and say, I'm gonna be my own person and I'm gonna read for myself and I'm gonna comprehend this. And if it goes against the narrative, which may be popular or socially accepted, then that's just what it is. And I think that's the it factor. It's so easy. Like I was in elementary, middle school, calling myself Pharaoh, and I spelled it Fayro. It's so easy because it don't take any type of brain power to just accept it. Oh, the Ankh, that's us. But you actually look into who your ancestors are and what side of Africa they come from. It's not Northeast Africa. It's West Africa. And then you have to be able to endure all the people who still subscribe to that, it's the majority. But like I say, it's too easy. And then even when I said I was out here dealing with this the pseudo debauchery I showed y'all last time, my cousin, he manipulates this book to run game.
And Jimmy or the Don go out.
No, I thought y'all was tripping. Yeah, I guess he got a call or something.
Man. But that's wild though, you know what I'm saying? 75 years Detroit. The African Festival. They got one in Memphis too. It's called Africa in April. They've been doing it as long as I can remember. And I'm in my 40s.
Yeah, man.
Well, do we have any evidence that the world is round? Do we have any evidence of that? Are we
the curvature when you're in a plane? I mean,
I've been on a plane. Like, I'm just saying.
You got flat
my man says, what evidence? I mean, he down there. He say he busy, so he can't come up. But that was how he led in the comments was, y'all think the Earth round or something along those lines. So, do you believe the Earth is round?
Oh, you know what? That's kind of like, and I don't really want to get into that because that's kind of like the conversation we was end up having last time. Like, it's good to waste time and you shit like that. Like, if I was in jail, I'll probably talk to a flat earther.
That's crazy. If you had some time to kill.
Yeah, if I had some time to burn, talk about nothing that ain't got nothing to do with nothing.
Peace to the panel. And salam alaikum, brother Black first. But yeah, I'm just being devil's advocate right now. You say anybody that believes in anything without, critical thinking, etc., is beneath or less than. Ultimately, you believe the world is round. You ain't calculated or verified it.
Oh, I get what you're saying. Yeah, I like that argument. So yeah, when it comes to, like I said, the same definition for belief, which is to trust, accept, or have confidence, accept is true.
Yeah, you trust
I do trust the experts in that instance. Yeah, you're right, because and let's just use that in a different
we're gonna call it an appeal to authority. Well, but going back to there is no
I wouldn't
evidence.
say
The
that, but
curvature was proven false, and we've never seen a photo of the Earth, so it's a legitimate argument.
yeah, but once again, just to let you know, just to preface with kind of what I focus on, and I like it because they all start with P. It's practicality, pragmatism, and productivity. None of them shits got nothing to do with neither of the above. And actually, when it comes to the flat Earth, do you know what the origins of that theory is? Where it comes from? Who were the
Sorry,
first people?
what did you
Yeah,
say?
who were the first people to say the Earth was flat?
Fuck if I know, man. There probably was a gang of ancient societies that believed the Earth was flat. Who
Yeah.
was the first society? Who was the first to say the Earth was round? Maybe the Sumerians or the Egyptians. Maybe.
No, the
I don't
Sumerians
know.
thought it was flat. Y'all, hold on, I gotta run outside. I'm listening though.
Yeah, but as far as who was the first one that thought it was flat or who the first one that thought it was round, I don't know. It'd be all speculation. There were different eras of society where we believed one and the other.
The
Again,
big
belief.
the,
We need verified shit. I think that
the
Artemis is garbage and fake.
I think the bigger thing for me when it comes to flat Earth specifically is what would be the benefit of lying about that? I don't. Why would
You know,
why choose flat? Why choose round? Why?
why do any liar lie about any lie that they lie about for a benefit? What is the benefit that the liar is benefiting? I don't know. It's all speculation.
Okay, I bet I'm back. Yeah, so like I say, I mean, I don't care. I think the only reason people care about that conversation, and watch this. Let me ask you: are you a creationist by any chance?
Yeah, I guess I'll be a creationist.
Yeah, you see, that's why people need that because they need the firmament, because they need to separate between heaven and earth, because they need God, because they
Oh
can't.
no,
Hold,
but
hold
it's a
on, let me
choice.
land
What
this
I'm
part.
saying is one can't mock the other. A belief is a belief. Whether you believe in a creationism or a big bang, everything happened from nothing. It's still an unverified belief.
No, no, no. So when it comes to like how I was using the word belief and kind of like the argument that you prompted was like, I believe and trust the experts, but I don't blindly trust them. If that's kind of like what creationists do, I trust the evidence and the research, right? Which can be objectified. So in a sense, and I do this. Like a lot of people, they'll go to the doctor, they'll prescribe them something, they'll take it. I can research it, but a lot of people are not gonna do this. So yeah, when it comes to any of the things that I believe and the things that I trust, it comes down to still ultimately the evidence and the people that's doing the research hands on. I'm not doing the research hands on, so in that instance, I do concede to saying I do trust somebody else.
And that was the only reason I was just trolling with that little statement there.
No,
That
no,
little
no. That's
fact.
that's that's fair though. And the way that I try to chop it up is like the question I asked. I need to know what the benefit is or what I'm being robbed of. If I can't find out or people aren't willing to tell me the
I can
benefit,
speculate a lot of benefits, but it'll be just that speculation. I can
no, no,
speculate
and
that
that's what
there's
I'm
more
saying. If it
continents and it's more land, and they don't want us exploring.
if
I
I
can I
can't
can speculate that there's really a God, and they're trying to hide the existence of God. Et cetera, et cetera.
I could and see then it becomes if God is allowing himself to be hidden from me by the hands of a mortal. What kind of God am I praying to? But no,
Well,
I like
God, hold on.
realistically though, even
God would have
when
had to
it
make
comes to
Himself invisible to be for us to have free will, no interference.
but even when it comes to like the FBA thing and the concept of indigeneity, I'm still when I have that conversation with them, I'm asking like, okay, y'all, let's say that you spawned in on American soil. Okay, do you have the tangible force or political force to get the things done that you want to get done with zero help from any outside demographics? I don't think you do. So that's why I'm always like,
I'll
hey,
do that.
yeah, that's why I'm just begging. Like, y'all got to show me a purpose for what y'all talking about. If you can't show me a purpose, I can't. I go with high probability. What's the highest probability? If it's something that I can't definitively put my hands on the facts of, I go with probability. I cannot definitively put my hands on the fact of whether you were from this land or if you were from. I can't definitively put it on. But what is your goal for this information? Your goal is to delineate. Okay, what is the goal of your delineation? To be the ones to get the reparations and whatnot. Okay, now that requires political presence and political force or political power, or at the very least, political perspective. And the way that y'all handle yourselves in conversation, you're diminishing the political perspective of who you are. You're delegitimizing your movement every time one of y'all start talking. So can we help clean this up a little bit? But we can't never have that conversation because it becomes chaos.
Whose movement
Yeah,
we're
and
talking
then it
about.
doesn't have,
Who is it, y'all?
a truthful foundation. So anything like when we talk about any type of belief system is not based off anything factual. It's only based off of simple belief, and you cannot build a house on sand. It will fall every time if your foundation is not solid. Then it will fail. Same thing with the FBA.
I agree
They
with that.
they have 17 different answers. If you ask two FBAs, what does it mean to be FBA? You're gonna get 17 different answers from each one of them. So again, when you have something that is not structurally sound, then it cannot hold its weight, especially under scrutiny. And once we start scrutinizing this stuff, then that's where you have the where you come to consensus, right? If you have multiple people scrutinizing it and taking it through different tests or different experiments, and those people all coming out with the same thing, and then it's that one or two people over on the other side that have something contrary to that, then now who do we trust? Who do we look at and say, okay, these people over here have done this experiment, and there's 15, 20 of these people, and then there's only two of them that haven't actually done the exact same experiment, but they're still talking about the same thing, but they're coming up with something different. So I'm going with the majority. I'd rather be on the right side of history and science than versus to be a barbershop just chopping it up and talking and not really utilizing my critical thinking skills. So I'm not down with I'm not down with just bringing up stuff or disagreeing with things just to be disagreeable. It's
I
stupid to
may
me.
say
I mean, it's absolutely.
the majority doesn't mean correct, brother. Now I get you, get along to get along, but the majority isn't always correct. I'd rather critically think than just ride the wave of the majority.
But that's not what I'm saying. Get along to get along. What I'm saying is, if you, for instance, like all of us up here saying, hey man, we got 15, 20 different sources on African Americans being from Africa, and we all of us got different sources. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and we all got 15 different sources. We're talking about 90 some odd sources, of over 100 sources. But you come up and you only got, hey man, no, I ain't from Africa. My genealogy say I'm Cherokee, and yet you can't present nothing to support that. Then I'm not believing you, bro. And that's what I mean by the majority. I'm not talking about getting along,
That makes perfect sense to
just to
me.
get
That
along.
makes
You know what I'm
perfect
saying?
sense to me. But whether somebody acknowledges African descent or not is irrelevant. Rather someone was here 300 years ago or 3,000 years ago is irrelevant. Just like rather the world is flat or round is irrelevant. How is that going to help
But
me
it's
eat tomorrow or pay my bills?
okay, so that's you're taking that from the standpoint of someone you don't even want to engage with any of this, and I respect that. My reason for engaging with it, one, I don't like ahistorical nonsense. I don't like anti-intellectualism. I don't like watching my people be led by what they consider to be something that is building their confidence, only to be led to slaughter. That's what I'm concerned about. Like, hey, I'm trying to wake a bunch of people up that have nestled into a very comfortable dream where they are the gods of the planet, and they have some divine protection. I'm like, I would love for that to be true. I would benefit from that. If we got superpowers during that whole solar eclipse thing, I'd be up here flying with y'all. But I'm concerned that this is a much more tangible world that we occupy, and it requires you to play by certain rules in order to get certain things done, even if the rule that you're playing by is that there are no rules. Let's go with that. But this mindset, you know what I mean? But the mindset of we don't have to pay attention to math. We don't have to pay attention to the fact that we are a minority. We don't have to pay attention to the fact that whiteness is a collectivization of the Euro diaspora. Like they 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 put aside their Euro diaspora differences to
Which they
collectivize
definitely had.
under it to specifically to oppress you. How are you planning to delineate yourself into obscurity and take on that force? I'm concerned for my people. That's all. That's the only reason I care. But to your point, it don't rob me of a meal or nothing.
We can be different groups, like with I don't care if you consider yourself a Hebrew Israelite, an Indian, a foundational Black American, a
And
Pan
there's no
African.
we.
I don't care what you
Who
consider
who's
yourself.
who's the
We know
we?
that we
Who's the
have a
we then?
commonality. Who's the we what?
Who's the we then? What's that commonality if you're an Israelite and I'm an African American?
Y'all niggas in America. That's your
But see, now we say
commonality,
nigga, but say
brother.
we say nigga, that's making them an African. They don't want to be a nigga. But I don't want to.
Say it
We
again.
that was a good conversation. I do want to get into to Chief. Chief, appreciate your patience coming up here. We can definitely get back into that conversation. But yeah, because that's ultimately what I'm talking about. We can't unite in all of these different ideologies. We're not going to unite. But you know what I do find? I do find that these people don't have any contention with each other. I don't see a lot of Moore versus Israelite versus Pretendian versus FBA rhetoric. I'm pretty much like one of the main people who kind of talk about all of these different ideologies and sects and identities and try to get us to like come to that understanding that, yeah, we are all Black or African American or, niggas for, I guess the niggas. But yeah, Chief, I see you said something in the comments. You said follow you.
Everybody. Whatever type of nigga you call yourself, you still a nigga.
And then we got to understand that because, like Omar was saying, these people did unite in whiteness. They had all types of wars going on for thousands of years before they found a common enemy in us. And then Reagan talks about it. He says, shit, we don't have to have aliens come around this bitch for us to unite because it seems like the tribalism is just ingrained in our ideology. But let me get to Chief though. Chief, you said something in the comments. I see you've been typing in the comments. I ain't really read a lot of it, but you said follow you for the truth. I just want to know what's your position on truth and if it's any kind of contention with anything being said or represented today. And I appreciate you muting while we got that out the way. Chief Negro is the name. You there with us, brother?
You got the bars. You got bars, so he might be going through something. But
Okay.
Charlie in the comments, like Charlie, when I talk about the problem with delineation, understand, just like I said, whiteness is a collectivization of the Euro diaspora. Russia and Ukraine are currently at each other's throats. We know that. We know that for a fact. That's not questionable. Humans have a tendency to be tribal. It just seems that a few of them, the lighter skin, the pale skinned ones, decided, hey, y'all, I hate you and you hate me, but let's come together to hate them even more. I just want us to do that.
Hey, we can do that.
I don't want
We can
us
do
to be,
that.
we don't have to be best friends, but if the other team has decided, despite the fact that you're from there and I'm from here, or that guy over there is from another place that we can't even find, if we can come together to win this game against those folks, we're good. I just want us to play that same game, but we're playing the game where we're going up against the 1996 Dream Team in all white jerseys, and everybody on our quote unquote team is like, "Well, man, I'm from this place. Or I'm from that place. I ain't wearing that jersey. I ain't wearing the same jersey as you neither." So each individual one of y'all is gonna go up against the 6-man team out there. 5-man team. Put them on a bench. You gonna go out there dolo. You and your little minority are gonna go out there. I know that they hate each other. I know that team does. I know that they hate each other in the locker room. When they get back there, they fight. But out on the court, they seem to be unified.
Yeah.
So can we play that same game, or do y'all know something that I don't know about this
I'm
game?
with it. It'd be killing me when brothers act like they can't play the game. I don't care what this nigga believe in. Here's the rules that we got. Here's the law. Follow the law. I don't give a fuck what you believe. The niggas band together. Niggas united. You know what I mean?
Well,
Oh, he's Christian. They still believe in God. How dare they? Or they're pagans. Or they do hoodoo. You know, niggas making excuses to not work with niggas, and that's a part of the programming.
this is the problem with all of these fringe beliefs. And I don't know if Dendada was trying to hit on it purposefully or accidentally. T. Omar just indicated that Europeans unite on the basis of being anti-black, anti-African. As long as it benefits the entirety of their group and keeps us down, they will unite and forget all differences amongst each other, at least for the time being, in order to keep us under heel. But look at the conglomerate that Dundada, and this is what I say. I don't know if he intentionally did it or accidentally did it. When you see these groups that gather together, They gather for the same reason. When the Hoteps and the Hebrew Israelites and the Pretendians and the separatists and all of these congregate in panels, they don't have a unified identity or ideology, but they are rooted in one thing. They don't like Africans. They don't like other black people. And this is why I insist they're no different than their white tea daddies, their white tea predecessors. And we are the missing piece. All of those fringe groups need actual African Americans to join the ranks so they can be legitimized. Not as long as I fucking live and breathe.
So again, and also when we are making reference to the European Union, we also have to understand that they're doing this strategically. They're doing this with intention, with intelligence. They're not. You're not gonna go to the UN and find out these people. Some people calling themselves aliens, or some of these people, Europeans calling themselves Indians, or some of them calling themselves Israelites. You're not. You're gonna find that these people have pride in who they are. They know who they are. They know what nation they belong to, what ethnic group they belong to, and they're not trying to cosplay somebody else and then come together under the European nation. What we see with all of these fringe groups are people who are claiming to be something that they're not, lying to themselves and lying to the people, revising history in order to make it fit their particular narrative, and then want to be just niggas. No, it don't work like that. I cannot accept or unite with people who look at themselves in the mirror and put on a fez or put on what's them things that hang around the waist of the Israelites, and them
Tassels.
things, tassels and shit, and read out of these books and lie to the people all day, every day, and lie to themselves. I mean, again, I wouldn't unite with a liar from my neighborhood, and I won't I won't unite with a liar on the internet. I mean, that's just a ridiculous thing to fall in.
Yeah, and like you said, but we're gonna get to Charlie real quick after this. Yeah, and like you said, it's not about just being disagreeable or contentious with people just for the sake of it, but it's because in order to have a solid foundation, it has to be based in something real, something true, something factual, or else it's just gonna last for about a good 10 years, maybe 100 years if you're lucky, and then it's gonna fall down to something that's true. But appreciate you coming over.
Common goal, a common goal. That's what we need, a common goal.
Yeah, exactly. Appreciate you coming up here, Charlie. I see you in the comments. You had some contention with somebody. You can address it.
Yeah, I mean, it's not really with a particular person here because I don't want to make it combative. That's not why I came up here. It's just that I think that none of you all really have a great understanding why delineation or what it's actually for. I think all of you are trying to force a concept that the people that y'all are fighting to include don't even want. We did not start this process because we hate other people, even though there are hateful people that get up on these panels and spew rhetoric. In actual real life, these people do not care to come over here to join our fight. Like this person behind me said, we're supposed to have a common goal. Their goal to come over here was to make money for their homeland. It's not to come over here and join some kind of liberation with us. The only thing we have in common with them is that the white tea people don't like them too. That's not enough for us to say, let's get on board with each other. We're not going to trauma bond with them because they came over here on purpose to make money and now they're getting discriminated against. That's not enough to say, come, let's join a team. And at the end of the day, delineation is a very new process for us. We've been here living amongst them thinking we were one people for a very long time. So I don't understand why we're catching the blame for this. They've been the ones all over the internet and anywhere that they can have a voice saying that we're not like them. We're not slaves. We have a culture. We have this, we have that. That rhetoric has been long standing way back into the 90s and before. Y'all act like this is something new. Now that we're saying, no, we're not dealing with you. Now we're the problem. As far as our heritage is concerned, nobody here in this space can read a history book and tell one heritage for every person that claims Black American. That's impossible. We all have different lineages. We're not a monologue. Those people over there in Africa can claim a tribe because they've been living amongst the same people for years and generations and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years. We're not like that. We've had a lot of things happen to us and a lot of different cultures happen to us. Yes, a lot of us have indigenous inside of us. How is that so hard to believe considering that there was a robust indigenous population here when everybody got over here? That's weird to even think that. Hold up, sir.
land.
We
Hold up,
don't.
hold up,
Let
sir.
her
I
land
can't
though.
speak for you. I can't speak for you. If you've done your genealogy and you found nothing but Africans in your history, whoopty fucking do. I'm not here to tell you who you are, but to respectfully, you can't tell me nothing about me. Nothing unless you're willing to come over here to my family, go through my family lineage, sit down on your hands and knees and read everything about my family. You can't tell me nothing about my family. I don't
Ain't
even
gonna
know
do
why
it
we
on your
even
hands and
getting
knees.
into that conversation. That's weird to me that people are really staking their claim, and most of the people that staking their claim, they don't even know nothing past their great grandparents. They can't tell you nothing about nobody that they know from their family from Africa, but they're so fucking dead set on that shit. Then we have leaders, real leaders from our community, from our lineage. They have done research on this very thing. None of them are pulling from their research. They're only pulling from YT research. You bringing your YT resources up here, knowing that the American government got everything to hide. We can all say that YT are liars. Everybody can say, oh, they're the real enemy, but you believe everything that they have said about our history. That's weird. None of these African people that are coming over here are coming to save Black Americans. They're coming for their own families.
I would agree with
So
you.
with that
And
said,
Hold on,
with
hold on,
that
one
Red. Hold
said,
on,
wait,
Red.
wait,
Please,
wait,
can I
wait,
say
wait, wait,
something?
wait. Hold on one second. With that said, right, we stand on information. I hate that we keep starting these conversations out with "we don't know." We
I do
absolutely,
know, sir.
Hold
I
on,
ma'am,
ma'am.
Okay, okay,
Stop,
hold on, hold on,
ma'am,
stop.
hold on.
hold on,
Let's
hold
make
on,
sure
hold on.
Charlie lands so she not interrupting
Yeah, no,
anybody.
she said she
She
landed.
said
She said
she was
she
done.
landed.
Okay, yeah, Charlie.
So
Let's not interrupt because I tried to make sure that you wasn't interrupted in the same respect.
we stand on the foundation of information. We are not in a time frame where we don't know. We do know. We know that black people is impossible for black people to have been on this hemisphere. We know that. We don't have to guess at it. We know that there are no indigenous remains on this hemisphere to prove that black people were here. We know that we have
We don't
firsthand
know that.
accounts. We know that for sure. There is
who is
no get,
Lugia? Who is
ma'am,
Lugia?
Hold on. Stop,
ma'am.
stop.
Don't
Because
interrupt
All
because
right, hold on.
now
she
I'm gonna
said
Let me
don't
just do
do
it like
that.
this because
now I'm gonna
Red,
answer now.
try to summarize it. I know he ain't gonna take too long, but yeah, just try not to interrupt. If y'all do have any questions, please just try to save it
Yeah,
to the end so we can have some
I'll sum it
decorum.
up. And Lucia was not a black woman. The new study shows
No,
that.
that's what the Europeans told you. We
All
don't
right,
know
Holy
anything.
shit!
I was saying don't
Yusuf, you
interrupt.
have
So
a
like,
problem. Please stop.
I
Because you've been
love this
saying spewing
conversation.
misinformation the whole time. Please don't do that.
I love this conversation
Misinformation
hold on,
my
hold on,
because
ass, but
son,
I'm
son,
gone.
and then the same. This is the reason why I do that because when you talk, of course you don't want to be interrupted. You're gonna want to get your roll out. So like that's all we gotta do is let one person at a talk at a time. Go ahead, Rick.
I love this conversation because every time I indicate we know for 100% for sure, they will tell me I have white tea knowledge without replacing it with the black knowledge. So, and when it comes to Lucia, Lucia was an Amerindian, not a black woman. There's a difference between Negroid and Negro. We need to read up on that. So we don't have to guess. Black, and this is where I land because we can get back into it later. Black people are not from this hemisphere. Black people come from Africa. We have several pillars that we know this from: DNA, archaeology, anthropology, historical facts. Our historical figures knew that they were African. Harriet Tubman knew that her grandmother came from Africa. Martin Luther King knew that he was of African descent. Malcolm X knew that he was African descent. And lastly, we have authors as and I can't remember her name, the first published black woman, black person in America's accounting for her being kidnapped from Africa and brought to America. So we don't have to guess. We
Phyllis
know.
Wheatley. Phyllis Wheatley.
Thank you,
All right,
thank you.
I,
Phyllis
I
Wheatley.
want to
let me
I want
let
to
Charlie.
Phyllis Wheatley, and that's where I land.
I appreciate
I
you, Red.
want to
Let me let Charlie.
clarify
Hold on,
something.
hold on, Omar. I
Go ahead.
want
Go
to do it
ahead.
one at a time, and since she was being addressed, I do want to give her a moment to respond to that if she wants to, but not so we can go back and forth again with Red. I do want to let everybody go, and then I do want to try to talk directly to her talking points.
But go ahead, Charlie. You want to respond to that if you want.
All right, yeah. The only thing I want to say to him is that he is not talking about his own family lineage, and this is where I draw the line with people who come up here using these people. They're only going to project the voices of people of the things that none of that really matters to me. I know what's going on in my specific family. I can't speak for everybody. He might be the most Africanist African of Africa ever had, and you know what? That's okay for him. What I'm trying to get you to understand is that you're not going to replace your rhetoric and whatever you've read or whatever you've heard or whatever Malcolm X, who was not even 100% Black American, tells you or what he said. That doesn't mean anything to me. What means the most to me is what I know. And how does African people carry their lineage over there? Through oral history. Do you go to Africa and tell those people what they tell you about their history, about their people is fake and is lies? But then you come over here and look me in my face and tell me that my great-grandmother, who was raised by her great-grandmother, who still lives on the same land, and my family still owns that land, up to my heir property, can never be touched, never be sold, anything that goes back over 250 years, no slaves, no nothing. You're not going to tell me that shit is not real and they're not Indian. I have over 70 members I found on my genealogy that were fully enrolled in different nations. But that's not even what I came here to argue, because that wasn't even the point of what the conversation, why I even came up here, because y'all can argue with your damn mama about that. I don't give a fuck. If your mama tell you an African, be an African. Please nobody don't argue with me about that. I believe you. I believe that you are an African. Trust me, I do. My point is that Africans do not want to come over here to America to unite with us. That is not their purpose. Y'all are speaking on their behalf, and they are constantly saying, we don't like y'all. They have slurs and everything for us. Y'all are trying to force them on top of us.
Hold on. Actually, I want to let her land, and then I want to just speak directly to her points, and then I'll let you talk. But I'm sorry, Charlie, go ahead.
Okay, y'all are trying to force them on us when at the end of the damn day, we did not know that they were over here not liking us until we seen them coming online talking about they're going to hurt us in the hospitals. Talking about they're going to strap a BOMB to their chest and hurt us. All this stuff that's coming out about them, and y'all still trying to hold a flame to our feet. That's crazy to me. They're all over line talking about how we don't have no culture, how we nothing. We ain't nothing but trash. Our men ain't nothing but pookies and ray-rays, and we deserve to be in jail. We the reason this. We're ghetto. They're perpetuating all this bullcrap about us, and then y'all trying to hold our feet to the fire. Where is the accountability for them? Where's the accountability for them? And I have worked in close quarters with them. I'm not a spring chicken. I have worked I'm a professional. So I'm talking about in mental health, in high level positions. These people are saying these things. I'm listening to them. They come into their meetings with their stereotypes and all this stuff. This is real life experience. And y'all are trying to make it seem like that because we're only focusing on ourselves right now, that it's a problem with that. That we can't get nowhere because if we don't have their help. What have we been doing in this country all this time if we can't get nowhere? And how can they help us? And they are trillions strong on their continent and they can't help their damn self. How can they help us over here? And I land my plane.
So let me respond, because I want to talk directly to our talking points. So initially when you came up, it kind of started off with a red herring because nobody, and then I noticed that the FBAs in the salon, they kind of do this every time. They immediately deflect the conversation to Africans and to like non-African Americans or Black Americans. We weren't talking about them. We was talking about uniting for surely, but we didn't bring up any continental Africans whatsoever. But maybe that's kind of where y'all focus is where y'all kind of like, I don't know, push the conversation to that way. But when it comes to delineation, do you not know? It's so like counterintuitive. When you're saying delineation and you're talking about we and them, that's the delineation right there. We're African Americans are not continental Africans. Like that's the delineation. It's over with. When you talk about heritage, we know what the heritage is, and we don't all have the same heritage as we all don't have the specific lineages. But when you're talking about our commonality in that, it is in our lineage, is in our African ancestry and our connection to chattel slavery, and that's what we're talking about. When we talk about the indigenous part in genealogy, it's kind of a contradiction there because you actually mentioned that the white people got everything to hide. But these are the same people who actually did the documentation on your genealogy, whether that's the land deeds, the obituaries, the marriage, the census, the birth or death records. Like Black people are not documenting that. So it's kind of contradictory to that. And I don't like how we want to cherry pick when we want to subscribe to what the white people documented and what they didn't. But yeah, nonetheless, we wasn't talking about Africans. We weren't talking about Africans not wanting to come to America and unite. And even when it comes to any of their talking points, whether it's negative or positive, to me, a coon is a coon, whether you're a Black American or African on the continent. And I don't really give those people no energy. And I don't see why a lot of people even do that. But I think it's really because they kind of got some type of hateful or malicious energy inside that they want to try to project and deflect out anyways. But yeah, like I said, when it comes to delineation, you don't have to do nothing. The delineation is already there. Either you're African American or you're not. And since you're not, it's no sense in trying to just like talking about it all day, because that's literally the only thing that happens is people are talking about it. So when it comes to our heritage or our inheritance, my focus on, at least like from what I was hearing in the conversation, because I only left outside for like 2 minutes, was that we unite, as far as we, that means black people, black Americans, African Americans, to force our issue either politically or with our influence and our soft power to ultimately get some form of reparations. But not even just like making that the quick thing, like get reparations to get some money. We actually need repairing in, as far as our mental existence, our economic existence, our environment, and everything as far as that matters. But literally, nobody was talking about a continental African when we were talking about uniting. Nobody mentioned a Nigeria, Ghana, any ethnicity or a country in Africa. So you kind of came up on here and kind of derailed the conversation to that. But yeah, I digress with that, and I'll let Danny type in.
I'll go after her.
Yeah, that
I'll go
was
after Low.
no. Oh, you go ahead. Go ahead, team.
You sure?
Because Don already said what I really wanted to say. Because I hate when people come up here and want to talk fast and don't really know what the conversation is. Because nobody said anything. When we say our people, we talking about African Americans and the other fringe groups that they have outside of African American. That's what they was talking about. Don't come up here speaking fast and don't even know what the conversation is for real.
And look, to be clear, I've been in America my whole life, and like I said, my grandparents and their grandparents too. But I know that in 2026, a man can wake up tomorrow and decide, you know what, I'm gonna be a woman, and that's legal. Ain't nothing I can say or do about that. So the delineation or the desire to label yourself or whatever you want to call yourself, when I tell you I'm so far removed from caring about what people label themselves, I don't even have the lexicon to string together a sentence that can express to you how little I care about that. Nope, I don't think that anybody cares. Label yourself whatever you want to label yourself, but in the way that you just spoke, you just reminded me of something I thought of a long time ago. This is like algorithmic psychosis. You've been on live, you've heard this and you've seen this on the internet, and now you believe a thing. That's how algorithms work. I've been working at IT since I was 15. I've watched algorithms become a thing for the internet. That's how they work. I literally scroll past everything that even remotely looks like a thirst trap because I don't want the algorithm to catch me looking at it long enough to think, send him more of that. That's how algorithms work. I can promise you, maybe this is how my algorithm is set up. I hear tether 10,000 times more than I hear whatever the African equivalent of a slur is. I hear tether daily. It's people with tether in their name. I don't, again, this could be the way that my algorithm is set up, but I am not apparently tumbling down the same rabbit hole that you're tumbling down, but I'm constantly trying to figure out for both sides. So for us, Black Americans, and for continental Africans or anybody else in the diaspora, who's going to be the adults in the room? Because every hyperbolic extremist comes in with the same nonsensical idea. Well, I heard on the internet they said a thing, and now I'm just firing back, and y'all holding me accountable, but y'all don't hold them accountable. It's the same thing from both sides,
I
whether
swear
it
to
be
God.
with an English accent, like I'm with a native English tongue, or a diasporic tongue. It's I heard on the internet, and now I'm mad at y'all, and y'all need to let me get this off. Who's gonna be the adults? And the only reason I'm requesting adults is because, again, my view of history is a bunch of people from the Euro diaspora, meaning all of the different parts of Europe, some from Asia. That's your Russians, that's your Dutch, that's your some of your Greeks, some of your Italians, your British, your English, your Germans. They all said, you know what? We should be on the same team for the sole purpose of beating that team that don't look like us. And my team is sitting around arguing about nobody wants to wear the same color jersey. I don't understand how this is supposed to work in our favor. That's what I care about. I don't care what you call yourself. I know for a fact that that team, that collectivized, when they look at me and they look at African, they don't see nothing different. They don't care. They do not care. So I'm trying to figure out what my team is going to do to overcome what I consider to be the final boss. What are we doing?
Okay, well, I have a quick question for you. How long has Pan Africanism been in America?
Nobody's
No,
mentioned Pan
I
I'm
Africanism.
have
asking.
no.
Nobody
I'm asking a
mentioned Pan
question,
Africa.
sir. Just
Nobody's
answer the
mentioned
question.
Pan
Nobody
It
Africanism.
doesn't.
mentioned it.
Y'all saying a lot of stuff that I didn't even
What
mention. You
does it
talking
have to
about?
do with
You
the?
talking
What does it
about?
have
You
to
talking
do
about
with
some
the?
quoting from the
It is.
internet. Red.
No,
Like
I'm a
Let her
Pan
respond.
African. Let
Let
me
you
her
address
talking
that.
respond.
I'll
about?
Hold on,
I'm
You
a
answer
hold
it.
on,
Pan
talking
y'all.
African.
about?
Wait
Let
a
her
Somebody
minute.
that
It's
you
respond.
one
just
at
got
a one
And
quoted
if
from
mic.
the
What are we
internet.
doing?
yeah,
You
let her
talking about me
respond.
having so?
And
I was
if it's a
speaking
deflection,
first.
y'all could just talk about it when
One
she's done
second.
landed. But let her land.
Yeah, I answer the question. To be honest with you,
Okay,
I
wait,
don't
wait,
know.
wait. Okay. So I'm just gonna put that out there. So
Okay.
Pan Africanism has been here for many years, many decades. Okay, so it hasn't done anything for us yet. So let's go there. Number two.
So why would you mention Pan Africanism?
I'm never because if your plan is
Nobody mentioned it upon this
red, please
panel.
be
So why
quiet.
did
So
you mention it?
can you please be quiet
Yeah,
so I can
Red,
explain?
just address it when
Lord
she
have
done for me.
mercy.
Well,
Cause she
she's
she
moving
been
to
on
another
mute.
point now.
But yeah. I mean,
I
she
mean,
may
because the
be.
other one,
I'm finna
got
address.
Hold
I'm
on,
finna address
She
you.
may be, but
Omar gets
she
Lord
hasn't
stronger on the
interrupt.
other
Hold on,
one.
y'all,
So
because she hasn't interrupted nobody, and she's the only contentious view we got on here. So just let her land, and then
I
bring it up
mean,
when she's done.
it's ridiculous at this point. The reason why I brought up Pan Africanism is because he's saying that we all should be on one team and we should all do this together. That is the tenet of Pan Africanism, for all of us to be together as black, so quote unquote, black people for the betterment of Africa and the upliftment of Africa or African peoples globally. That's supposed to be the mission of Pan Africanism, which is why I'm saying that. And even if he's not a Pan Africanist, he's pushing their talking points, which is we all should be working together for one common goal, which is to ultimately uplift Africa. Meanwhile, there is no Pan American movement in Africa to uplift us. But I digress from that point. The whole purpose of what I'm saying is that y'all are literally sliding past the point that in real life, because I just got on TikTok 6 months ago, there is no psychosis for me here with this. I've been doing my genealogical research for many years. I didn't need TikTok to tell me to invest in who I am. So that's weird that you would even think that. But my point is that we're here and it's happening. The conversations are being had. Let's address the real issues. Is that why are Africans here? They're not here for us. Bottom line.
All right, that's just real quick. If y'all don't mind me responding to that. One, I'm not a Pan African. Nothing that I just said to you was about uplifting Africa. Nothing. I didn't pick a homeland for our unity to uplift. I just said that there's a final boss. And as far as I can tell, the final boss stretches the entire globe. They will leave this area, go to somebody else's home, and take the people who own that house out. So I'm not, this to clarify, just in case I left some room in there for misunderstanding or misrepresentation. I'm not saying do this to uplift Africa or America or the Caribbean or anywhere else. I'm just saying my view of history and my present is that this final boss is running amok across the globe, and they do it under the banner of whiteness. That's what I'm saying.
Can
I
I?
clearly stated, hey, I don't care what you call yourself. My whole concept, my whole spiel about algorithms had nothing to do with what you believe you are. I specifically, explicitly said, I don't mind what you call you. You could identify as a ficus. I can't stop you. Literally, in America, there's nothing I can do to stop. There's no point in me arguing that with you. You can identify as, if you wanted to identify as a man tomorrow, I couldn't do anything about it. Let alone if you wanted to identify as an indigenous American, Native American, Black, I can't, there's no point in me wasting my time and my energy arguing that with you. What I'm arguing, what I'm willing to waste my time and energy arguing is that, hey, y'all, do we understand who the real enemy is? Because I don't think, even if you do consider this person that has the same tonality and skin as you, if you consider that to be an enemy, I think that there's a bigger enemy. We fighting Donald Duck and Mickey Mouse is standing on top of the castle with the thunder behind him like a real supervillain. Like, I'm pretty positive that's the final boss. Donald, we can move around Donald.
So
Am I not making sense there?
no, you're making absolute sense. But I like
Hold
to
on,
point out.
let me say this real quick. I want to get can y'all give
Holy
Red
shit.
give Red about 2 minutes and then let Danny go respond.
Okay, so I
Just so I
just
can
want
have
to
the
point
order.
out three quick things I meant. One, nobody mentioned Africans prior to Charlie. Two, nobody mentioned Pan Africanism prior to Charlie. Three, Charlie does not know the tenets or what Pan Africanism is. Four, if you're not African and never have been African, what are you delineating from? Five, if you are an indigenous person, how can you too be also FBA? They don't go together. Either you're indigenous or you're FBA and you want to delineate from the greater group African. You cannot be indigenous and be FBA. So again, are we going to spit facts, or are we just going to stick to the feelings? And as far as the pseudo masters telling you that your genealogy make you safe from facts, they lied. Because I don't care what your granny say, your toothless uncle say, if black people are not indigenous, and the science proves it, the archaeology proves it, the historic history proves it, the DNA proves it, it doesn't matter what you think your genealogy is telling you, because even your genealogy has a time period. And guess what that time period is? When Europeans arrive. You don't have genealogy until Europeans start writing it down. And if you don't, and if I'm lying, show me genealogy outside of the English language. Show me genealogy outside of documents that Europeans came to the United States and developed. Show me human remains outside of the Amerindian human remains that we know, because Lucia is not going to cut it.
All right, y'all
Show
put,
me something. Don't talk about it. Be about it.
and I'm gonna let Charlie respond immediately after Danny land. You can put Danny on the screen. Yeah, I'm sorry, I can't. They got my shit where I can't touch nobody's shit. So
Yeah, at this point, I
it's
just
okay.
think that Miss Lady just came up here to argue and wanted to yell and scream and crash out about something that nobody was talking about. She want to come up here and call people Pan Africans because we don't agree with being FBA, right? Because that's all she did since she was up here. Because nobody said anything about uniting with Africans except for her. So now that we on this subject, I really don't want to talk about it. I want to talk about what we was talking about, which was we were sticking to America. We were sticking to these black folks that want to delineate for basically African Americans, because you're not delineating from African Americans who also have the lineage. And if you really want me to show it, I can. The lineage, the documents of my people being here for over 300 and something years. So let's not. We were talking about those people. Y'all love to bring up people that nobody's talking about because y'all just want to crash out about them. Y'all just need somebody to argue with about other people that look like you. That's it. Y'all don't want to talk about them YT people. Y'all want to talk about them folks. Let's talk about them niggas. Them the ones we want to talk about. If we gonna talk about and crash out on niggas, we should be crashing out and talking about the ones that brought us here. But
All
y'all want to
right.
talk about something else.
Oh, could you give
And
her?
look,
Could you give her
Don't
3
make a
minutes?
long
Hold on.
announcement.
I'm sorry.
Let
You
me
can
get
respond.
let me get my announcement.
Let me let her go, and then give her 3 minutes since she responded to I think really like 3 people.
Don Mello said he was
All
trying to
right.
do a bot announcement. He just wanted
Okay.
No,
one of
I
them to
Yeah.
got
tap the
you.
screen.
I'm gonna give it 3 minutes right after that. Yeah, we got 70 people in here while we still stuck at 12,000 likes. Can y'all please tap the screen, share it out to your favorite pseudo? Just that in the third, Charlie, I got you. He told me to give you 3 minutes. Let me set that up. All right.
Y'all make sure y'all give Charlie too. Go ahead, Charlie.
All right, peace to the room. And you know what, D, I'm a digress a little bit because you're right. I don't know what y'all was talking about. I scrolled by, saw my brother up here and came in for the rescue. I don't know. And if y'all are talking about just American groups of people and how we need to work together of just American black folks, I 100% agree with that. You know, if that was the topic, then I agree with that. I did not know that you were not, in my mind, you were attacking him. I know Black First. I've seen him many a times. I know what his rhetoric was. And I don't care what y'all was talking about. I heard what he was saying. And he was attacking specifically indigenous lineage. So that was the reason why I was up at odds from the beginning. And see, what we don't realize in this room is that even though, because I could have just been in the audience listening to y'all, just whatever y'all was saying and trying to get the information. But when you got somebody in your ranks that's doing that kind of shit right there, it's going to bring those kind of options into your room. No, I don't have an issue with if I see an African walking on the side of the road or somebody from a white person. I don't care that kind of in my heart. I address it as it comes to me. Now I'm older now. When I was younger, I was in the field. I was in my community. I fought and went war with the triple Ks for I don't know how long. You know, like I've had my day in community organizing, being an elected official in my community and doing the things for my organization. I don't want none of this shit to get misconstrued up here about who I am and what I'm about, because I'm for us, and I don't really care what kind of title or label people call. If you say you're African American and I just meet you in the grocery store, I'm not finna argue with you that you're not an African American. I don't move like that because I don't know what your family history is. I don't know who you are for real. I can only speak for myself. But when I have somebody in my own lineage trying to take me down because they don't have any indigenous in their family, or they don't care to look, or they don't believe it, and then somebody like Red, as disrespectful as he is, let that come out his mouth about my family members, like, come on, how low do you have to get to be able to say something like that to somebody? I would never tell him that whatever his mama or grandmama told him was a lie. And if he actually listened to his elders, maybe he would learn something for real. I don't take nothing that's in the history book. I have a master's degree. I done been to HBCUs and PWIs. I'm well versed in the language of the nation, of the educated individuals in this country. I'm not speaking from a place of ignorance. I know how to research, but I also know the relevance and the importance of primary resources, people who have lived to actually see what went on. And the audacity of this fool to tell me that my ancestors are lying, but just to suit his narrative. It gets so low down and disrespectful. Like I said, I'm going to digress because obviously I was wrong and I came in on the wrong energy. Y'all are talking about American groups of people who have identified themselves differently. I don't agree with us not standing on one thing. We have one culture. We have one sound, one voice. Everybody can choose to believe whatever they want to believe. And to that point, Omar, I will apologize to you as well because I missed your point too. So I heard what Black first said and I went in for the kill. So at the end of the day, everything that I did say, I do stand by, but I do think that we all need to unite as a people over here in America. So I digress. And that's it.
All right,
All
before
right,
y'all
can I
jump
go?
in, yeah, before you jump in, I do kind of want to reset it a little bit because she did digress and then like that was my thing. No, we can touch back into it. But as far as that talking point, because I mean that's the first thing I said. You know, we really wasn't talking about continental Africans or even Pan Africanism for that matter. But when we talking about the indigenous factor. I think Red was more so speaking and kind of like me. We kind of speak in general terms. Like I have my best friend. He's literally Afro-Indigenous. His mom is Native American. Like I've been to the reservation. It's Ignacio, Colorado, Navajo. I've been to these powwows and kickbacks. And then I was roommate with three other Afro-Indigenous people, well, including him, three Afro-Indigenous people. But when it comes to just the general consensus of it, Black people, African Americans, we're approximately 73 to 88% sub-Saharan African on our admixture. This is not saying that you have a Black person that's not 50-50 or whatever he may be. You know, generally on average, we have approximately 1 to 2% indigenous admixture. And I think only 5% have any more than 2%. So when we're speaking in generalities, then it's kind of mean, obviously that's going to be the commonality. When we're talking about, or the consensus, when we're talking about people specific, like how you was referring to heritage or their genealogy, like, I don't know if you're familiar, like you said, you've been on here 6 months. I've been on here probably like two and a half years. It's a lot of people false claiming indigeneity. And then with the people we call pretendians. And, you know, at the end of the day, when we look at somebody and they phenotypically present as Black or African American, it's kind of like we just gonna go with our road. Like, bro, you're majority Black, you know, and it's just kind of like on that. But you're not. I don't think you're really doing that. But
Red, hold on,
John, I
Red.
got a
hold on,
quick.
let me let Red. I mean, I'm sorry, not Red. Let me let
I
Black
got
go.
to wait. I got wait. D. I mean, got one quick question. One quick question. Who is being attacked? I want to know who that is. Who
Yeah, Chief
was
didn't speak. Chief didn't speak while he was up here. He was addressed, but he didn't speak. At all. And I don't think we
right?
even got
So
to
who was
address
she
him.
was talking about being attacked? And if you're
I
talking
think she's talking
about
about Chief
Yusuf, we
Negro.
know Yusuf. So Yusuf always don't get the smoke.
No, but Chief was up here. I was talking about Chief. When I came in the room, Chief was up here, and then y'all
Well,
gave
we
him a
wasn't
couple.
even talking to Chief because we don't even know.
No, Black was talking to
We didn't
Chief
even know what
now.
Chief stance
No,
was.
no, I wasn't because Chief had
No,
bars
he
and
wasn't.
Chief had bars and he didn't get the chance to speak. And I
Go ahead, Black. You going in that or what? But yeah, we addressed him, but he didn't speak not one time when we addressed him. Shortly after we tried to see because he didn't have enough service, we was assuming, and then he kind of dropped after that. Wasn't nobody really going at him. Honestly, I didn't hear. I don't even know what his voice
The
sounded like.
literal words that were coming out of Black mouth is, I don't like when these pretendians come up here on these different type of people talking about they false claim and this false claim, and then it was like, okay, Chief, you go ahead and talk.
That wasn't
Like,
towards Chief though.
but be
Again,
fucking
we
for
wasn't
real. He got
talking
a
like
feather in the
directly
front of
to.
it. It's like,
Even
like,
if
come
it
on.
We know who
was,
that
Have a
is. We
genuine
know
So
that.
we can
conversation.
clear that
Let's
up.
have a
even if
genuine
it
conversation,
was
though.
directed at Chief, where
Okay,
was the lie told?
man. Okay.
Like what?
Even if it was directed at Chief,
It's getting downright
even
disrespectful, because if
even
I start
if
saying the stuff that I could say to be disrespectful
even
about
if
your
it was
family, you would
directed at
hate that.
Chief, where
You would
was the
hate that.
lie
Who
told?
is talking about
Let's rip
anybody's family?
I
Nobody
let's
was
never
talking
talked to
Red
about
Chief.
actually
anybody's
said something about my
family.
family, D.
let's
Red said something
rip
about
the
my family,
Girl,
band-aid
D.
off.
bye. That's not. Listen, you brought your family up. That was the problem.
No,
If you don't
Let's
bring your family up, ain't nobody gonna be talking about your family.
I already done apologized to you. What
Girl,
you need to do
bye. Girl, you
is
just want to
fall the
crash
fuck
out,
back,
and
and
I can
because
see.
crash
now
out
you're
too,
ready to
baby. Bye.
argue.
Hey,
Now
so
you're ready to damn argue. You really need
this
to
is the
fall the fuck back,
very
because I don't have no issue
reason.
with you.
This
I
is
don't
the
have no
I am.
very
issue
I'm the
with
hey,
crash
hold
you.
out.
on.
I am. I
You
am ready to
need to calm
crash
that
out.
shit the
I
fuck
crash
down,
out with
because
y'all.
I
Y'all
didn't
don't
attack
know how to have
anybody
a
personally
conversation.
up here.
So
I
yeah,
didn't
I'm gonna
attack
crash out
anybody
since you
personally up
crashed
here.
out. I'm
So
gonna crash out
I
too.
didn't crash out.
All
If
right,
you
y'all.
want me to
Okay,
talk and
black.
crash
Let
out
black
to
get
you,
the
I
mic,
can.
y'all. Let black get the mic, y'all.
So
The
Appreciate y'all.
fuck? I didn't crash out at all.
so let's be abundantly clear. When it comes to people like Dane Calloway and all of the rest of the pseudo masters, that's why they said use your genealogy as a defense, because it's personal to you. And when it's questioned, you can get offended by it and say, so the thing is that you can't use something as evidence and then say the evidence can't be questioned. But this is what the pseudo masters have ensured you guys, that you can continuously put up your genealogy as the evidence, but then you can turn around and say that my evidence can't be questioned. I'll be damned. But let's take off the band-aid. We are
Absolutely.
not going to be anti-intellectual here. Not today. We are not going to be anti-intellectuals. We know that black people are not from this hemisphere. I don't care what documentation you think you got. You don't have documentation dating back to 1480. You don't have documentation dating back to 1400 placing your black people in the US because they were not here. Black
They
people are
were
not
not.
indigenous. I'm going to state a couple of facts. And anybody that believes that they're indigenous are more than welcome to refute it. So, one, DNA. Black people are going to come up 75% plus of being of African ancestry. That's DNA. But I know you're going to say DNA is a lie. When it comes to archaeology, you're never going to find 1,000-year-old black bones in the Western Hemisphere. Lucia is not black. She's Amerindian. Thirdly, you're never going to hear one of our historical figures claim to be indigenous. If anything, you will hear them claiming to be African. Fourthly, there is no way that black people could have come to be on this Western Hemisphere. We will not be intellectually anti-intellectual today because we want to say what Granny said was true, and I want to hold this near and dear to my heart. We must come with facts. So show me human remains of black people dating back thousands of years in the Americas. Amen.
Albert Perry from North Carolina. Do your
Albert
research.
Perry's DNA.
All right,
Excuse me.
hold
I'm
on, hold
not
on.
finished
So
talking. It's
let
my
Let's
turn. It's my
hold on. Don't
turn. You
argue,
should let me finish.
Danny. Let's
Mello,
just
It's
hold
my
on.
turn.
I want to ask Mello a
It's
question. Mello, what was the light goal
hey, y'all.
again?
You can bring the comments back on, Melo. I think I don't know what the request was, but we made it to 25K. I appreciate y'all. Keep on tapping the screen. Keep on get
It
in the
was 30.
comments.
It was
Okay,
30.
30. Okay,
It was
30.
30.
Okay, y'all run it up to 30 real quick. So I want to see what y'all talking about. What y'all got to say about this Albert Perry?
and then he just asked for somebody's black remains or whatever. But I told him Albert Perry. But anyway, what I want to know is that how around the globe, around the world, how has history been documented before written language? Before people were
Well,
able to write.
before we move on to
How,
written language, hold
no, no, no,
on.
no, 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 no,
Let's
no.
address
We're
you.
not gonna
You
move
made a
on.
claim
This is
about,
my turn to talk. This is my turn.
ma'am. You made a claim about Albert Perry.
Hold on,
Albert
hold on, hold on.
Perry.
Don't,
You're
don't mute.
gonna let me
Hold on,
talk.
y'all. Don't mute it. Just go ahead and let her land. Don't ask that question because I
Well,
mean
don't
I want
ask
to see.
questions then.
Yeah, because
First
somebody
off,
gonna
I
respond.
just said in the live the other day when somebody pulled up every little bit of research about Albert Perry and we dissected it word for word. So if you want to pull up the damn research, let's do it. Let's go for the research for
got you.
Albert Perry. I'm not
Hold
gonna say
on,
nothing
Red.
that
Hold
you're
on,
talking
Red.
about,
Red.
sir.
I got you.
I'm
I
not gonna
got
say
you. But
nothing
go
that you're
ahead.
talking about because I can't even quantify you because you don't even believe your own family. Your family tell you something, you don't even believe them. So fuck what the
My
hell you
family
talking
ain't never
about.
said.
Second
My
second of
family knew
all,
they was
second of
African.
all, how can we know that in every indigenous culture around the world that their heritage is being handed down through verbal, through oral lineage and oral history, but then when it comes to us, it's fuck what we talking about. So why don't we go to Australia and tell them people that you got to be African when they look just like the indigenous people from all around the world? Why don't we go tell them people off the coast of Indonesia or over there in Asia that they got to be African because they skin is
Wait a
dark?
minute, what?
Like why
Hold
is
on.
it when it come down to us and come down to this continent, it's impossible for dark melanated skinned people to be here? Y'all are just straight up weird. And you want to talk about science, but everywhere around the world, indigenous people are dark skinned. Everywhere, including China, including Asia. And
So
not all of a
you're
sudden,
so you're not
and now
gonna
all of a
rebuttal
sudden,
with
it's just in
facts.
America. You cannot be dark skinned and be from
So
America.
you're not gonna rebuttal
Right.
with
Yes, we
facts.
are going to do that. Yes, we
So
are.
okay, so
Yes, we
Albert Perry.
are.
So ma'am, Albert Perry's DNA traces back to the Imbo.
300,000 years old.
Ma'am, heard you. Albert Perry's DNA traces back to the Imbo people of Cameroon.
No. It said it was
Absolutely.
older than those people. It said it was older than those people
No,
in
the
Cameroon.
only
It said it
people
was
that match
older than those people
the
in
only
Cameroon.
people that match Albert
Man,
Perry on
please. It said
Earth,
it had some
All right, hold on, hold on,
similarities,
hold
but
on.
it did not
Hold on.
match.
Okay, Charlie. All right, let me start this time. Let me start because you was interrupted a little bit. But go ahead and start red time over. Let's start
it's
go
all good.
uninterrupted.
So, yeah. So it's all good because the thing is that Albert Perry was enslaved, descendant of enslaved Africans, enslaved himself, descendant of the Africans. His DNA traces back to the Imbo people of Cameroon. They're the only people that have it besides him. So even when you look at Albert Perry, it traces back to Africa. And those were not human remains. That was actually DNA taken from his modern day descendants that come from him. A male descendant was part of that study through and I'm sorry, family tree DNA. But when I say human remains, I mean the oldest human remains are found in Arlington Springs. They trace back to Amerindians. Lucia trace back to Amerindians. Naya in Mexico trace back to Amerindians. There's not one black indigenous bones dating back thousands of years. Not one.
Not one. None.
Hey,
All right.
can I add something real quick,
Yeah,
Red?
go ahead.
If you done,
Bring them comments back.
I'm done. If I
can
go on
can
mute,
I
Yeah,
I'm done.
appreciate y'all on the 30,
can I?
y'all.
Okay. Let me say this. If there's a creator on this app too that also has a Habla group, right? The one like right after 800. So obviously, yeah, it's not instinct and it's not, it's still out there. The Habla group is still out there, and it's obviously not Amerindian.
All right, yeah, let me yeah, I just wanted to go over
Not
this. You
letting
can bring the comments back up.
Let me turn the comment. It's not letting me turn the comments back on. Somebody else with mod powers on here, turn the comments back on. It's not. I don't know
All
why
right.
it's not letting me.
Hey, let me just go over this. And I firstly wanted to show y'all Albert Perry because it's a picture floating around of supposedly to be Albert Perry, and his name is Albert Perry, but it's not referring to the actual Albert Perry that we was talking about. Yeah, I appreciate y'all on them on that likes. Hold on, let me just go through this. I got it. I got the presentation, of course. Let me see. It's February. We did this February 20th. Okay, so let's read this. We know that his haplogroup is OOA, whatever, Cameroon Research Project. And I love this study right here, this one specifically because it's done by what's called citizen scientists. So we can't say that white people did this one, y'all, because this is actually done by black people. So it says, please join me in the supporting of the groundbreaking efforts of the AOO Cameroon Research Projects. We seek to continue DNA sample collection from special indigenous populations in the Cameroon regions, headed by the fantastic group of citizen scientists, including renowned genealogist Manny Shrek, who I've come known, Cameroon historian, some Matthew. All right, y'all get the little overview of it. Let me go back. February, here we go. What's this one? Oh, okay, it's a little mixed up there. Hold on, here we go. Okay, so here we go. We're tracing his Albert Perry's Y chromosome. We can see Albert Perry right here. And it's the 1, 2, 3, the fourth one where it says Perry on it. It says 60,000 or 440,000 years ago. And this is corroborated with the Imbo people of Cameroon. It says U.S. citizen Albert Perry had never been seen Y chromosome. At some point in the last 195,000 years, Homo sapien female may have mated with this male and now extinct cousin species whose Y chromosome hopped into our family tree. As you can see, it's just not solely Albert Perry here on the map. Hold on, let me go and show y'all the rest of the study. Just want to show y'all this. But yeah, it was corroborated with Cameroonians. I think it was like 12 or 6 of them. Y'all could correct me if I want. Y'all can just go cross-reference it and see. I'll blow this up, y'all. So yeah, Albert Perry, born into slavery in South Carolina, sometime around 1820. In 2012, one of his great-grandsons took a DNA test, which led to the discovery of the oldest Y-DNA lineage known today, a haplogroup. This lineage would later be traced to Cameroon, the Perry family in the USA, and its distant cousins in Cameroon, all descended from a single ancestor who lived over 1,000 years ago. Our most distant paternal line relative, almost everyone in the world today. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, obviously, yes.
Yeah, and obviously there is contradicting information out there because we literally sat on a live for like an hour and destroyed somebody with contradictory information. And it said that the only DNA that was even comparable was the people from Cameroon. It did not say that he was from Cameroon. But I digress. Y'all can have
it didn't say that on here.
At the end of the day, this is my point. At the end of the day,
well, if you could,
you're not going to go ahead.
No.
Go ahead. I mean, at the end of the day, what y'all are not going to do here with me is tell me that there is impossible for anybody to have dark skin and not be African. That's crazy to me.
Nobody said that either.
Between being dark skinned and black.
Wait. Because the only thing that y'all are saying that makes us is African over here. You're saying DNA, but when I took a DNA test, it don't tell me that I'm from Africa. So, but you're saying
that nobody else is making. You're making arguments no one else is making.
Wait a goddamn minute now.
What company?
Go ahead. Hold on, y'all.
I'm sorry.
Wait a damn minute now.
Go ahead and give her
a DNA test with
a couple minutes.
Wait.
What company did you take a DNA test with?
I went to an actual lab, sir. I didn't use no kit from the goddamn Play Store. That's not what we do. And at the end of the day, like I told you, I've been on this journey for many years. This is not a TikTok fantasy. This is not something that I'm enjoying
That's the
doing.
only place y'all
At the end of the day, like I'm trying to get you to understand is that there are people that have been here and lived here always with dark skin, just as every continent on the planet. There is not one continent on the planet, including Antarctica, that has not had a very rich melanated population to sprout out of the ground there. The light skin is a recessive gene. And how is it possible that there are people all over the globe from Asia and other places saying that they are related to Native American people here in the modern day research on Native Americans only started when Native American became a thing, which was in the 1900s. They're not exhuming the bodies of our ancestors and doing research on our ancestors' bones. They are using our DNA and its geneticists all over line saying that when they're doing the comparable matches, they are finding some consistencies, but they're not finding complete matches. So that means that there could be something in our skin, like our melanin, whatever it is, that makes us compatible. There has been nomadic people all over the world for a very long time. I can't say how closely or largely or far we're related, but we're not African. And the ideology that y'all are saying that it's impossible for there to have been melanated people here to be relabeled and classified as Negro or enslaved at some point is ridiculous to me. Y'all, it's like y'all are running yourself in circles. You're saying it's impossible because your research has told you. What did your family say about who you are? What are your ancestors telling you about who you are? Because that's the only thing I'm willing to believe. You're telling me it doesn't matter what none of our ancestors say. It only matters what you have read in history books. That is weird to me. That's outrageous to me. How are we getting to the point where we're not even listening to our own people? And for you to really think that my family, who has owned land and been pillars of the community and literally have wealth that you probably won't even be able to even imagine, is lying on their fucking ancestry, what are they going to get from that? Why wouldn't they be saying that they're African if they're actual Africans? What is wrong with that? Like, you're acting like it's something actually wrong with being called an African. When my family tells me that I am who I am, I'm gonna have to believe my family. I don't know you. I don't know you from a can of paint. I don't know the people who did the research. I know that they didn't come to Crawford County. They didn't go to Abbeville, Georgia, looking at my ancestors and telling my ancestors where the fuck they was from. And why is it that the elders in that community, my great grandmama died when she was almost 100 years old, was raised by her great grandmama, ain't even know what slavery was. So how is that even possible? And they all could read and write. They all had on gold and all kind of stuff. We own chalk mines. We live good. My family lived well. How is that stuff possible? We's all enslaved. They didn't live amongst a group of runaways. They didn't call themselves freedmen. They were who they were. So I'm trying to figure out. They have a name from the land.
What's that name from the
They
land,
Your
don't have
people
Charlie?
and I,
my
your
surname. My surname is not Jones. It's not this. It's not that. It's not da. We have a name from the land.
What's that name?
well, your
Don't
people
worry.
ain't
Don't
our
worry.
people, so
Don't.
it
I'm
your
not.
people ain't our people, so
I'm
that
not
don't
trying to
make
put
no
y'all like that.
difference to
I'm just
us.
trying to figure out how is this stuff possible?
So
How is
again,
this
your
stuff
Hold on,
history,
possible?
your
let
history
And
and
y'all
our
Black first.
understand
Hold
history,
that?
on,
your
let Daddy
history and our
respond.
history ain't the same thing. So that's cool. Your people is who your people is. Cool, cool beans. But as an African American, for real, baby, we got slavery ties, honey. Our people, especially my people, built this country of the backs of our late. What y'all going up? Yours me ain't had nothing to do with all of that. But my people did. They brought my people over here to work this land. And I'm not trying to
All right, yeah. Let me just address something.
So,
Because this is the common
hey,
misconception we have.
can I right quick? Can I right quick?
Respond, big bro.
No, not Blackford. No, go ahead, brother. I'm playing.
Nah, yeah, hold on. Yeah, Black first ain't got to say nothing. But let me just say this first, because I'm sorry, Dan, you cut out, but we'll let you get back in there. So this is the misconception and the misunderstanding we got going on when it comes to black. Black means of African descent. Period. I think we're conflating or having a misunderstanding of melanin and black, right? So black means to be of sub-Saharan African origins or descent. That's gonna be all the time. Now, melanin, hold on, let me show y'all this lady right here. Somebody got to mute real quick. So this little girl right here, she's indigenous, she's a Pataxo girl. This is a tribe in Brazil. She would be a Amerindian. Very high contents of melanin. That's why I was showing you this map. Melanin is based primarily on the equatorial latitudes. This is, of course, if you may know, I don't know, of the high ultraviolet radiation exposure, rather than being strictly confined to African ancestry, right? So dark skin, rich in melatonin, this evolves as like, say, a natural sunscreen to protect us against intense sunlight. But when it comes to the racial group of black, this means to have ancestry to sub-Saharan Africa. So either you black or you not. If you're claiming to be indigenous, then and just dark skin, then that's like the misconception that a lot of people are having is somehow they came over here. But that's the part of the oral tradition that you don't have, right? A lot of people claim to be different ethnic groups as a way to protect themselves and their families from Jim Crow. But you're not going to have a migration story or a creation story or really any cosmology that they told you, because it's honestly fabricated. And that's why I say, besides the hearsay, which is really what it is, which is not substantial evidence by any means, no matter how passionate you come off, you still have to have some corroborated, objective, empirical, tangible evidence that we can back it up with. All right. So yeah, dark skin, that don't mean black. Of course, we know that. It's dark skinned people across the whole latitude, 30 degrees north and south, along the whole world, not black. Black, sub-Saharan African descent. I was gonna say something else, but since I don't kind of lapse my mind right now, I'll just go ahead and y'all go ahead and give Black first his time. And then actually, if anybody else want to talk, Charlie, I know you here. I know you got something to say. Mello, you want to type it up? Ain't nobody else hit the queue. Oh, my bad. I got somebody. Oh, that's a friendly too. If anybody
Give
else want
Black
to push
first
back
his
on me,
time.
if anybody else want to come
Uh,
up and kind of share the same sentiment as Charlie, y'all can definitely come up. But keep on tapping that screen, y'all. Keep on tapping that screen.
hey, Black first. I'm gonna give you your time. Just before I give you your time, I just want to say, everybody, people, family lie to them all the time. I'm gonna land it right there.
Right. I think that that's something that, again, if people gonna hide behind the shield of my family, that's fine and dandy. But I think that for the most of us who are on this panel, our disagreement or contention comes from the fact that certain people who make these claims also try to revise history and lie about history. And I think that we all have a position of doing it, having this conversation academically with no emotions attached to it. And Charlie made mention that she came up because her and I some time ago had a one-on-one, but eventually she didn't like what I said and she kicked me off her panel, and I wasn't able to get back up. And which is fine because again, my position stands. I don't care if you call yourself a blue pig and you walk around here going oink oink, and you come up to me and you go oink, I'm gonna go oink back because that's what you want to be. But when you have a bunch of people, i.e., the people that's on this backdrop, that continue to lie to the community as a whole in respects to the history that is validated, that is stamped X in world history, not only American history, but world history, then that's where I have a problem with, because now I feel disrespected because my ancestors are just like Danny's, are the victims of being kidnapped, forcibly brought over here, and forced to work this land and set and not allowed to participate in the economic benefits that they themselves worked hard for. So again, I can care less. And yeah, we all can shout and be disorderly, talk fast, and not really get our points across. But again, that's an opinion. That's being emotional. That's not being actually academically and factually correct about things, because we do have the not only the white man side of the story, we also have many African and their descendants who wrote for themselves, who did even during antebellum slavery, own land. One of my grandfathers, when we still own the land in Montgomery, Alabama, bought the land in 1876, soon after the emancipation of the enslaved people, and so on and so forth. So we have historical records that show that Africans and their descendants built communities, gained wealth, had so much money, and so on and so forth. So it's not something that's not. None of this information is hidden. All of this information is right there, especially today, because we live in an age of information, and we have these computers in the palm of our hands. And all we have to do is not be lazy, not listen to the people who have done such a detriment when it comes down to our intellect. And when we listen to the FBA movement, when we listen to the Hebrew Israelite, the Muslims, the Moors, and the non-ether beings, the Nubians, these are people who love to revise history in order to fit their particular narrative, and then come out into the rest of the world, public world, and put this information out here and expect for nobody to scrutinize them. And again, that's what it goes back to. You want to be able to talk your talk and walk your walk, but you don't want nobody to push back against it. Because again, if you are a pink pig with purple lipstick on going oink oink, you're going to be laughed at. You're going to be looked at as a psycho, and people are not going to take you seriously. Now, you don't have to care whether or not anybody takes you seriously. That's all up to you. But at the same time, and I'm laying here, when it comes down to the history, that's my beef with you people. It's not the fact that your people are Indians and you claim that they've been here 1,000 years, when I know for sure, I'm with Red on this, 100% factual, that's a lie, but that's my opinion.
Your opinion is root. Your opinion is
Okay,
rooted. Your opinion.
it's
Your
one at a
opinion is
time, bro.
rooted.
It's one
Your
at a
opinion.
time. You'll get
Oh
your
yeah,
chance. You'll get your
absolutely.
pick.
One at a time. I'm already talking. So
No,
your
not if you
opinion.
ain't.
I'm talking in general.
If y'all don't want me to drop, y'all.
So no, we're not going to cater to you. If you want
No,
to
it
drop,
needs to
Okay,
be
drop.
one at a time. I'm the only one up here.
I
I'm
do
the
it
only
like
one
this
up
because
here.
I feel like this is fair to do it like this. So whoever want to talk firstly, they can get 1 minute. Whoever want to talk second, they can get 2 minutes.
But you just gave this man up here 3 minutes to talk about me.
Okay, 2 minutes and 3 minutes.
I did not talk about you. I just said we had an issue earlier on. I haven't seen
So
you
whoever
since
want
the
to talk
last time I
first,
saw you.
hold on. Whoever want to talk first, they can get 2
No,
minutes.
no,
Whoever want to
let
wait,
her
get 3
go,
minutes.
because she thinks she can reply to
Y'all
everybody.
so
But
fugazi,
go ahead.
like y'all
Whoever
so
want to talk
fugazi.
first, get 2 minutes. Who is that?
No, let her go.
I'm
Let her
gonna
go.
say this. I'm gonna say this, and then I'm gonna let y'all get all y'all stuff off on me, and then I'm gonna drop without responding back after I say this because this is not going anywhere. But my thing about it is with all of y'all is this. If you can really sit up here within yourself and say that there are people out here who do not have the same lineage as you, you're not telling me anything about your lineage. You're just going off of what you've been told. And then you said your family got something going on. I can't tell you who you are. And I never one time disrespected your lineage. I never told you that your ancestors was a lie. I never told you that they was some ragged ass Africans that were slaves and all this bullshit here. I didn't say any of that stuff to you at all. I'm not doing anything to disrespect you and your heritage. But only thing come out y'all mouth is disrespect. It doesn't make any sense. And then you got some up here on the thing talking about you want to unite. How that work? T. Omar, how we supposed to unite the black peoples of America up under a guys like this? When these
I
motherfuckers
think
sitting
he
up here
knows that we not
disrespecting my
gonna
ancestors
unite.
and stuff. That like make it make sense. This whole panel is fugazi if you really believe that y'all can sit up here and talk about folks like this and then we
Me
supposed to
too.
come together up under the guise of being black American. That's weird and y'all are weird for doing it. So I'm
I
gonna let
love
y'all keep doing this and keep talking that shit that y'all talking, but y'all ain't doing nothing but embarrassing y'allself. Cause we the people of this land and we telling you who the fuck we are, and you sit up and talking about what the white man told you. But keep on with that narrative. Y'all keep on.
I
While we
love
actually out
I'm
here
a
doing work to reclaim the land, y'all can sit up here and keep trying to hold hands and kumbaya with y'all bullshit ass rhetoric. And not digress. I'm done.
I'm
I'm
a
done.
Yeah,
answer
I'm
the
done.
we
She
not
I'm
gonna,
going
answer
she
on
gonna
the
gonna,
mute.
hold on, she
question.
gonna,
Shit,
I'm
I'm
answer
going on
that
we
mute.
not
question.
she gonna,
listen.
I
We
always
she
got
ask
gonna mute.
me
Okay, hold
personally
on,
as
one
an
mic,
who's
one
gonna
African
mic,
be the
American.
one
adult
mic,
in the
one mic.
room. Like
Go ahead, let
the internet,
Omar ain't spoken to me.
the internet is such a big space that it doesn't have
Go ahead,
to
Omar.
fit it. The internet is such a big space. It doesn't have room for all of the small minds. Like it there's no place on the internet, no group that has brought themselves to the internet that is free of its extremists. So you have to be able to step over the extremists. You have to be able to step over the insult to look for the substance, if substance is what you're truly searching for. If you're searching for fights, if you're searching for a consistent, never ending circular fight, then you'll trip over every single word that any person says that you don't like. I ignore way more than I take in because I'm trying to figure out what's going to help me again fashion a weapon against what I consider to be the final boss. That's my ultimate goal. Trying to fight every person that says, well, because God knows I have had my blackness questioned and revoked by people just because I ask questions or say things that they don't like. I got to ignore all of y'all. The first motherfucker in the chat that he ain't black, he ain't one of us. You're right. I am not one of you. Whatever you are, I don't even need to know what your label is. Whatever you are, if what I just said makes me not one of you, thank God in heaven. I got to move past you because you obviously don't have what I need. And what I need is a group of people who understands that the people standing next to you are not your enemy. The person standing above you is your enemy. They've convinced you that the person standing next to you is your end. I hate the question of, or the idea that, oh, people come over here. Why they don't stay over? They don't stay over there because the people who run this, the final boss that I keep talking about, is over there destabilizing their country. Whichever one you want to pick, don't have to be Africa. Pick any other place on the planet. This final boss is destabilizing their home in such a way that they have to come here. So if them coming here is destabilizing your pursuit of political power or whatever, you need to take that up with the final boss, not the person fleeing the final boss who is destroying their home. Like the math is so easy to me. I don't understand how we get lost in what we get lost in. So to answer the question that was asked, how do you unite? You have to unite. You have to curate your community around what your actual goal is. If your goal is fighting, then there you go. You're gonna wear yourself out. That's not my goal. My goal is figuring out how to defeat the final boss. That's it. You got to curate your community around that.
So what we've gotten here, right?
Hold
What
on,
we,
Red. I had my
what,
hand up, bro. Hold on, bro. I had my hand up.
but it was hold on, it was my turn before. Remember, I yielded to her.
Oh,
Remember?
Yeah,
let
but
all right.
Mello ain't said nothing this whole
Holy
time. You
shit! I
gotta at
don't
least let
care
him
either.
do that.
So
Go
like,
ahead,
Let
Melo.
Mello say what he gonna say.
go for it. Go for it.
Nah, I just because she said she was literally about to run, and she made her biggest
Let her run.
one. And one, I exactly agree with Omar. I reiterate what you said, buddy. But her biggest claim was that to date, we all heard the rhetoric before. We heard everything she said before. But the biggest claim to date, where she's actually doing the work currently to reclaim land for what?
So I don't have to reclaim land. I said that my people out here doing the work to reclaim the land. My people still got their land. So that's not what I said. What I'm saying is that there are people out here that's gonna create, and I'm not running anywhere. I'm gonna let y'all get all y'all's off. I'm just gonna be quiet now. Y'all go ahead and get it off. And then when y'all finish with me, I'm gonna leave. So y'all can't say that I run away. I'm gonna let y'all get y'all's off. So don't worry about it.
So I want us to stand in intellect. I care, like I know what the conversation started out as when I got in here, but it always leads to this pretendian babble and appeal to emotion. And this is what we're fighting against. We need to stand into intellectualism. And all we got is my family this, my family that. It's oral tradition, not a nan fact, not one piece of evidence, not one document dating past 1492. We want facts. And so, like, the conversation of unity is a separate conversation. Economic empowerment, that's another conversation. I get that. And we can't combine this because there is no way on God's green earth that I'm uniting, regardless of who the enemy is, with a nigga that thinks that he's indigenous or that they think that they're Anunnaki aliens, because your objective is not my objective. These are the kind of people that in the midst of a real battle or a real fight will stab you in the back. We are watching South Africans as we speak choose white tea South Africans over other Africans. We are watching this as we speak. I will not stand shoulder to shoulder with somebody that does not know where they come from. I am willing to for intellectual facts, I am willing to remove myself away from my personal connection with being African American, because this is how scientific studies are done. You remove your biases from this subject and you analyze the information for what it is, not for what I want it to be. So, what does the information say, ladies and gentlemen? What does the information say? It says that black people are not from this hemisphere. It says that black people could not have come to be on this hemisphere. It also says that all human beings are melanated. So it also says, so stop saying were there melanated people in the Americas, because that's like saying were there people with feet in the Americas. Of course there were, because all people are melanated. Let us stand in intellectualism and not let these people believe that there's an iota of hope that black people were here, because they were not. And you can't prove that they weren't, and we can prove that black people came from Africa. Even when we start talking about the indigenous people of Australia, they have a migration pattern that came out of Africa. Are they African today? No, because that was thousands of years ago. And the indigenous people that we call Native American and Amerindian, they came out of Africa, but we can prove their migration. What we can't prove is this magically delicious nigga that always claims to have been here, because it didn't exist.
And that's kind of
I
what I
see
was
no
talking about.
anthropological evidence. I see no archaeological evidence. I mean, if these BLK people they talk about was here in America for thousands and thousands of years, what were their civilizations? What was the name of their spiritualities? What was their language? It can't be English. English is only 1,500 years old. It can't be the word Indian. That word is only 435 years old. It can't be American, because that word is only 570 years old. I'm looking for the name of these people. I'm looking for their culture, their civilizations, their nations, their spirituality. These people that you claim that were already here. Can't find them. I've been looking since 1981, Don. I can't find them. I've been researching this since 1981. A lot of these people on this panel wasn't even fucking born. Still haven't found them. Maybe y'all can find them. Thanks, Don.
I appreciate you. And yeah, that's what I was alluding to when I was saying, like, okay, oral history, that's a real thing. We're not gonna omit oral history like that's not a real thing. But you also have to have some type of corroborating evidence to substantiate that. So like you saying, the archaeological evidence, even she mentioned she kind of, wants to cherry pick some of the written documents, but you still have to have some type of scientific data to help to verify with these claims. So
Done data. Can I say something?
yeah, let me just name it. I'm gonna be quick. So, but
Okay.
like I said, a lot of people they seem to conflate, like when we talking about melanin or having dark skin pigment with being black. That's not the case. We know that these people migrated over here approximately over 16,000 years ago. They settled in like those regions I was talking about, the equatorial latitude, and they have dark skin. Some of them have even phenotypes that would probably be similar to what people would associate with a sub-Saharan African. But once again, being black is having that African ancestry, and we know that Africans wasn't trafficked over here until approximately 500 years ago. If you're talking about the ones that come from Spain, and 400 years ago, if you're talking about the ones that come directly from West and West Central Africa. So yeah, that was my main thing. Just solely being dark, that doesn't make you African. Obviously, you have to have that ancestry. When we talk about oral history, yeah, like have to have something to co-sign it, but we know that none of the human remains here. Even we addressed Albert Perry. There was no counter argument to back by that. You said it was some type of y'all flamed some dude up. That dude
I mean, it's
wasn't
a lot
here.
of information out there about Albert Perry, but you just found
Yeah, but all of
what
it,
supported your rhetoric. Okay.
all of
So
the
Okay.
produce
objective.
it.
Hold
This
on.
is a
Okay.
All of
medium
the
where you can
objective.
produce
Okay.
it.
All of
I
the
don't
That's the
care.
objective
same thing
evidence
that your
is
I
people
going to
do,
say that
though.
Albert Perry
don't.
That's the
come
same
I
from.
don't
thing
care
your
about Albert
people
Perry.
do.
I'm talking about me. So
But all of
y'all
the
can keep
evidence,
missing
all of
me.
the
That's the
evidence.
same thing your people do,
Okay.
though.
Well,
If you
So
study, if you
what you
study,
talking
let's
what
get
about?
you
back on
doing?
topic because we're talking about me now. So Albert
Yeah,
Perry was
but
a while ago.
all of
Okay.
the evidence that's gonna be presented by Albert Perry is never gonna say nothing else
Okay.
besides he is connected genetically to the people of
Okay.
Cameroon
All
and
right.
West
All right.
Central Africa.
All right. Thank you for your
Yeah,
point.
yeah. And that's why I say like all of the talking points that we address. I mean, we can't address your personal lineage,
Oh, it's not
obviously.
just mine. It's a lot of us out here.
But
Actually it's most of us
this
from
is
the
the
south,
thing.
from the southeast. I
It's
don't know
either
where
y'all
you're
have
from.
indigenous admixtures,
No,
which is means
it's not
y'all
an
mix.
admixture, sir. But
But
you
that's
know
what I'm
what?
saying. That's why I said I got to get interrupted. But that's why I said either y'all have indigenous admixture, which y'all mixed in with the indigenous people who came over here, which the evidence shows that these people migrated over Beringia approximately.
Okay.
Yeah, I get interrupted. Approximately.
Well, this is what I'm
Yeah,
gonna say
I
is
get
that
interrupted. Like
okay. Well, go ahead.
I'm just trying to land. Like it's
Yeah, because
either.
50 people stand
Now
on my neck.
I'm just trying to land.
Yeah.
That's all I'm really trying to do.
Yeah.
Uninterrupted. It's like yeah, we know these people migrate over here voluntarily, and we know that there's no evidence. I'm talking about all the human remains, whether these mounds that these people like to conflate with pyramids, which the pyramids is in Africa, but even though they're in Northeast Africa, not West Africa, where our descendants or our ancestors are, they want to associate it with that because they was hoteps at one point. And all this shit is pretty much just internet regurgitation and parroting. Is not actually backed by anything empirical. We're talking about objective, tangible shit that we can see, real live receipts, real live data, like the hearsay. I got this analogy I use. Would hearsay be good enough to find you convicted of a crime? You gonna
Okay.
say hell
Let me
no?
ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
Go
How old
ahead,
is
even though
your
I don't get the land.
okay? How old is your grandmama?
My grandma OG.
Right. How old is she?
She about 80 something.
Okay. Was she born in a hospital?
No.
Okay. When did she get? When did she receive her birth certificate? How old was she when she received the birth certificate?
I think she was probably adult.
Right. So what I'm trying to get you to understand with me saying that is that nobody was here worried about us. Okay, I don't know who was taking account of your grandmother. Where do you find even if she didn't go get a birth certificate when she was an adult? How would you have even known a proof of her birth or that she was here?
What? She is alive? What do you mean?
Okay. So would
Listen
you
real
not
quick.
believe her? Wait. Would you not believe her about her childhood and what she told you about her childhood, about her mother, about her grandmother? Because there is no documents to prove
Okay,
it.
so this was the question that I asked you that you didn't ever answer. So we talking about the oral tradition and what people say. How did your people say that they got to America? Because that's really the argument here.
They have my people say they always have been here. They never said that they had to come to America or get to America.
So when you say always been here, so you're just refuting that human life starts in Africa, right?
That is a theory, sir.
That's not. That's actually, ma'am. That's actually a
Out of
scientific,
Africa is a
ma'am.
theory, sir.
Ma'am,
Do
that's
we not
actually
understand what
what's
a
called,
theory is?
ma'am. If you listen, you will learn. That's actually
Okay,
something
let's
what's
hear it.
called. That's actually what something called a scientific theory, which is backed by data,
Okay.
by evidence, by
Oh, okay.
studies.
There's a lot of other theories out here too, sir. That's
No,
scientific
you know what a
theories.
scientific. I'm saying
There's a lot of other ones that talk
you
about
want
the
to talk over
migration
me.
patterns and all that kind of stuff.
I feel like I get talked over because I be making so much sense that
Well,
people
that's
don't
not
want to
it.
see what I'm saying. You see what I'm saying? Because when you was
That ain't the reason.
remember when you was talking, I was put like making sure that people stayed quiet so that you could talk. But it's crazy because I'm trying to talk and I'm getting interrupted by the person I was trying to like defend. You know what I'm saying? So that's the thing. But I just feel like I be spitting such pure bars, and it's so real, it's so genuine, it's so authentic. I don't gotta like get all passionate and try to convince the people with my emotions because I'm telling nothing but the facts. And I feel like when I do that, people can kind of know that that's happening, and they want to talk over me so I don't get my row out. Which is, even when they do that, it's fine because I'm just going to expose it, and people are going to be like, damn, yeah, that is disingenuous. He was letting her nothing but talk. So yeah, when we talk about a theory, people are trying to cherry pick that it's a scientific theory. And if anyone wants to be intellectually honest, they will actually look up what a scientific theory is. It's not just a hypothesis, which is what is being conflated. When she said it's just a theory, it's not just a theory. It's not just something somebody came along with and just said, oh, no, it's actually backed by evidence. And it's so ironic because I'm pretty sure everybody here, even the pseudos, want to subscribe to mitochondrial Eve. This is actual genetic evidence that traces that human life starts in Africa, right? So at the end of the day, like these are one of the questions that I kind of gotta add to it when we were talking about Omar. What is substantial evidence for these people? Another one is, are you a creationist? Right? Because if you're a creationist, then life can just spring up anywhere. It's called a multi-regional hypothesis, which is a hypothesis and not a theory because it doesn't have any evidence to back it. Right? These are people that really just want God to be true so they can reunite with a unalive one because they just not critical thinkers because they can't deal with mortality ultimately. But that's a little bit too deep for this conversation. I'm just saying the evidence shows that human life evolves in Africa, not created, but evolve in Africa. And people migrate and populate the entire world, right? So when you're saying people have always been here, that is good hearsay. But when we talk about like how I run my platform, it's really based off evidence, off empirical data, off things we can objectify, off tangibles, right? That's the tangible, and this is how we base what truth is, what facts is, right? Not just hearsay, what fact is. Fact is based on what you can see. So let's just look at it like what we can perceive is our senses. See, touch, taste, smell, hear, all of that shit, right? If you can't do none of that to your claims, right? If you can't objectify them anyway, then they're just that. They're really blank claims. People have not been here. There's no evidence of humans being over here past 23,000 years. Like there was that the little footsteps, white stones, all that shit. But all of the human remains, whether people want to claim to be Lusia, that substantiates back to Amerindia, where they want to claim to be the Olmecs, all of those human remains found there connect to Amerindians, or any of these mounds that y'all want to say are pyramids to go with your Hotepism, all of these people are Amerindians. None of these people connect to what you want to make blackness. And even when it comes to people conflating with this pseudo word Negroid, because that is a pseudo word that's not based in any scientific data, it's by scientific racists actually. These is based off an adaptation to tropical regions. Right, but that's what I say. I think this shit just gets a little bit too complex for people, and it's easy just to say, "Oh, I heard this, so that's what it is." Right. At the end of the day, we are
Oh,
supposed
land?
when I want to. You
Okay.
can leave if you're ready. You said you was gonna stay up here and endure it, but I don't think you can do that because that's not
Because
your
I'm
body.
asking you real
Because
questions
that's
you
not
haven't
your
answered
body.
yet. You haven't
Because
answered
that's
yet.
not your body, and
But
that's
you
really my
haven't
body.
answered.
And
You
I
haven't
can
answered my
go.
question yet.
I don't have to wait on the motherfuckers
No,
to
and
leave.
you don't. And you don't have to answer
I
real
can really go
questions
for
either. Because I'm trying to figure
huh?
out how do you know anything about your family.
Once
So
again,
let's get out the broader science.
once again, when we having these conversations and we talking about unity, you're one off. You talking about all y'all is doing this. Y'all was not doing this
Let's talk about
5 years ago. Y'all was not doing this 5 years ago. All this shit come when Dan Calloway
let's
went
talk about
viral with what's propagated in the algorithm, with what's amplified by these same YT people who own these private platforms, right? Obviously, you're of African descent. That's the reason why you're black. And if you're not of African descent, then you're just not black. And I need you to say that this own your blackness
that's fine.
because that's the facts.
That's
That's the
fine.
facts. That's the
That's
facts.
Hey,
fine.
what you're
Okay,
not
My
gonna
I'll
do
my
is
accept.
keep
I'll
like I
accept.
will
I'll
keep
accept your
muting
facts.
you until he finish.
Okay, I'll accept your facts. I'll accept your facts. Now I'm gonna ask you a
my
question about your
hold
specific
on
family.
before
Once
you
again, it's
before
not
you
about
do
we're
it
not having
before
that
you do it.
conversation.
Yeah, before you do it, my question is: all this energy that we put into this form of delineation, is all of this energy being spent because we're trying to reclaim something, or are we trying to maintain ownership of a thing? This is a lot of
Well,
energy.
it's
I'm
an
talking about a lot
insecurity.
of
It's an
energy and effort.
insecurity. It's an
Well,
insecurity and
I
can we
inferiority
mean,
stick to the
complex.
facts?
if I'm not gonna
Can
be
we,
allowed to, I'm the
not the
only one with my
morality.
perspective
I
up
came
here.
out
I
about
I'm
the
still ain't
literally
get
the
the
only
morality.
land.
Let's
one.
stick to the facts.
I still ain't get the
I'm
land.
literally the only one,
It's
and
an
everybody.
insecurity, and you know why you're the only one? Because everybody knows who's on this panel. You're literally like nobody else is in this queue. No other pretender has got the courage enough to come up here because they know I demolish all them bullshit talking points consistently. And then even to that point, to where you ran, I even got Forrest Gump ready for shit like that. because I already know how y'all got to play this game. Y'all cannot endure counter arguments whatsoever. But the whole time,
Did she
you've been
drop?
able to speak every time. Yes, you dropped. But the whole time, you can speak every time without anybody genuinely interrupt you, and at least not without me intervening and saying, no, don't do that. Because these people know who the fuck they are dealing with. And you know what I'm saying? Hold on, let me get Jenny ready. Because I gotta let them know that this is consistent pseudo rhetoric. Like you can be loud as you want to be.
Run away! Hurry! Run, Forrest, run!
You know what I'm saying? And this is generally what happens on here. I know nobody dropped it. I would have seen the alert on there. But that's what I'm saying. When it comes to the indigenous claim, you have to be able to prove. You talking about you want to talk about people in their oral tradition. You said you already told on yourself. You said your people said they always been here, and I know you lying on your people. Please, I made a request with y'all to ever, if y'all ever was able to do that, I would remove my page. If y'all ever was able to contact the ancestor and grandma and say, let them substantiate, they say we always been here. Y'all are pseudo creationists who can't deal with the reality of the world and therefore are delusional. That's why you're emotional, because you are an emotional person. Critical thinkers have to put their emotions aside and just take the information as it is. So, but I land with that. I
So
think
that's why I'm asking that question. Like I'm trying to understand and I'm attempting to be honest, no facetiousness intended. It seems based on how the perception of how y'all engage with the conversation, it seems like little man syndrome. Seems like Chihuahua syndrome. Like you're small, you're small, so you project this outward. You get loud as humanly possible, hoping that will provide you strength. And a lot of people buy into that. And I'm scared to death for y'all because that doesn't actually pan out in politics, and it definitely doesn't pan out in actual wartime. Like your numbers are not there, the logic is not there, the things that are necessary to either move politically or physically are not there. So I'm trying to understand, what is all the energy in the delineation for? Just to have a title unto yourself? Nobody cares. Have the title. I don't think that anybody cares, to the point that's been made 100 times. It's 2026. Bob could wake up tomorrow and be Barbara, and nobody can stop him. But I'm
Well,
trying to understand, are you trying, is it for the purpose of reclaiming something that you feel you are owed, which would require political power, which this way of debating is not politically powerful, or do you feel like you're trying to maintain something that you already own, in which case who's trying to steal it? Who I know the immigrants are not trying to steal it. They can't steal the land that I own. They can't steal the business that I own, that I started. Like what is this for? I'm trying to understand what all this
well,
energy is for.
well, the energy that you're witnessing is just like the lacking male with the oversized sports car, or the overexertion of bravado and the lack of real skills on the court or on the field or what have you. And this is what you're witnessing. They have to be loud and braggadocious and make outlandish claims in the lack of information, because you're standing out of all of these people on the panel, you're standing in the face of people that are going to put down not what they believe, not what they wrote, what the facts are is what we're going to put down. Because if I was her, if I was any of these individuals that keep typing W in the comments when they're straight losers, is if I was going, I would slap down that birth certificate from 1,000 years ago, proving my ancestors was here. But you know why we don't see that birth certificate from 1,000 years ago? Because it doesn't exist. And your whole claim hinges on genealogy. Where are your ancestors 1,000 years ago? You keep talking about the Native American, which you should stop, because Native Americans don't need white tea documents, which you guys don't like, but you claim genealogy. Genealogy is white tea documents. That is not an indigenous thing. If you think genealogy was thought up by indigenous people, you would be sadly mistaken. Land deeds, land grants, any other piece of paper you think that links you to the land is a white tea invention. So if you really want to impress or get into academics and what was I saying? Calling it earlier? The I can't think of the word that I used earlier. The education of it, drop that 1,000-year-old birth certificate. Drop that 1,000-year-old ancestor on this onto this platform right now so we can start discussing that. Because Albert Perry, not gonna cut it. He's African. Lucia, not gonna cut it. She's Amerindian. Everything. I mean, you guys are the epitome of culture vultures. Everything you try to claim belongs to either the African or the Amerindian, or if not, the African American themselves. Just drop the evidence. Stop talking about. Don't talk about my genealogy. Screw your genealogy. And if your grandma said that you was indigenous, she's a bald-faced goddamn lie. And I'll tell her to her face.
But you know what, Red? Even more than that, like, I'm to the point where, like, if they want to believe this mythological genealogy, like, fucking go for it. But what doesn't make sense is to try to completely erase the history of my people, lie about science. Like, that's the part that doesn't really like correlate. It doesn't make any sense. So if they want to claim their genealogy or that their grandmothers were right about whatever, I don't even care at this point. Claim it. 5 civilized tribes piss me off anyway, so go ahead and claim it. I don't care. But it doesn't make sense, and it doesn't do anything beneficial to the ideology, the movement, or any of that, to completely lie about another race of people and to completely deny science. Oh, I got you, T. Omar. We got you. That's what I don't understand. It doesn't advance this initiative or this movement or this whatever it is that they're trying to do. It does absolutely nothing for it. So I don't understand that. But also, we have 100 people in the room, and there's absolutely no reason why we shouldn't be at 50K by now. So if y'all could please tap the screen, thank you so much. I appreciate y'all. Go ahead, y'all.
And I got it on auto accept. So, and I told y'all that a long time ago. So y'all could have came up here and trolled. Hopefully my mods be on. Actually, I meant to tell y'all that I do got it on auto accept. So if any suspect come up on here, kind of be quick with the draw because it's not letting me really handle this shit. But yeah, that's what it always boiled down to. Like I said, I should preface with that question: are you a creationist? Because I already told you that's like the root of anti-intellectualism. I don't shy away from that conversation because I may offend some people with getting into that conversation, but it's just because I know the algorithm hate it. But like, she talking about you always been here. Humans haven't even always been here. So like that's why I say when we just really trying to steer people away from the anti-intellectualism. When I'm talking to a person like that, like one-on-one, like. The last time I came up here, we were talking about it, like how it's really not for those people. But we got a lot of viewers in here. Hopefully, like Omar said, y'all wasn't swayed by all of the unnecessary passion because it's really not relevant. Like if your people been here, just go evidence. But only thing you can land on is this is what my mama said. You water boy pseudos are the worst people to deal with because it's like how she said, the conversation can't go anywhere with you because we're not going to be presenting any evidence, even though you still want to go back to genealogy, which is those European records, even though you want to mention Albert Perry, which you would not have known about Albert Perry if it wasn't for these people documenting now, because now you're getting into my field. Now you're getting into genetics. So you see how they contradict themselves every talking point. Every talking point. It's either you're going to go with what these Europeans say or not. But a lot of time it's a misconception, and like I said, it's rooted in the anti-intellectualism, which unfortunately is based in telling y'all people that man was created from dust and woman came from a rib. And like I say, the reason why my panel exists is to really just get y'all to do better, to be able to, I know shit. It inspired me when Red talk, when Black First talk, with Carolina talk. This should inspire you to want to be intellectual, to not just be want to have to get loud and resort to ad hominems and crashing out. Y'all have don't get me wrong. I'm a crash out expert too, but I'd rather not. I'd rather like force these people to crash out by having too much information that they can't counter with, and they have to get flustered. That's the result. All right, we got a couple people coming up. A couple people. Oh, these is. Anybody want to talk? Chase, you still up here? Anybody want to get in here who ain't talked in a minute? Before I
Big Chase.
Hey, I'm gonna drop on down. I'm gonna drop down so anybody will come up because I'm over here doing some work anyway. But I'm just listening.
Yeah, they not coming up.
I just want to know if I was tripping earlier because I swear that she claimed that she was doing the work to reclaim her land.
She
Did
did.
anybody hear that? Or
She did. She did. And then when you asked her about it, she said my people were doing work to reclaim their land. But the thing is that like we have the history. Like that's what's so crazy about it. They can't keep saying everything's a lie. You getting it from the white teeth perspective when your documents, your very documents that you're claiming, your land deeds, your birth certificates, your census records, your what was it? Was it amalgamations and all of that is white tea documents. Every last ounce of it is white tea documents.
I
So
wanted to.
I mean, either you got to drop the genealogy claim, or drop the we can't use white tea documents claim, or white tea stuff, because every ounce of what you use is coming from white tea.
And,
Well, I said
and
they contradict themselves. They got to. Go ahead, Azar.
and also, I wanted to give kind of like a notion and give some real context because they're being willfully ignorant. Right now, as it stands with the United States, there is 575 recognized tribes of native indigenous people registered and recognized by the federal government.
Yeah, but you got to include another 100 for state. Please don't leave them out. Thank you.
Right. But also, there's 365 reservations on the continental United States. 365 reservations, 575 plus the 100, there's a considerable amount of native indigenous people who are recognized who have no land to stand on. Literally, not one acre. Not one acre. And so these people, when they stand and have cultural continuity or some semblance of their culture and their people, they're doing it in the midst of not having any land at all. This idea to assume that you have actual land when there's over hundreds of other already recognized people who have no land at all. And it's not well, somebody stole something. This is not what's happening. And you don't take any of that consideration there. Yeah.
I remember some years back, Papa, there was one of the pretenders used to be on here. I can't remember his name right now. And he was insistent that why don't you just go along with it for right now? You can be African later, but if 100% of us claim to be indigenous, they'll have no choice to give our land back. And I kept asking him, what is the deal? We're African American, and you're somehow magic indigenous. But the problem was us because you're not going along with the story. They're not going to give us our land back. And I'm thinking, so we claim to be indigenous today, all of us, 100%. Native Americans are the indigenous and have been fighting for their land forever and have no land. I mean, well, not the entirety of the land, because the entirety of the land belongs to them. And you think,
Yeah,
one, huh?
But no, I was going to say you're right. Like Papa just stated, there are a lot of us who don't have reservation land. We don't even have our own land,
Absolutely.
right? So they don't like
And
us
all of a
either.
sudden, black people unite and say, "Yup, we're indigenous," and the White House walls are going to tumble down, the floodgates are going to open, and the president is going to crack the books that prove that we're actually the true indigenous people. Stop.
You know, with that, Red, like this is the other thing I'll just say real quick is like people equate reservations to like land for indigenous people, but the reservations are literally concentration camps. That's like what they were modeled to be. That's why the Mustache Man modeled the concentration camps in Europe off of ours. And the thing is that it's often not on the original sacred land anyway, hence why you still have Native American groups protesting and trying to fight for access to sacred lands because they don't give that to the people, and they are trying to mine on those lands. They are trying to build pipelines on those lands. So I don't know why people think that they won't give us the shit that belongs to us, they're not gonna give it to anybody else either. So I don't know. It's crazy.
Yeah, I remember one of the pseudo chiefs, Rod Hayes. He kind of even alluded to that, like just go along and it'll happen. And he referred to it when he said it was an egregore, right? An egregore is pretty much ultimately it's just a thought form, but it's supposed to be like something that they think is something that's going to kind of manifest from collective thoughts, or what they call the collective consciousness, right? By them sharing the same belief that whatever they are talking about is going to come to fruition in some kind of real way. And yeah, like I say, but it's just at its heart, at its core, it's delusion, right? And people have to get their thinker back. And a lot of people, they brain is already gone. It's already permafried, like literally off of what's being pushed in the algorithm, the videos that they watch while they gone off the Zai. And they've been spamming this shit for years now. And then, like I said, a lot of the rhetoric has already been in the culture for so long, whether that's through the Moors, the Hebrew Israelite, the Bible, Christianity, all this shit. And it kind of trickles down into where it's like, but shit, yeah, this shit is easy to, their favorite word, believe. And like I say, when you just accepting anything is true or whatever sounds good or what you feel like resonates with you, and even when it comes to resonate, I talking about her, like we so used to like going to church on Sundays and hearing the pastor to where that kind of it does resonate with people.
Okay, can I show you the proof that we indigenous from here? Can I show you the documented proof?
Oh my God! Can you wait until the host introduces you?
I've been waiting on you my whole life.
Yeah. I'm gonna show you the documented proof.
Please.
Okay, so
I'm gonna show you right now.
Hold on.
Now look, you see? Look. I'm gonna show you.
Can you listen to me real quick? When you saying the documented proof, it's already, I'm just telling you, to me, it's already an easy red flag, because when you talking about documentation, you're talking about likely in the English language. The English language was brought to you by the Europeans, so you're not talking about indigeneity no more. You're talking about.
Because you look up the original English language and see if they wrote or spoke this language.
What you mean the original English language?
Look
talking about Old English and Middle English?
Listen, bro. I'll listen to you. Listen. Look up the original English language and look up if they wrote and spoke the language that we speak now. See if they have the same linguistic. See if they do it.
Can you read and speak Old English?
All right, this is what I'm going to do.
Listen, bro.
Hold on, Mark. I'm going to give you time. Mark, let me just give you time. Mark, I'm just going to give you time to present. I'm just going to give you
calm down, my man.
No, Mark, chill. I'm going to give you time to present that way. But I want to let you know, when I do this, I'm going to make sure you go uninterrupted. And I want you to give us the same respect. I'm going to start with you first. So ain't nobody finna interrupt you. We're going to give you 2 minutes to do your presentation. And then after we counter it, please do not interrupt, because.
Okay.
You got me?
Okay. So I can go now. I go now, right? I go now?
Hold on. Let me put you on the big screen. I'll give him 2 minutes.
Okay. These are parcels. You see this? Right here. That's a parcel. Now I'm going to show you. You see that deed? That's a 1753 deed. Now, this is a Henry Williams allotment. Now I'm going to show you that this is what's called heirs property. Now, if you go back to 1753, before the United States was created, you'll go back to the Henry Williams land grant. This is Chattawikity, North Carolina, which is, hold on, let me show you. Chattawikity, North Carolina. That's a Tuscaroran word. When you go back to the 753 deeds, you'll go back to the land grants. Now, once you get your land grants, which came from King Charles II, they are proprietor grants. You get all your deeds. Now you see the allotments. These are sacred grounds. These are where mounds is at. Now you see it goes to the 1717 Tuscarora deed. The treaty. Now you got all your clan family deeds. Now you got your deeds. You connect that to your family in Chattawikity, North Carolina, and then you got these are all the 1753 deeds. Hold on, I'm going to show you again. You said 753 deeds. This is what's called a chain of title under this Henry Williams land grant. Henry Williams was a land grant connected to Williams in the 1717 deed, which is the Tuscarora deed of 1700s. This is all connected. All our ancestors had these 1753 deeds before the United States was even created. This is Tuscarora, Beaufort County. We are Tuscarora. This is a bloodline to your lineage to the soil. This is 1969. Let me show you. 1969. My Alfonso Williams. You see that name right there? Alfonso Williams. This is my aunt Mary. She was a clan mother. There's my grandfather, which is Gilbert Branch. They go my grandmother, which is I'm glad. This is Mary Williams right here at the bottom. Gilbert Branch is my grandfather. Gladys Branch is my grandmother. These are clan mothers. He signed this Alonzo Williams deed, which connects to Charterwiki, North Carolina, to Henry Williams to the 753 deed. It predates the United States, which is Tuscarora lineage. It predates the United States. This is bloodline directly to the soil. None of them fake corporate Native Americans do not have this. We have matrilineal bloodline clan families. We stayed off of reservations and fought for our rights. We had these are railroad lots and everything where mounds are on. Y'all don't know history. All the fake Native Americans, they can't prove it. They don't have no bloodline heirs to the families. It wasn't no tribal nations. That's a colonial word. Shut up.
Who family you talking about?
Hold on.
Wait.
Hold on. I just want to make sure he's done. So you got 5 seconds left.
My God, clean up that desk.
That's the part of the psychosis. Okay. So just before anybody responds, I do want to say this. So you didn't prove anything regarding indigeneity because
What
you
do
was
you
like,
mean? Listen, you gotta prove yourself. You gotta predate yourself. You got. Okay,
Mark, you already
Yeah, this
interrupted
not
me,
your
brother.
panel, so you're not gonna talk.
Hey, Dada, put him back on the big screen. I'm trying to see that bottom jib.
I can't do it. Y'all got to do it.
I'm trying to see that bottom jib.
I got it.
No.
Damn, man, why we gotta be like this, brother?
I'm trying to see that bottom jib, Dada.
Yeah, you already know. He ain't too fucked off though. So he making me say, but he fried as fuck. So this the thing. You on mute, brother. You on
He
mute.
has
So
no idea that he's
when I
on
let
mute.
when I let you talk that whole 3 minutes
Please let him
uninterrupted,
stay there.
that was so you can give us the same respect back, brother. You still going, your lips still moving. That was the reason why I did that. But like I said, y'all be running my patience, but I always got to remember the mission.
Bro,
You
prove
are
my
an example
paperwork
of the mission.
wrong.
Yeah. Listen, indigenous is meaning you as the first inhabitants of the land, right? So talking about 1717 or 1753, I really just let the time go out because the Europeans came over here in the 15th century.
No, they
16th
did
century.
not, bro. You don't know what you're talking about. No, they did.
So once again, the main thing I wanted
There
to
was
say
not
was,
one white person
so
over here in the
I
15th
wasn't,
We not doing that.
you know why,
dumbass.
We not doing that. We not
you know
doing
why
that.
you gotta talk,
We
you know
not
why
doing
you
that.
trying to talk while I'm talking and none of us was talking while you was talking. You know the reason for that is because you is fried shit and we is saying shit. That's the real reason why you couldn't hold your mouth. You couldn't stay
They
quiet.
come up here just to crash out. That's all it
Yeah.
is.
Yeah, you see, you cussing. Now you cussing out women.
Wasn't here in the 15.
You know what I'm saying? But like I said, that's the problem with him. And then we probably just had to drop this one. Hold on,
Yeah, I got it.
I probably had to drop that one.
Oh my God.
Cause he just came up here to crash out like the other girl did. But see, she was a little bit more
But see, that's why I say that's the main part. That's the main part I try to convey. Because, like we say, all the facts on facts on facts. That ain't really touching these people. When y'all be able to see how throwed off y'all actually look and sound in 4K, and then in contrast it, why he couldn't shut the fuck up while we endured that bullshit. You know how painful that is for us to have to sit here and watch that shit and listen to that shit. I'm not gonna even hold you. I was on the call.
It's super easy to look up the 1753 deeds that he's talking about that came from Lord Granville, and only white people received them. So it's really easy to look that information up.
Again, even if that's the case, what makes
you
all
indigenous
black
by
people
having
that
one?
though?
Yes,
No, I know. It doesn't make sense
From
anyway.
North Carolina?
Right. What I'm saying
about?
is it doesn't make sense anyway, but you can look it up super easily and see who actually received them. And it was European immigrants.
Oh. So, but because that's what had he remained up here, been able to stop yelling. I'm pretty sure then Dada, going with your theory, I bet you he had braces as a child. Because it looked the bottom jib looked correct, but that don't mean he ain't had some work done. But
see, that would require him to have somebody that raised him, that loved him, and you can't.
Yeah,
no, it didn't happen.
But with that said, though, right? How does owning land in 1753, even if that was not given to white tea people, how does that make you indigenous? And this is what they don't realize. 1753 does not make you indigenous, but white tea people first make it to the Americas in 1513. We do you guys realize we have facts we can read? That we can see this information? Man, I'm so tired of seeing this nigga face today. I was on a
I want
panel.
to see
I was
that.
on
I did not want to see that.
I was on a panel earlier. Every slide that this young man, it was a young man too, a teenager, probably about 19, 20. Every slide he brought up said that I'm gonna debunk you, Red, had
We know.
Earth Speaks in the corner. It was a screenshot from Earth Speaks.
Yeah, I'm all the way in September 2024 pulling up backdrops.
Oh my God.
This is real. Hey, this is really crazy that people are claiming indigeneity off of white tea documents.
That's why I said as soon as he said that, I was like, bro, just go ahead and get you some time, because like that's a tool. I'm gonna let you speak. Are you gonna let me speak? You can't. You're a psych patient, and we're regular people. I hope y'all see this, man. That invite. Okay, Shay, appreciate you coming up. Like I said, it's on auto accept. You want to tap into this conversation, Shay? You got anything to say? Conversation you've been hearing. I know I've been going through different backdrops.
Hey, baby.
No, I didn't even mean to freaking request up. I was trying to get out of this.
Shake the people. She ain't no pretending.
Okay, what's up, Shay?
But shit. I did not mean to curse up here though. But now I can say
You funny.
I'm weak. I didn't mean to, but nah, for real. African Americans, no, we're not indigenous to, United States of America. I had conversations in the comment section. It was David. He was talking about how all of us were slaves at one point or whatever. And I don't know how he was trying to word things, but I'm like, if the indigenous people knew the land, how did your ancestors not know the land to escape? That's my question. I don't know. It's just their ideology, everything else they're trying to, I don't know, say. It makes no sense at all. It really don't. But yeah.
I just hate how crazy they got us, man. They got us out here really crazy. Like the majority of people, and I know, it's kind of levels to crazy. For me, everybody got a little bit in it. I self-admitted myself, not admit it anywhere, but I admit that I, got a little blackout sprees. When I was young, I did a lot better.
Hey, you got on the skirt, Danny?
What?
Just saying.
You ain't seen nothing, honey. All you seen was a that.
Oh, okay. Just checking.
Someone said, what do you think that the Underground Railroad was? By African slaves? Not indigenous people? The fuck?
Y'all and that was later on after we learned the land. We had to learn the land.
We had to learn it, right?
Remember, these niggas wasn't even in slavery. Now they was on the Underground Railroad. Come on, now these were resting stops developed. I mean, because remember, we couldn't have had the Underground Railroad without white tea people. I mean, like we have to admit that along the way. And a lot of these stops along the white Underground Railroad were white tea stops. Churches, houses, cellars, etc., etc. So no, it's not because we was indigenous, because we had guides along the way.
Yeah, I tap this screen. Let's see if we can get recruit somebody in here, y'all. Like, it's sad that we've got to try to antagonize these people to get them up here just to have a conversation. And when this shit thrives in the algorithm.
Oh, I knew what I was finna say. This is why I'm really pumped up today, because it pisses me off. Is that what's the one native guy, Carolina, the one that claimed that he's from my city? And he grew up in Cabrini Green or some shit like that.
The Underground Railroad didn't have nothing.
Hey! Don't come up here scratching out.
Are you talking about one of the descendants?
I got you.
Not a real indigenous.
One of the descendants. I like that. I like that term. That's
are you talking about Manny's racist ass?
Man, I think it was Manny. I think he has a new page.
And he's not indigenous. Stop saying he indigenous.
Yeah, he's not indigenous. He's a descendant.
Did I say that?
Yes.
No. He said native, which racially he's native, but yeah, he's not indigenous.
I thought he said.
But I can't. Manny, I get Manny and the other one. What's the other one?
Mono.
Okay, so it wasn't Mono. The one
Manny's the one from Chicago.
Okay,
Manny's the
yes.
one
So
from
he was
Chicago.
live today, and I sat there because he must have a new page because I have all the other ones blocked.
Road Runner, Red Road Warrior.
Yeah, he wasn't on that one today. He was on a different one today. I'll tell y'all what it was in a minute, so y'all can block it. But he sat there in his live and and it was antagonizing. But the piece that caught me the most was like, you guys want to be us. You don't like your natural nappy hair. He kept grabbing his ponytail, pulling it forward, saying, "You want straight, wonderful hair like I have." And which made me mad because when I went to the very next panel after blocking him, it was a pretending panel. And that's what it seemed like to me also. I hate to say it that way. You would rather be anything than African. Be what you are. You're claiming somebody else's heritage, lineage, birthright, as if the one that you have is not good enough. It's disgusting. It's like, like for me, some of you pretenders, I might as well sit in my lazy boy with my boots on and let you come lick them. That's the equivalence of what you're doing. You're demeaning yourselves, and it's embarrassing because we share blood ties.
Yeah, it's self-internalized racism. Hey, y'all know Obu, y'all can check that. I don't know. That's a suspect picture to me.
Yeah, it is, and that's why I was gonna ask who you
But y'all can go to the page and I can
Oba.
Oba.
Yeah, what's going on?
This is
What's going on?
This is FBA child.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, your name Oba? Oba so FBA? Hey.
Yeah, I put Oba to fuck with the Africans. I ain't gonna lie. They make them mad. Yeah. It be making them mad.
I don't think anybody's mad, but okay.
Nah. Why would you want to make Africans mad?
What's up?
Because they kept hopping on my panels.
Oh, word. What was your backdrop? What
do you want to share with the class, sir?
Now, let me pull him up a backdrop so something he can vibe with. Something he can vibe with.
What's your origin?
Hold on, I got you. Let me give you an FBA backdrop.
All right, bro.
We'll switch to talk to the FBA real quick. So I'll just let you know my pushback with the FBA, unless anybody else want to get in here.
But Don,
I got a better one.
Did you notice that both of them came up crashing out straight off the rip, like and didn't know what we were talking about?
They just want to talk about Africans.
That's all they want to do. That's all they want to do. They thought this was gonna be a safe space for them to get it off. Absolutely not.
I mean, our Pan-Africans trying to FBA the culture.
Now, hold on.
hold
on, I got another one.
Wait, what?
Wait, what? How are Pan-Africans trying to FBA the culture?
FBA the culture.
Yeah, hold on. I think I was edited on that.
That don't make sense if we don't fuck.
Well, I mean, I'm trying to work with it.
I remember why he had that. I remember why he had that.
I forgot. Yeah, I forgot for sure. I forgot.
I remember.
Maybe trying to delineate. I don't know, but let me get this.
Do it mean? Do we vote Republican? Is that what you're trying to say? Are we trying to make people vote?
Wait, hold on. Go back to that. Hold on. Let me read.
Hold on. Was that his prompt or Oba said that?
You remember why you had that, Don?
I forget, honestly, I do, because I remember I had it at one time, and I forgot why I had it. I said, let me get this shit off. Maybe it's probably an AI.
You know who you were arguing with at that time.
Wait, first of all, I want to know who Buckra supremacy. Wait a minute. Wait.
Yeah, you know, that's why I say sometimes they be tweaking.
You missed the letter. You missed the C.
The C, yeah, it be tricky sometimes.
Buckra supremacy. I forgot. Zion taught you a new word.
Some of these be let me get where my more? I got the one I want to see.
Around like nobody business. What you talking about? You surprised? You Zines and I think it was somebody else. Y'all was just throwing the Buckra word around like nobody.
Yeah, Buckra and old
I would do this one. I need it long ways. Hold on. I'm looking for the babies. I'm looking for the babies. That's the one I'm looking
Yeah,
for.
he could spell it either way. It don't matter. I spell it with the C.
Oh, the Trump babies.
Yeah,
I think that's what he's looking for. Yeah.
that's what I'm trying to find right now. I don't know how old it is. Damn, it
I'm
should be
just
done.
laughing because I ain't seen nobody put that on their prompt before.
Oh yeah, that one is from. I did that one in like December. All these hells. Hello, I'm trying to see where the hell this shit is at. If I'm gonna have to settle up on one because I can't find it, I'm scrolling and scrolling. But I did just see it though. Shit.
Buckers that's coming over here from the European side. They always talking about, the melanated supposed to be immigrants, but ain't nobody talking about them European buckers. I mean them European immigrants.
That made absolutely no sense, but we'll definitely get back to you in just a moment.
Right.
Yeah, I'm gonna just have to settle upon it. I can't find it real quick. Hold on.
Voting for a white supremacist is crazy work. Crazy work.
But I mean,
Buckra supremacist.
For white supremacists thinking he can send white people back to Europe is even crazier.
Right.
That's right. My bad. Okay. But what is FBA? Is FBA a race, ethnic group, nationality, lineage, or a cult?
yourself, man.
Which one? What's FBA to you?
It's a revolution.
Who?
It's a revolution, man.
A revolution. No. Okay.
A revolution voting for a white supremacist.
Yes, sir.
It's kind of like the pretending how you was just talking about Carolina with like, fuck them, let them do what they do, let them claim what they claim because they really ain't got no real life motion. FBA the same thing. Like I could put FBA, I could be FBA the Don Dada and spew whatever I want to behind them because they like Tariq say they have no leader, so they have no structure, they have no guidance. They just out here freestyling. That really the only thing that they got in common is the anti-African, anti-black diaspora. And they pro Trump. And they anti-immigrant.
Why wouldn't you vote for a revolutionary? Why would you vote for a capitalist?
Who's the revolutionary? Who's the revolutionary?
Capitalists cannot be revolutionary by definition.
Trying to put one into office while you vote for the lowest denominator
That's antithetical.
that you can possibly find of the goals that you want. Like that's weird.
Well, first off, the lady above me about a shade and a half from being YT herself. Second of all,
okay, hold up. So you can say whatever the fuck you want up here, but if you think you're gonna talk to me like that when that's not even remotely true, because I know you have eyes like everybody else in this room does, you got me fucked up. So let's try this again, and don't focus on me and focus on your fake ass revolution. Thank you. You can unmute.
And even if that was true, you have people that are black. Yeah, FBA even I can pull you up an FBA. Matter of fact, a major protagonist of the FBA that's lighter than Carolina. So yeah, that's not a good point to even bring up. But that's why I say what would be a good point. So I'll tell you my pushback against the FBA. Outside from them being xenophobic, a hate group, cult, they really got a lot of misinformation in their tenets. And their tenets I'm getting from their website. So on their website, and I'll pull it up here while I'm talking about it, is that they claim that they are indigenous to America and they claim to be people that had trade with Americas prior to colonialism. Do you align with that fiction or what? I'll put it up here so you can see.
No, we the Israelites.
Can you hear me though? Man, is you gonna troll or you gonna be for real, bro?
No, Israelites. I'm dead ass
All right,
serious.
so you a troll. You a troll. All right, so but like I say, it always goes back again to that Bible, don't it? So right here, this is
Revelations 2:9. Revelations 2:9. I know they works, they tribulations and poverty, but thou art.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know how you gonna.
You never gonna.
You know what's so interesting?
Who say that they the JWs, but they are not. They are the Satan, the God of Satan.
Yeah. Father, do you have a father or no?
Go.
Single mother or father? You got a father?
What?
Your daddy raised you?
Of course I do.
Did your daddy raise you?
No, everybody that's born got a father.
Did your daddy raise you?
Of course.
You're a goddamn lie.
Of course, my mama married.
You know you lying.
Yeah, I never would lie.
All right, so right here it says you're lying. But right here it says The
What you
black
want me to show you
Aboriginal
a
people.
picture of my mom and pop married together?
So right here it says the black.
You sound
I
crazy.
just know that not a real father wouldn't let his child be this lost. But right here it says,
What are you talking about? My father, the one that installed these teachings
oh
to
well,
me.
yeah, you need to put him on here so I can cook him.
Well,
We
he
can
ain't here.
tell by the
Okay.
usage of installed.
In Genesis 15:13, and he said unto Abram,
We don't want to hear no
Noah
scripture,
said,
Oh
bro.
Noah
Lord, here
surety,
we
Hey,
go.
thy
hold
Okay,
seed
on.
is
shall
it
go a strange way.
Israelite?
Well,
Is
what?
this
I'm
an
promoting you
Israelite?
something.
What makes you think? All right, let me just read
We
this
are
out. Let me
descendants
just
of the
read this out.
original
But we get
12
into that.
tribes, man.
Let me just get into this and I
Oh
read that
my
because
God.
I don't really want to. I don't really want to have to go hard in there. But like right here, this is what FBA mean. It don't have nothing in their website. It don't have nothing to do with Israelites. FBA never claimed to be no Israelites. They claim to be the black Aboriginal people of North America, which really is a
But if you
contradiction in itself.
understand how deep it run, man, you will understand that them peoples is also part of the 12 tribes.
No, and
Oh
the
my
FBA has
God.
All
no.
they are descendants, man.
No, they
I
not.
don't know who you
Esau.
talking about. I'm not a descendant of a 12 tribe. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, they not. This says
Well,
right
man, you
here.
just
This
lost,
says
but I'm
right
trying
here.
to
But
educate
see, that's
you.
why I say.
You
That's why I
can't
say.
educate me because I'm not them people.
Yeah, that's why I say in FBA they can just do whatever they want. They could be Israelites, they could be Moors, they could be Hoteps, Christians, NOI, Orthodox. They just do whatever they want because they don't have no type of structure.
We
But yeah,
was the
let me just
Moors
read.
too, man. We was the
You
Moors too.
Who is
see what I'm saying?
we?
See what I'm saying?
I'm
The
just, what
FBA.
is this we stuff?
He supposed to be be
You gotta
representing FBA.
understand, we was the original
I don't know what
JWs.
you're talking
We
about.
was
My
the
people wasn't
Moors.
that.
We was the Celts.
My
Okay.
people was never that. What are
When
you
the
talking
He
12
said
about?
that you
tribes
said the Celts
We
dispersed,
too.
were not the
hey,
Celts.
when the 12 tribes dispersed,
This nigga
yes, we
making
was.
up.
We
He's
was
Right.
the
got to be
original
Let's
fucking
do it
Celts.
like this. Let's
trolling.
do it
He
like this
is
because
throwing shit at the wall and trying to see what
I
sticks.
just
Honey,
don't
it's
know,
not gonna
man.
work.
Y'all so
so
lost, man.
he's a
All
Y'all
good
right,
so
hold
example of
up,
what
y'all.
I'm
lost.
trying to
Don
do.
trying to talk.
But also before I let the panel, had a question. You also subscribe to us being Aboriginal to North America, right? Which means we was here prior to colonialism.
Yeah, they descendants of Esau, man.
Hold on, FBA descendants of Esau. That's what we
Nah,
reading right here. The black Aboriginal people of North America. Who are they? They descendants of Esau or Jacob.
nah, those are descendants of Jacob.
All
You
right.
see,
So
the FBA,
how
and
do
the
you teach that?
indigenous
How do
people,
you
the
prove
FB.
that
I'm
they
trying to
got?
explain it to you,
No,
man.
I'm asking you the question that I want to explain. How do you prove whether that's with the scripture or whatever, or with any type of evidence that black people was in America before colonialism?
Because when the 12 tribes dispersed, man, that was before colonialism, man. That was during the times of the original book teachings, man.
So if
So
you
you
really
got
read the book,
to understand when
if
the
you
12
really
tribes dispersed around the 12, we dispersed around the four corners of the world.
so if you really read the book, it lets you know the area that they settled on by the geographical locations. And it said Esau and his descendants, they migrated to the northeast, and Jacob or Israel and his descendants migrated to the southwest. I'm sorry, the northwest and the southeast. Right. So that would be further from the Western Asia, which is where the biblical story takes place in the Levant region, which is modern day Palestine and Syria. All right. So if the chosen people, if they migrated southeast and they was already in West Asia, that means that they did not go to America geographically, biblically. And
It
also
was still a land bridge.
the land bridge. So those people who migrated over biologically on the
Yeah.
land
From the
bridge.
So
Middle East.
when they went south, man, they still, yes, ma'am. When they went south, they still had the capabilities to get to South America, man.
So once
Wait,
again, they
wait,
didn't
wait,
go.
real
And
quick.
then they
Go ahead.
dispersed.
Wait, real quick, just so that I'm clear. Are you saying there was a land bridge from the Middle East to the Americas?
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to travel past to Morocco, man.
I hate this
Once you
fucking
get to
app.
So
Morocco,
Morocco would be southwest. So that's why I say you got to learn your genealogy. Learn your geography because you're trying to conflate genealogy with geography and with migration, and you're not going to be able to do it successful without anything objective. So that's what I'm telling you. The biblical story, the chosen people who are Israelites, they migrate southeast from the Levant. That's where they supposed to migrate. And then his descendants, you got Ham, you got Japheth, what's the other one?
yeah, that was some of the descendants too, man. That's how they got to Australia. When you see
No, you're
the
wrong. Because
Aborigines of
these
Australia,
listen,
you see how they look, man.
you know what's
They
interesting?
just got separated.
I'm gonna show you this because I know you like the Bible, so you're gonna like to learn this. Because I'm gonna show you how you know where these people migrated to. So we talk about the descendants of Canaan when we talk about Ham and Mizraim and everything, right? So, and this is pretty interesting. I'm telling y'all, etymology will get y'all far. What's good though? They tap the screen, y'all. Hold on, right here. We gonna go.
Just like the Jamaican, the tribe of Levi.
You just chatting. I'm gonna show you for real. See, a lot of y'all just be stuck having to chat and repeat what other people say because y'all really not good at reading. But I'm finna show you. I'm finna read it for you.
You see, some brothers be lost, but I come to see what he's trying to bring to me. But I'm telling y'all that some brothers just be lost, man. You can't save them.
One second, Oba. Hey, Don, you want them to get to 50K to turn the comments back on?
I think, yeah, that's good.
65K.
Yeah, 65. They gotta go 65. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, this is the interesting part. This is the part. Oh, hold on. Did I just do Esau? I meant to do Esau and Jacob. Okay, well, I think we got them all over here. So, these names will tell you where they went. So, like I'm talking about Esau, how they went south. Oh no, I'm trying to do Jacob. Let me hold on.
Hold up, wait. Read that. Stop.
We read the whole thing.
Yahweh has added the son of the right hand.
Yeah, so this is all they names. Hold on, you can read it if you want to. I want to show you the location.
I read it.
Hold on, actually, let me pull it up in the whole AI.
Now pull up what Jacob descendants travel to, and you will see how it all makes sense, brother.
That's right. All right, got you.
That's right.
Talk like that?
Are you trolling?
Yeah, he is.
He for real.
Oh my god.
I don't know, because the inflection of the voice, it's not really necessary to say it that way.
That's the Hebrew. That's how the Hebrew Israelites say it.
Like, just in regular speech? They talk like that at home?
Yeah.
You still got to say that's right. You still got to say like
yeah.
I feel like he's trolling, but let's see. Let's rock with it.
Mom, what's for dinner tonight? Teach!
That's right.
Y'all take that screen. Let's get them up there. We can get them up quick if everybody participate. Okay, so this is gonna tell you the location where the people travel, right? So I just said where the Jacob's descendant people travel to. We trying to figure out where the 12 tribes of Israel is. Israel, obviously Jacob alias after he beat up God, y'all. You know he beat up God. So starting point, Jacob set out of Beersheba into southern part of Canaan, or Canaan, however y'all want to pronounce it. They settled in the land of Goshen, the fertile region of the Nile Delta, northeast of Egypt. All right, so then we go right here. They departed and left Egypt from Ramses into the Nile Delta. Rather than taking the direct coastal route, which was heavily guarded, they traveled southward into the Sinai Peninsula. So the key locations are the Red Sea crossing, traditionally believed to be the Gulf of Suez. So we still right here. I don't know if y'all can see this map, y'all. It's probably better. We still like up here in this region. Though some modern scholars suggest the Gulf of Aqaba, Mount Sinai, located in the southern Sinai Peninsula, or according to some theories, as Median or modern day Saudi Arabia. We still ain't went to America yet. So we got the Kadesh Barnea, a pivotal oasis in the southern border of Canaan, where they spent much of their time, 40 years, just wandering around.
Yeah, man, it all makes sense. When you look at the Nubian, who do you think the Nubian was, man?
Who is the Nubian?
The original people.
Who are modern day?
When they say that, man, you gotta look at geography, man. They continue to go past the Sahara. They continue to go past the Sahara, and some of the tribes got lost when they went and traveled past the Sahara.
Who are modern day Nubians? Because these people still exist.
Oh, but what you had for breakfast this morning?
I had a steak burrito from the Mexican spot.
I just wanted to put it to the
And some
Yeah, I
Spanish
thought you
rye.
did. Yeah, I just wanted to see if you talk like that regularly. Yeah.
Modern day Nubians are let me see. Are ethnic linguistic group indigenous Nubian populations which spans the Nile Valley from southern Egypt near Aswan to northern Sudan around Khartoum. Often described as one of the world's oldest civilizations, they are direct descendants of the ancient kingdom of Kush and the black pharaohs who once ruled Egypt.
Yeah, that's stolen by people with no legitimate claim to it, man. They trying to steal the history. That's a version. That's a whitewash narrative, man. That's a
No,
whitewash
they not
narrative,
white.
man.
These black people though. I don't know
You
if you
can
seen
only
that
be
part.
you can only be black if you a black American, man. We the only ones that claimed ourselves to be black in the whole world.
All right. Are you sure the white person didn't give us that title?
No, it's a claim. We claimed that title, man.
I ain't gonna lie. I'm not 100% mad at that, but you still wrong. We did claim that title, but black people is a racial group as well. But I just wanted to show you everything that you're saying is kind of like wrong. Can you only be black if you're a black American? No, being black is not exclusive to being a black American. Blackness is a global racial identity that encompasses people.
Oh, come on, man. You can't use Google AI.
Why not?
Google AI gonna be inherently biased, man.
What can I use?
You got to go from some of the original sources, man. You got to get deep into history. You got to go to the library, man. I
Well, you
studied
know, black ain't too
thousands
old.
of books in the library, man, to get this way, man.
When we was using black, that was around 1960, so that ain't just hella old. When you talking about when black people coined that word.
Come on, man. You can't use sources that's inherently liberal.
I heard you, and I heard you say we got to go to the ancient sources, but I'm telling you that word is ancient. It's a fairly recent word. I'm gonna continue with the troll. I want to see how long you can troll, because I don't think you really like that. So what source?
Man,
What source do you go to?
why everything got to be a troll with these people, man? Why
I just
everything
don't
got to be
believe. I
troll with
just
these
genuinely
people?
don't believe that nobody's this fried in real life.
Okay, I'm done fucking with you.
I told you, boy, y'all ain't gonna beat me, man. I got that. I'm like, patience is a virtue. I ain't been on this bitch in months, man.
Oh shit, man.
I ain't been on this bitch about a month and a half. I said I got this shit built up.
Oh man.
I wish you would have kept it going though. I wish you would have kept it going. Only reason because them people genuinely sound like this, and you cannot tell the
Nah, they
difference.
do.
I knew you were trolling. I said, man, come on.
I ain't gonna lie.
I'm a guy. I got some time. I really ain't got too long. I just bluffed my food finna be here, and then I'm finna be on mute for a minute. But hopefully, we do get somebody to come up here and really want to argue. Y'all remember this one? That's when I chopped up paperwork. Y'all keep on going with the likes. We almost there. The likes, we do these likes, and we got to turn the comments off so we can get up. We can push ourselves in the algorithm so we can actually get some arguments and some debates in here, y'all. Whether that's the Israelite claim, whether that's the Moors claim, whether that's the Pretenian claim. Oh, I say I got such a wide net, they should be able to come up on here. But people are really scared to have a conversation, y'all. That's what I realized in this. Over 2.5 years, that's really what I realized. People are scared of confrontation, of having contentious views being challenged. They rather stay in the echo chamber where they really y'all see, I ain't got the power to mute nobody. So the only person that have been muted is the people who just cannot control themselves and have a discussion. Y'all, I don't understand. Like, you really genuinely have to be crazy and want to be crazy. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm jealous of you. I wish I could be crazy because reality is fucked up. But it's like it only persists because y'all rather be crazy. If we get our mind right and we just focus on being active in reality instead of escaping through these delusions, we could probably get some shit going. The same shit that we running from could and the way we running from it could actually be solved if we addressed our fears and our laziness. I genuinely still have a little hope for y'all. Genuinely. But we got to be able to talk about it. We can't just be looking at fucking We Know the Truth in his echo chamber yapping all day. He don't have nobody up on his panel. We can't be listening to no earthquake. Listen, I'm naming people that are scared to talk to me. It's amazing. Come on, y'all. 2,000 more likes. We up there. This will get us in the algorithm. I'm tapping too. Let me get another backdrop while we doing that so they can see something they like. Oh, that was me. Hold on, y'all. Well, let me see if I can get a backdrop. I'm mad I couldn't find them babies. Hold on. Appreciate you coming up, Zanj. Let me see if I can get y'all something. I wish his
Hebrew claims.
Yeah, he was trolling real good. He was trolling. Let me see. This is really what it is right here, y'all. It's anti-intellectualism, which is what old girl was doing. Oh, my grandma said this, so I'm gonna believe her no matter what. What the hell your grandma know? And then what evidence she did? This is the thing, y'all grandma just said we was Indians, and then she just stopped there. She didn't give you nothing. No culture, no language, no heirlooms. She just said we was Indians. What your grandma really said is that she was mixed with Cherokee, and she only said that because she hated her hair texture. And you know that's the truth. And I'm gonna tell y'all how I know it's true. I remember when I was coming up, they would always say I got good hair, and I used to hate that shit. And then the girls used to try to get me to bust in them. I'd be like, bro, y'all are hella weird. And then they had a whole bunch of babies with Hispanics. Because they didn't like their hair texture. A lot of people perm their hair to get their hair to look like a different texture than it is. All this is like versions of self-internalized racism we don't really be addressing. Can you get the comments back on? Let me see what the comments talking about. There we go, y'all. Appreciate y'all liking like that. Hopefully they'll come up on this one. Can y'all see this? Let me know y'all can see this. Indigenous Black Americans. All right, bet. Yeah, so this is ultimately what it is. And y'all can even see how I got us in there. Poised, scholarly, focus on the academics and how they over there, rah, rah, rah. You know what I'm saying? I want y'all to understand this is the distinction. Every time y'all in these different panels and these different lives, and y'all see how the live is being ran in hell. Make that distinction. I really just want somebody to come up here that really just got some genuine questions though. If y'all just like a real question that you may be struggling with, a lot. Okay, I know one of them. I play advocate. One of them is y'all can't comprehend the magnitude of the transatlantic slave trade. Firstly, before we even get into that, I would first want you to question the alternative narrative that they don't even give you. We was always here is what we gonna hear. If we ever answer the question, how did you get here? What's the alternative? We was always here is what they gonna say. We was always here is not valid because like I was talking about earlier, humans wasn't even always here. And that's why I say, how do you substantiate this? And I love that she brought up Albert Perry because I know y'all love y'all some Albert Perry. I know y'all love y'all some Henrietta Lacks. I know y'all love y'all these figures that we got genetic evidence, Luzia, right? I know y'all love talking about these people to try to make some claim, but we actually have genetic evidence. The same reason that you know about them, like the information tells the true story. So you can't cherry pick up here. You have to like have one hill that you got to die on. So just pick it. Let me read the comments. What y'all talking about? How about what first? Hair texture of the said women you are talking about. I'm not seeing what you're saying, but you can come up here. As soon as y'all press the invite, you can come up and then they just talk about it. Why people scared to talk? It's just a discussion. Yeah, I tell you, I got blocked by Dr. Umar.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, I got blocked by Dr. Umar when he said I was correcting him on the more. He said he was trying to get the people to stop being pretenders. You know, I don't be letting nothing fly. He's like, we are not indigenous to America, but we did come over here. Abu Bakr came over here in 100,000 ships. I'm like, bro, what the hell are you saying, bro? That's like, I'm glad that school ain't open. He said, I'm pseudo from the sun, Pluto. Mm-hmm. Can't trust the white tea people info stream.
Just talking about that on OH again last night on OH panel. Yeah, it's the same old. The dude was he got so mad, and he started saying, "Yeah, y'all not real black people. Y'all not this and that." Because he wouldn't read the actual primary source. Well, it's a primary, second, and I don't even know what you would really call that source.
Oh, you talking about the
To
one
be
where
honest,
the one that they documented, where he documented that story? Yeah, it's a secondhand story where Mansa Musa supposedly told some Egyptians, dude. That's the one you talking about? He said, so this is what I'm talking about with y'all contradicting yourself, right? You said you can't believe whatever the white people say, but you literally referencing Pluto. Let me know the first nigga that found out about Pluto and he named Pluto and all this other shit. You see how it's kind of biased now? Because you want to claim something that the white person educated you on, but you want to, cherry pick or denounce what tell you something that you don't want to hear. And it's so easy to have that argument with y'all because we're literally speaking English. It's the easiest thing to do. The first group to arrive here from Asia was the Indian, which was about 30,000 years ago. I mean, they pushing them timelines back. I know it's 25, probably more. You're talking about Mansa Musa with the bag of Cheetos that we can hear. Taki spicy Cheetos. Actually, that's grapes. That's actually premium seeded red grapes. Nobody knows Takis. I don't get in like that. Yeah, the Mansa Musa story. Once again, it's kind of the same thing what old girl talking about. Oral tradition. You know what I was thinking when I read that story? I put this in the video. What it really sounded like was Mansa Musa off that boy and made up a lie about him how he got off. Because that was supposed to be Mansa Musa's predecessor. So it really sounded like man, he just got rid of that dude, talking about he went to the Atlantic. Because at first he said 200 ships, and then he said 2,000 ships. And it's like, yeah, ultimately there's no evidence of that. But I will say, I tried to give old girl a way out when she was talking about indigenous. I said, man, maybe admixture. But nah, she really wanted to be the indigenous people of America. Foundation, appreciate you coming up. My bad, I didn't see you coming up. You there?
I'm getting sticks that I don't want.
You founding father, maybe? You there? Y'all can y'all hear her? Is the loud twitch tweaking or what?
Go on mute for a minute because I was doing something in the background. Are you talking about the new person?
Is it the founding something?
Can you talk, sir?
I hear a female in the back. I hear a female in the background.
Place where that girl wants help at.
Okay, I got on by accident. Okay. Well, y'all can drop them for me if they came on here by accident. They're not listening. Thank you. Yeah, so then Umar blocked me because of that. I made a video. I stitched him on. It was on the Instagram. I didn't send it over here, but I stitched him on a video. Like, what the fuck, bro? You just up here saying some shit, and it's all really based in insecurity, inferiority, and just the actual history. What does coming over here do for y'all? I don't hear a lot of people say, "Oh, you don't think we were smart enough to come over here?" What the fuck you need to come over here for? What's over here? You know what I'm saying? What would be the motivation to do it? Europeans, they was looking to trade. They was looking for something that they didn't have. They was looking for gold, spices, some more shit. I mean, people, it's still indigenous peoples in South America right now, in Africa right now. They ain't looking to go nowhere for nothing. Why? I think really that's really just basing your metric to colonial standards. I think that's really what that is. Yeah, and it's like I don't see. I don't see what it is. Genetically, neither one of the races, black or white, have adapted to this country. Vitamin D deficiency, high ass melanoma rates. Like, it's so cool. No, I ain't gonna say that part. But yeah, that's all it is. Let me pull up another backdrop, man. Y'all, the pseudos is they ain't trying to get in there.
Hey Don, have you seen my update
What you
on my
mean?
23andMe?
No, what's showing?
I got some new communities and new ethnic groups from Africa.
Damn. What's the
Yeah.
percentages?
So I got let me see. I'm Igbo as hell.
Hey, what's that group of people that got their muscles on the side of their head? Is that
What?
them?
I don't know. You talking about East Africans? I don't know.
No, they west. They west. They got them little muscles on the side of their head, like them are like some horns. But I know it's one specific tribe because I remember. Man, this is dude. He be on live. He got him like crazy, but he on the continent. But I be seeing a lot of African Americans with him. I be wanting to say like, boy, I know you from somewhere.
A mess. I don't know if you was on here when I was showing these.
It's saying Igbo. Yeah, that's what I'm. That's what made me say it. Let me look it up though.
I got one thing of Europe. Everything else,
Igbo.
everything else Evo. Evo and Namibio. And I only got one East Namibio. I think they done ran into each other. And then I also have let's see, Ghana. Mende, Timde. All this is distant though.
Yeah, I ain't never seen that
Capelle.
one right there. Was it Capella? Oh yeah.
Capelle.
Look, this is what I'm talking about.
And here my Senegambian.
This is what I'm talking about right here. It's like a little muscle. It ain't this. It ain't this like
Oh,
crazy.
I
But
know
this.
you talking about they got that funny shaped head.
Yeah.
I know you talking about. I thought those was Zulu. Let me not.
Yeah, I can't put you back on the big screen.
I got it.
Yeah. Yeah. She said, "Hey, my sister, I'm from Liberia." I know it got to be some tea going on out there. Everybody took off.
I don't know. It might be
Lala.
going. Oh snap! It might be going to OHF live because I think he live now.
Okay.
Or knowing Carolina, she probably going to somebody political live.
Yeah. I'm about maxed out anyway. I ain't gonna lie to you. What it's been about 3 hours. I
I
know.
hear you. Oh, and I got these too. Now look, this is my African American diaspora. So I got Cayman Islands now, Arklatex, uh, the Marva, and I'm Haitian.
How
Shout
much?
out to Haiti.
How much Haitian? How much Haitian?
It's distant, but
Oh,
that's
okay.
probably I'm pretty sure that's that Congo, Angolan region I got on my ancestry. And there go my southern low country, PD River Gullah. I don't know what this is. This is Jackson, Denmark.
How much European do you got in you?
How much European?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I think it's the 15% or
That's not bad.
12%.
That's not bad.
Shit, it's too much for me.
Shit, yeah, 10%. Shit.
Let me see. 15.
Yeah, that ain't bad. Especially when we talk about the averages. The averages make everybody seem like they got a great
I'm
grandma.
definitely above average. Yeah.
Yeah, that's solid. And this is what you did. You did
8%.
23andMe, right?
Yeah, they 23andMe.
Yeah, shit up
And
there.
here go my Congo. It don't show it on here. Hold on. Let me see. It only show it here. Here we go. This is my closest. So this is more recent right here. This is distant. My Khoisan.
That's South Africa,
East.
huh?
Yeah. East Central. If
How much
it's South Africa.
do it break it down like that, like east, south, and west?
Well,
Oh, you
it
kind
do
of got to look up
say
what the size of each.
all it say is Angola, yeah, Southern East Africa. Congolese. See? Southern East Africa.
When you going? I know you planning to go on Africa.
Yeah, I'm going. I'm trying to figure out where I want to go first though.
Would you go to where you got the most?
Everybody talking about Nigeria. I'm like, why y'all keep wanting to go to Nigeria? Because that's the majority. I don't care nothing about that. I don't care nothing about the majority. I want to
Yeah,
go
where you can
somewhere
enjoy
ain't
yourself.
nobody else going. It's oversaturated in Nigeria, I feel.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I'm gonna go where I can enjoy myself at the same time, get a little history lesson.
Yeah. But I think I think if we look up and pay attention to the 54 countries, it's plenty of places that we can go to still enjoy ourselves and get the history. Now I'm definitely thinking about staying on the West Coast, like when I go visit. But I also want to visit the East Coast.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, my mama has at least 1% Kenyan.
I know
So
Ghana got that castle over there.
yeah, I don't want to go to that castle. I don't think I could do that. I can't handle that.
Uh,
I was like, yeah, no, not gonna do it.
yeah, that probably be tough right there.
That's yeah, and they say it's a smell, and I don't. I got a bad stomach.
I ain't too good with smells either.
I ain't doing it.
Yeah, I don't know where in Ghana, but I know Ghana. It's some places in Ghana be looking like Houston in there, man. They be up there smart with hookahs and shit.
Oh yeah.
I say they done turn into the city out
Oh
there.
yeah. What you call it? Somebody showed us. I don't know who that was. I think that
Red gonna be
was.
mad. He missing that thigh. I'm gonna tell him, Red. I seen that thigh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nah, but I'm finna go ahead and get up out of here and give me something to eat.
All right, y'all.
All right, man. Y'all be good. I appreciate y'all tapping for me and logging in with me. I'll probably post this one so y'all can go to the YouTube for it.